Good morning, folks. We have good news and we have bad news.
In the spring of 2020, my wife and I went on one of our many photography road trips through the small rural towns and mountains of central Pennsylvania. On this trip, we decided to explore without using maps or GPS to guide us. We stopped and photographed any locations that looked interesting, and at one point I turned down a road that I have never been on before. We ended up discovering a small, seemingly abandoned town that was being reclaimed by nature. We did not get cell signal in this area, so I had no idea where we were. After returning home from this trip, I posted one photo of the abandoned church on my Instagram page. A few days afterwards, my external hard drive crashed and I was unable to recover the photos on the drive. I started to get questions from others on my Instagram page asking where this town was located. I had no idea, so I attempted to retrace our route several times on Google Maps, but I was never able to locate this town again. A few days ago, my wife and I started to plan another trip through that area, and while planning possible routes, I finally discovered the town on Google Maps. The name of the town was Neelyton. I then began researching the history of the town and located several old newspapers that I think identified some of the abandoned buildings that we found in 2020. This old church was built in 1896. There was a general store that I believe was the building next to the church, and there was a hotel that at one time was a stop on the East Broad Top Railroad. I also found a Huntington Daily News article interviewing one of the oldest, if not the oldest remaining citizens of this town, Ramona Parsons. Mrs. Parsons was 89 years old when she was interviewed in 2021, and the article showed a room that she set up in her house that was a sort of museum for local history. I managed to locate contact information for Mrs. Parsons, so my wife and I set off to return to the old town and attempt to make contact with her for an interview. I'm hoping Mrs. Parsons can confirm whether this was the general store.
Neelyton was supposed to be a growing city. Most of those houses in Neelyton are empty.
14 miles.
That you may not be there. Afraid to dream without.
All right, well, I finally found this place again. I've been trying to find out where this place was since 2020, and I took a photo of this church back here and all the other abandoned buildings in this apparently half abandoned town. So I arranged to speak to a Mrs. Parsons, who I will be meeting here in about 30 minutes. And she used to attend this church. She knew a lot about this town's history. This was the Methodist church. That was the store. And right down the road was the hotel. I'm hoping Mrs. Parsons can confirm whether this was the general store. I see a lot of early 20th century newspaper articles talking about stocking the general store near the church, and it is right next to it, so pretty sure this is the general store. If you look at the old aerial photographs from the 1940s, that's the only structure, or the only large structure that was there. There was a smaller one to the rear, but that was the largest structure that existed there, so I'm pretty sure that's the old hotel. An article in the July 30th, 1909 Mount Union Times indicates Neelyton gets railroad. The article indicates that this is an extension of the Shade Gap branch of the East Broad Top Railroad to Neelyton. The track is now laid to Neelyton and is to be ballasted and made equal in every respect to the fine road bed of the main line. A large freight depot and station building and several houses are to be erected. So what I'm trying to figure out is the building next to the church. Was that the general store?
Yes.
Okay, it was.
Neelyton was supposed to be a growing city with the East Broad Top moving in. So the Syrians, my mother just called them the Syrians. They built that large building and had a grocery store, general merchandise. You could buy them,
Wow.
shoes, and we
Yeah.
bought linoleum there.
Really?
There was a man named Robinson. Robinson is a common name in our area. The big farm, as you make the right turn to come down here, is owned by the Robinsons.
Oh, okay. I see a lot of Parsons too. A lot of Parsons around here.
Oh, yeah.
So was a Parson?
There were 9 in my husband's family.
Oh, okay.
There is a group in Philadelphia that occasionally we went to reunions there.
Oh, okay.
And this parson was associated with Longwood Gardens.
Neelyton Church. Does a Parson own that now? Who owns the church?
A parson bought it from the conference, the United Methodist,
Right.
and he was an antique dealer. And he had an antique shop there for a while.
Oh.
I don't know why he gave that up, but the people who own it now, I'm not sure where. I think they were from Washington, D.C.
Oh, wow.
They
Okay.
own the store building, the church property, and that big White House beside the church
Oh, okay.
that my great-grandfather built.
Really?
Because my Wiley is in my family background. My great-grandfather thought Neelyton was going to be a city.
Right.
So he was born in Ireland, came to the United States as a teenager, and I don't know how he had such big dreams of what he wanted to do. But he settled in Mifflin County,
Oh, okay.
like around Lewistown,
Yeah.
and married a German girl. Let me see, Nixon's married. I think that was her maiden name.
Okay.
Wiley married, and she was a German, I think. And evidently, the Irish were not looked upon very favorably. They said
At that
Mr.
time,
Milhouse wasn't happy about his daughter marrying Wiley.
Oh, right.
But Wiley had big dreams, and he thought Neelyton was going to grow.
Yeah.
So he built the first house in Neelyton.
Really? So that huge house next to the church was the first
No.
house in... Oh,
Well, his son built that. 2 houses below the store building.
okay.
He's the
Yeah.
first house going up the hill.
Okay.
And if you turn back that road beside that house, that's where you'll find Neely Appleby.
Oh, is that
But,
right? Okay.
There was the ball field's still there.
Yeah, we were just there.
But my grandfather built the first house in Neelyton.
Huh.
And I don't know, he became very prosperous. He opened up a store, was the first postman.
Playing Difficult Videos are financially
the government and asked for nationalisation. Labour responded no, but Tony Benn came back to them and said, you can put together a plan to kind of determine how to save yourselves, basically. And they came up with the Lucas Plan, which was this incredible document. It not only contained
that one.
He also played
Lucas Aerospace, from this manufacturer of predominantly weapons to manufacturing, climate technology, kidney dialysis machines, all of these socially useful technologies that would have been better for society than just producing weapons. It also contained all of the mechanisms through which the transfer would take place, like how it would be managed, how the workers would organize themselves, all of this sort of stuff. Just knowledge and expertise that workers aren't supposed to have, that we're told that they don't have because they need to be managed really, really tightly. And that spawned this movement for kind of democratic planning that took root in the GLC and other parts of the country, and which Thatcher crushed. Now, she crushed that because she was terrified of it, because that, like human power, the collective organizing of people who work all day, every day, on the coalface of these institutions, their power to kind of come together and say, we want to reorganize society, we want to take control of the way we work, that is the biggest threat to a system based on hierarchy and domination and control.
So a few things, and you write about this very lucidly as well. It's not just Lucas, the Lucas Plan, which I'd heard about before, but also you talk about the People's Plan Centre with regards to the Docklands being remade, and actually, you know, the Greater London Authority, Greater London Council at the time wanted to, with a great deal of input from local people, wanted a different kind of development there. Co-ops, different kind of infrastructure. And in a way, I'm reading that and I'm thinking, this isn't even especially radical. This is just kind of what they would have done.
Organising,
they just would have done this in like Sweden.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like, you know, nobody's done this before. It's just a very different kind of, you know, way of things, but it's still very legible to us today. And I think that's absolutely true. And I think Lucas Aerospace is a great way to look at this. You know, I'm late. I was late here today. I left you waiting. And I was late because the signal system doesn't work properly. They constantly break down for trains. It's the number one reason why trains are delayed in this country. We're talking about traffic lights. We're talking about traffic lights for trains. How do they keep breaking? Now, BAE Systems employs more engineers than any other company on the FTSE 250. I'm sure if you went to 100 engineers at BAE Systems, fix this, it would take them 3 months, right? It probably would take them a week. You know, and we saw that with the Moderna vaccine with COVID. Like, something happened. Okay, how quickly? Okay, sequence the genome, create the vaccine. It took literally days, because there was necessity there, right? And like you say, right now, we don't operate with necessity in terms of social value, social use. People, the necessity is shareholder value, profit maximization. But I agree with all that. But with Lucas, you're still talking about engineers. So do I think that engineers are very capable of problem solving more than the average person? Going back to my point originally that we're not all the same in terms of solving problems. I'm a terrible engineer. I can just about do basic DIY.
Yeah.
So like in terms of the processes that you'd want to build, management standards, protocol systems for an organization of several thousand people, I couldn't do it. Could an engineer do it?
I'm not saying we're all engineers or we're all medics.
No, but my point
what
is,
I am saying is that...
Let me just distill that. There are certain parts of the labour market where what you're saying absolutely applies, but then there are other parts where I think... I'm not so sure.
Well, luckily, I have a bunch of other examples in the book as well. So I think, as I said, I'm not saying that we're all engineers or we're all medics or whatever. What I am saying is that workers within a sector who have expertise in that sector do not need to be managed. They can manage themselves. And actually, if they are given democratic control over the means of production, they will make decisions democratically and collectively with obviously input from the rest of society.
Raze, we need you to lead the charge.
No peeking. Enemy spotted B.
We're getting pushed from behind.
Let me flash out. Pizza.
Last player standing.
Easy clap.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3.
Just smoke for yourself.
Behind you, yellow.
Spike planted.
Well played.
It's so much better.
There's a name for this. Oh yeah, right here.
Fuck, I have Spike.
Like usual. So what's Diego doing, B? Oh no! They came through. How'd they?
Last player standing.
Wow. They actually flanked this time.
Spike planted.
Fuck.
Dropping smokes. Target down.
One enemy remaining.
He just started defusing. Nice. Oh my god.
Nice.
They trolled that so hard.
Five insane deadlock mechanics. If there's a small gap between a deadlock barrier and a wall, it might break when you walk against it. It's some sort of glitch. The same idea why the sage wall sometimes breaks instantly. When you see an enemy deadlock barrier, you can use your own one in it, and it will break for a split second. Enough time for you to run past it. The deadlock ultimate will open the teleported door on bind. Perfect to catch an enemy camping in it. When you use your ultimate on the enemy, you will get him if he reaches the endpoint, of course. But did you know that you can block the enemy? By doing this, he won't reach the endpoint, but it will stay alive. And if you plant the spike on top of the barrier, it will instantly break. 5 insane deadlock mechanics. If there's a small gap between a deadlock barrier and a wall, it might break when you walk against it. It's some sort of glitch. The same idea why the sage wall sometimes breaks instantly.
Roblox players are organizing an actual revolution. Welcome to Bloxburg is a popular role-playing life sim within Roblox. But this city operates much like a real one. Players have their own jobs, houses, hell, they even have their own economy. But recently, good old Bloxburg has been looking a little different. It all started when the original creator sold off his game mode for an alleged $100 million. So fans became worried that the new owners would be out of touch and make unpopular changes. All those fears were soon realized, and this past April, it climaxed in a controversial update that introduced a new hospital fee, and worse, an equal pay feature that sees all players make the same amount of money regardless of what job they have. This sparked in-game protests, calls for boycott, and an actual riot that set fire to a fucking pizza place. Well, in Roblox. And with fears that the game will soon go free to play, current players want there to be segregation between those who paid for Bloxburg and those who didn't. What is going on with these literal children? Roblox players are organizing an actual revolution. Welcome to Bloxburg is a popular role-playing life sim within Roblox. But this city...
Which one of you was gonna tell me tea tastes different if you put it in hot water? You're putting it in cold water? Radish, answer the question, Radish. Yeah, I thought for like 5 years that people just put it into hot water to speed up the teification process. Didn't realize there was an actual reason. You don't have the patience to microwave water for 3 minutes? Why are you putting it in the microwave to boil it? Do you think I have the patience to boil water on a stove? It takes less than a minute! Besties, you're stovetop powered by the fucking sun? How long does it take you to boil a cup of water on the stove? Like 7 minutes! Just stick the mug on top of the stove on medium heat, and it boils in like 2 minutes. Less than that, and you use a saucepan. You're putting the whole mug on the stove on medium heat? Your stove is enchanted. Every single person in this post is a fucking lunatic. Do none of you own a fucking kettle? Which one of you was gonna tell me tea tastes different if you put it in hot water? You're putting it in cold water? Radish, answer the question, Radish.
One fact about sign language that you need to know is that just like there's an African American vernacular of English, there's also an African American vernacular of sign language. It's called Black ASL, and there are actually a lot of very interesting differences from standard ASL. For example, Black ASL has a larger signing space. While most standard ASL users keep their signs within this gray box, Black ASL users are more likely to produce signs outside of that area. They also tend to lower signs a lot. Like the standard word for no is made by your fingers touching your temple, while the Black ASL word for no is made by your fingers touching your cheek. And a lot of people say that's incorrect, even though it's not. And then there's some really cool borrowings from African American English. Instead of trying to explain it myself, here are some Black creators who've already explained it really well. And while this is really cool, it did unfortunately and unsurprisingly evolve from discrimination. Historically, Black deaf children were segregated from white deaf children in schools, which forced them to come up with their own words for things. Like the last deaf school to be desegregated wasn't until 1978, a full 24 years after Brown v. Board of Education, and this has caused racial differences in sign language which still persist today. The exact same thing actually happened with gender in Irish Sign Language, since boys and girls were taught ISL in different schools, and now some words in that language are completely unintelligible between men and women. One fact about
What's going on? Sticking half. Yeah, I know what the fuck.
Short.
Thank you. One more. Close.
More coffee, sir? Are you a collector?
What are you talking about?
Barry Allen. The Flash.
You mean like the comic book?
Yeah, the comic book. And he's not the Flash. This is his name, Barry Allen.
Thank you.
My name's Allen, Barry Allen.
He reads comic books. Comic books. Barry Allen is the Flash.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
He's a kid. That's why we couldn't match his prints. That's why he doesn't have a record. Contact NYPD for every all-points juvenile runaways in New York City. Good morning, ma'am. We're the FBI agents who called. You filled out a missing persons report for a runaway juvenile by the name of Frank Abagnale Jr. You're aware of the fact that he wrote some checks on a closed account at Chase Manhattan Bank?
Yes. The police think he's some type of criminal.
Would you happen to have a picture of your son?
Oh, yes. I have his whole yearbook.
More coffee, sir? Are you a collector?
What are you talking about?
Barry Allen. The Flash.
You mean like the comic book?
Yeah, the comic book.
Number 24. The defense needs time to match up, and they will not allow that.
Philadelphia police need help identifying the suspects wanted for shooting and critically injuring a 31-year-old man in East Oak Lane. The victim's own dash cam captured the shooting in the 7100 block of Old York Road on Friday around 9:40 p.m. A passenger there jumped out of that black Nissan Murano and fired several times at the victim's windshield. The victim was struck once in the chest and transported to the hospital in critical condition. Philadelphia police.
Y'all ever heard of adopting a biker? Well, this is a perfect example of it. I'm running through the mountains in North Carolina, and I find this guy. He's doing 40 in a 70 in the rain, just trying to get home. Roads are slippery. He's driving well within his means, staying safe. But he's got all these other cars jumping around him, getting right on his back bumper. So what do? I adopt a biker. I get behind him, I give him some cushion, let him drive at his pace, and that way he can get home safe. You should try it sometime. Adopt a biker.
How to burgen up your city. First get a map. No one in the Fee Foreign knows where it is.
It's you and me.
I got married to a sister that's black, that's 6 years older than me, that's a divorcee and has a child. I broke every Iraqi culture you could think of. You name it, I broke it. A black girl? Huh. 6 years older? Huh. There's no way. And has a child. Please, bro. My mum and dad, of course, they're not happy. Reasons being, because they wanted me to marry an Iraqi girl, because of cultural barrier, culture barrier, whatever it may be. Their preference. They're not racist. It's their preference, by the way, yeah? They just wanted, so there isn't a language barrier, whatever it may be, yeah? One of the reasons I got married to this girl, apart from being attracted to her and so on and so forth, is because I got told I could never have a child. Because of the place, how I got stabbed. The way I got stabbed, my dear respected brothers and sisters, yeah, I got stabbed by a friend, bear that in mind, yeah? I got stabbed right here, on the side of my bum cheek, yeah? What a low life. I got married to a sister that's black.
I'm leaving you for 30 days. This whole relationship's haram. Why don't we just get married? Don't touch me, that's haram! It's the holy month, no music. Okay, I'ma miss you. Don't text me, don't call me, don't think about
6.5 hours later.
I miss you, Gordita. I'm leaving you for 30 days. This whole relationship's haram. Why don't we just get married?
Why does the Air Force allow even the nastiest call signs? Every fighter jet pilot must have a call sign. If you are not getting one, it means you're weird, or no one likes you enough to give you one. The command allows call signs because it is part of tradition. What could be better than giving a nasty or offensive lifelong nickname to your friend? Here are a few good ones. A guy whose surname was Bright got the call sign Not So during flight school. Pilot Not So Bright. A new trainee showed up to his first flight wearing Naruto gloves. 14 years later, he's still known around as Mittens. One pilot got the name Harpoon during flight school because he would frequently end up connecting with some big ladies in bars. On the same note, Pig Ducker was too offensive and had to be changed. His new call sign became Hog Rider. Intake was given to a pilot who had the largest nose you had ever seen. A Navy F-18 pilot had stomach issues in flight and crapped in his flight suit a couple of times. He missed the landing and had to go around. That's how he got the name STAB. Shat twice and bolted. Some dude badly wanted the call sign Hand of God, but everyone would just say hand and follow with job instead. Why does the Air Force allow even the nastiest call signs? Every fighter jet pilot must have a call sign. If you are not getting one, it means you're weird, or no one likes you enough to give you one.
Tennis. I'm with this shit like I'm Dennis. I started this shit on my business. Niggas be hating. I am a menace. Keep me a rage, I like tennis. I'm with this shit like I'm Dennis. I started this shit on my business. Niggas be hating.
The Steelers want to break the NFL. Roger Goodell is going to be pacing in his office over this because no other team can exploit the new kickoff rule like the Steelers. There's talk that Justin Fields will return kicks. It's laughable, right? Well, it could break the NFL and give kickoffs designed plays just like offense. Here's how most teams will handle kickoff returns. Ball's kicked off on the 35. Kickoff team is lined up on the 40. Most of the kickoff return guys starting on the 35 with 2 returners deep. As you can see, in a traditional kickoff format, the kickoff team has to quickly hone in on a single returner. When I see this, I see opportunity, and I think the Steelers do too. There is a lot of open space backside to take advantage of. With Justin Fields, the Steelers can do it differently, and this is all viable for 2 reasons. 1, there's less big hits, so you can put a quarterback back there. And 2, the kickoff team is now incentivized to kick it inbounds and not out the back of the end zone. Return teams are going to be more spread out as a result of having to cover over every. The Steelers want to break the NFL. Roger Goodell is going to be pacing in his office over this because.
Would you? Do you care to explain why there's almost a $15,000 charge on the joint savings account?
How much? Wait, hold on.
Almost a $15,000 charge on the joint savings account.
15,000?
I bought a new fursuit.
A new fursuit for how much?
For 15. From the account.
Dude, you're f***ing up her TikTok, brother. Get out.
That was a joint account. We were buying a house together.
Yeah,
Why would
it's
you?
a joint savings account. What are you talking about?
We talk to each other about these things. It's an agreement we made.
No, I deserve to buy myself something, so I got a new suit.
Can't even afford a new car, let alone a $15,000 fursuit. Why would you?
Okay. Whose fault is that?
What? Hey, you gotta kill her. I mean, you gotta leave her. $15K on the suit? You gotta sell the costume with her in it, bro. You maybe just give that shit up for free. It might be a better option.
When Gaius Julius Caesar, the guy you incorrectly call Julius Caesar, when he conquered Gaul, today France, he killed 1 million of the Celtic population living in Gaul. And you go, how bad was that exactly? There were 3 million Gauls. He murdered 1/3 of the population. He enslaved another million, right? That was the Roman way. Now the Romans varied in how cruel they were. So when they got to Dacia, they killed and enslaved everybody. In fact, they were so thorough about destroying Dacia, you don't know where Dacia is. It's effectively been erased from history. I'll tell you where it is. It's Romania, as in the Romans erased it from existence and then named it after themselves. In Rome, there is the only monument commemorating genocide. It's still there. You can go see it. When Gaius Julius Caesar, the guy you incorrectly call Julius Caesar, when he
Sonny, would you rather be trapped in the woods with a man or a bear? I'm talking like a big bear, you know? Did you sleep last night? You know, bears are misunderstood creatures. If it's you I'm trapped in the woods with, I'm choosing the bear. Like a man shouldn't.
In 2018, the Russian Wagner Group had a bright idea to attack U.S. base in Syria. The USA swiftly introduced them to the military meaning of the term overkill. At 10 p.m., Russian armored column attacked and shelled the U.S. base. Mortar, artillery, and tanks relentlessly pounded the tiny outpost. U.S. troops rushed to their defensive positions and returned fire with small arms. Immediately after the attack, Secretary of Defense called the Russian counterpart and told him to stop the raid. Russian High Command responded with, "We don't have Russians in the area." USA said, "Understood," and an order was issued for the attacking force to be annihilated by any means necessary. Moments later, F-22, Apache helicopters, B-52 bombers, MQ-9 Reaper drones, and all of Marine artillery in range engaged in a brutal 12 hours long campaign of destruction. After all was done, not a single living organism survived in that 1 square mile. Defending U.S. soldier described the landscape as moon-like. In the end, the USA contacted Russia again and confirmed that there are no troops in the area. Russians did not respond. In 2018, the Russian Wagner Group had a bright idea to attack U.S. base.
Top 5 rarest Arceus Pokemon cards.
You just ate an entire chicken parm. A whole chicken. Do you have any idea what you've done? It was $20. You just ate.
This neon movement is insane.
There.
This neon movement is insane.
And that tip amount? Let's fucking go. We're getting a DoorDash order, White Dog Cafe. All right, we're definitely taking that. It's a catering order. And it says plus, so it means it's gonna be more money. And White Dog Cafe is expensive. 2 burgers, deviled eggs, truffle fries, cheese board, goat cheese whipped ricotta. Does that give y'all an idea of what we're dealing with here? Hi, how you doing? I'm good. I'm here for DoorDash for Molly. Thank you so much. This is 1.5 miles, $7.75 plus. And because it's 2 bags of food and it's an expensive restaurant, it's probably gonna be higher. Hi, is this Molly? Hi, Molly. I believe I am here at your address. Okay, sounds good. See you in a second. Bye-bye. Yes. Can you confirm your name, please? Molly, here you go. Got 2 bags for you, all right?
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much. Have a good night, all right?
Thank you too.
And that tip amount, let's fucking go. $28.62. It was a $25 tip. I told y'all. And that.
But I just.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Good shit, good boy. Yo, okay? Damn, bro. What the fuck?
And we see this younger kid with a Sons of Anarchy vest on. And he pulls me to the side.
Listen to the bullets bounce off this vehicle as an air-to-ground Maverick missile comes and takes out the bad guys at the end of the alleyway. Listen to the
Got 3. Mark it on top of this.
I like it, I like it.
Got 3. Mark it on top of this.
I like it, I like it.
Reloading.
You're dead.
CT. Stick it, stick it, stick it. Alright, nice round. Holy.
Das ist aber teuer.
Boah, ist aber teuer.
Das ist aber teuer. Das ist aber teuer. Das ist aber traurig, ne? Du kriegst hier überhaupt kein vernünftiges Brot. Ja, nö, heiliges Brot, ne?
Voraufsetzen kannst du.
Oh, das kannst du nicht teuer hauen, du.
Ja, da ist Zucker drin, ne?
Du, bei meinem Chinesen ist das aber günstiger.
Neue Frechheit, ne?
Das ist aber toll, schau der rote Baron. Also bei Aldi ist das günstiger. Wie ein Goofy-Film. Hier ist ja viel zu viel Auswahl. Ja, das ist aber teuer. Aber was
Reasons my husky got mad at my boyfriend this week, 0. The man could literally forget to feed and water him for an entire month and he'd still be perfect in his eyes. Reasons my husky got mad at me this week because of my boyfriend. Number 1, he leashed him up for a walk, but then had to go to the bathroom to scroll through social media and send me meaningless TikToks for 20 minutes. Really, this was my fault. I should have been more aware that we were approaching his daily appointment with the porcelain throne and waited until after to put his leash on. But no worries, he took it upon himself to get justice for this by leaving a steaming hot statement next to this no pooping sign on literally the only day that I wasn't equipped with poop bags. So I feel a bit better knowing that I got what I deserved here. And number 2, my boyfriend got home from work, but then decided to take a phone call before coming into the house to save Levi from his misery after having to spend the entire day with me. Do nothing about that. I take full responsibility for prolonging his suffering, but I did eventually find a solution and tied him up in the front yard so he could be closer to dad and further from me. Reasons my husky got mad.
Would you rather have
Favorite game.
no legs or only one arm?
No legs. No legs. No legs. Oh! He got the no legs and the one arm. Fuck! But I would have chose the same thing. I wonder what made him
Would you rather have...
Okay. Favorite game.
Roblox players are organizing an actual revolution. Welcome to Bloxburg.
Which one of you was... One fact about sign language that you need to know is that just like
So you've seen Mini getting very involved in some of these timeouts as well. So I don't know if that's the case or if it's more from Boaster's side, if it's more from Alpha, or where it's coming from here.
It could be coming from anyone because this is such a it's such a weird composition. I wonder how many reps they even have with this. It's the permaban.
Have they been trying to craft this out behind the scenes, which obviously they have. This won't be the first time they've tried this. But it's how comfortable are they? How confident are they? And it is a bit of a curveball to come out on map 1 in a best of 5. Yeah, you're coming in obviously with 2 bans against you, and all the odds are against you when you're in that position in a veto. So maybe this is the best chance on it, I guess. Come out with something a little different, try and catch them off.
Well, this is where experience comes into play, right? This is like Fnatic are playing the long game. They know that if they're able to take it to 4 or 5 maps, they have a chance. True. So it's on Heretics to make sure that they don't use all of their energy winning a map that they should win anyways. And Fnatic know that if they just make this as prolonged, just like draw it out, make Heretics invest more energy to win a map that they should be winning anyways, that's what Fnatic's goal is here.
Early information. I don't know how many got noted. I'm not sure if it was more than one. Let's see if they've been able to address the information flow in middle.
I just want to see a blind ulti from Alpha just come out, just randomly, just launch that, man.
Well, that's not what the doctor ordered. Fnatic left in tatters as Heretics make them look like mincemeat, and Andalusia flawless right off the timeout. Because hey, if Fnatic called the timeout, so Heretics get the opportunity to talk as well. They were ready for that. They were no surprises.
Yeah, I don't even think that we're seeing anything too crazy from Team Heretics holding close to the one-way smoke. They've been in the setup a few times before. Riens has been here with his ult before, and the Hunter's Fury in the back. Just blasting them.
Look at that grin. Look at that smile.
Damn smile.
That damn smile. And it's broken again. The money from Fnatic's just going to be left like a little all over the place. And they just seem hell-bent on this approach. And we've seen a similar look. It's a very similar start. Durka he has no chance in this. Bo's going to send down the Hunter's Fury. Does get Mini Boo. Anything more? Yeah. Okay, Boo's still here. And Boo's still firing. 2 big kills. And he can back away now. Job done. Tick in the box. Boaster and Leo have to walk past the remains of their own team. They finally got A main control, but at what cost?
Good control over the game so far from Team Heretics.
Taking out. Nice shot.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, game on.
Okay, one of those is it. Fair play. And a 2v2. There's still one on the site. That Aldrone is a problem. Oh my god, you're a lucky boy, Riens.
Well, they've cleared the default box at the back of the site. That's all they really need.
Oh, man. What a shot. Finds Riens, and now but look who's left alive. Just a reminder of what this guy can do.
One enemy
And yeah,
remaining.
there it is. There's a reminder for you. Leo's gone down. So where does he go on this?
30 seconds left.
Benji going around the world. Boaster. It wasn't a committed plant. It was a tap on the spike. So it kind of almost indicates that they don't know how close, how far, what Benji was up to.
Spike planted.
Plenty of bodies on the other side, but Benji getting closer, toying with expectation. And Boaster left on 45 on the site. 2 shot darts, sure, but he can't reposition. He doesn't know what's safe and what's not.
I think his dart, his dart just came back, so he's gonna clear out 1 lane.
That's all he's got, Benji.
Spawner elbow now, probably.
It's a gamble, and it's a perfect choice from Benji. The guy doesn't lose these. He just doesn't lose these. He's so damn clutch.
He might actually be the best clutcher in the region right now. I don't have the stats to back that up, but eye test alone tells me that that's all I need to know.
Do you know what I really want to see throughout this? Benji and Chronicle in a 1v1 at some point. Like, I want to see that little, like, clutch back-to-back, because Chronicle's had a couple of, like, key ones where he's just, like, suddenly hit back to form. Overall, though, Benji wins it out in my mind.
Yeah.
Like, he's been nuts. But that got close, but not close enough. 7-2. Held on 2 rounds.
Speaking of Chronicle and clutching it out, it's interesting to see that he's on Omen, Boaster's on Sova. Not really, you would expect to see the opposite, maybe.
Yep, hey, I feel like this whole agent selection left me with question marks. I can't wait to see what the analyst desk makes of it too, and kind of the concept
of all the
behind
questions we have about the agents, this is the question. Chronicle on Smokes, Boaster on Sova.
Yep. Okay, rifles back out for both sides. But man, have Heretics looked good so far.
I like the switch up from Heretics as well. They've been winning this A lobby fight so consistently they decide, hey,
surely
let's
not
just
coming
stack
back.
up B.
Yep. And I don't know if they've figured out mid yet, really. I don't know if they've figured out that camera in market. And even if they have, dealing with it is so difficult. You have to put a body behind it. Oh, just let the Wonder Kid loose. Not bad from Alpha. A good start. And look at the follow-up damage as well.
My rules.
All right, well, let's see if it works out, eh?
Okay.
Oh my god, oh my god, he's actually got Benji! Can anyone save him? They're trying! And Alpha's just punishing them! Oh, that is devastating! Alpha, the one-man band right now, the one-man army with 3 kills already. Riens and Boo just probably left shaking their heads. Wow, you're meant to get past that. Here we go, Boo. Timing. I think Kron spotted it. Oh, he has, there it is. Finds an opposing number, and Riens now. Guys, such an oppressive agent when you see it in work, but still. NT, there we are.
I think it's just like a morale buff ult. You get
really
someone with
is.
it, you just see them, you're just counting down the time it takes for them to actually succumb to it, and then you're just like having a good laugh, a nice giggle.
You got Benji of all people. It feels cruel, you know what I mean? It's like nasty. Okay.
You gotta be dangerous with the targets you pick, because if you start angering the beast, you know, if Benji starts getting rattled and he comes back for vengeance on like map 2, it's not gonna be fun.
Deadlock, underrated queen. All right, fair play. Hey, that round made it look absolutely viable. But it's also in the hands of Alpha, who just like kind of got them the dry pick and then just like punished the, you know, trying to bail them out. Perfect round to show off what Alpha can do with the right agent, I guess. But it's repeatable success we're looking for. It's hard to do again.
I just can't believe he hopped in there with his arm out like
like, let's go.
Lots of ults ready for Team Heretics. Fnatic 1 off of 2. Rolling Thunder and Yoru. Durka's ult. Those are great combination as well to have.
It was one of the 3 rounds that they got, was using that, clearing through market with it. Did they get it anytime
There you go,
soon,
Benji.
though? Yep.
The shock's been coming at the start of the round to break this trip, and then Benji's in a position to take it back and replace it. And now they have to invest a second shock if they want to take it, or Euro Clone Plus shooting it.
Keeping eyes on when Durka comes over. It looks like he's on the way. Still 4 players here. There's you're right though. They have put a lot of faith in this kind of like B stack that they've been running. Rian's going to clear through mid. Nothing there. Nothing at least within kind of close quarters.
And if Team Heretics is clearing mid like this, they don't have info, and Fnatic knows.
Not the spike.
Okay, can they deal with this back line? There's the stun. And they're going to try and counter this. Durka trying to do damage on the back here. And he's going to commit behind it. Fnatic, though, on the run. They're trying to get out of here. Keep your eye towards Boo as well. Durka, oh dear, he's in so much danger. He's been punished. Rian's played it patiently, but it's still on Boo. This is a lot of pressure in this man's hands. Info is free-flowing. Boo knows what's coming his way. Fnatic have 30 seconds to stick the landing. And you're going to hear it. Miniboo going to rip the ult and already going to punish. Poster's gone down. They're being stalled at the door. Paranoia posted, and he wants more. Miniboo just trying to lean into this. Fnatic being held. They have no...
20 seconds, Rolling Thunder.
They have nothing to go for this, though. They've got so much to try and clear through. 14 seconds. They don't have the time anymore. They are
10
just
seconds
left to rot here. 7 seconds. They've got to back away from this, and Benji could punish. These are prized possessions in their hands, and they're being ripped away, spotting them out. And actually, Leo's going to try and keep hold of his, but there's more coming. This isn't just a one-man hunting squad. There is more behind this. Chronicle sprays and prays and keeps his life. 8-3 now. Heretics finding answers here, finding solutions to things that had worked just moments ago.
30 seconds left.
And this game is looking super one-sided, but it can still be so close. Just one different round can make a big swing happen. I think there's the great ult from Leo, Rolling Thunder, could be the difference maker in this.
How do they want to use it, though? Are they hoping it's another B stack? There's going to be so many players here, potentially.
They know that Benji and Rians are always playing close to market, and that might be the target.
I think you might be right, at least with the early intent. Can they pressure the young gun himself, Benji? See what he's got for us here. Stalled out. Benji's in a little bit of danger now. Slowed down and hindered, but he's still standing, still breathing. Plant going to come in, and they can't really deny it, but he's still not being cleared on this. So he's got to keep his life, and he gets away with his life. Where's that TP gone? That's out of danger more than anything, and Leo's ready and waiting. God, this is going to be the deadlock utility on top of it. This is going to be very, very difficult. The re-clear.
That was already used.
There it is. Rolling Thunder going to come through. Doesn't do as much as maybe they'd want here, but there's going to be time. They've got to try and deal with this backline, and Miniboo's on the case. Durka denies. Lovely catch on the front, and the follow-up! Classic work from Durka. Benji, relax a little here. Oh my good God. Why does he always look dangerous? Why does he always look dangerous? They've got to throw everything at him. The kitchen sink's going to come flying past in a second. He's down to... Oh! Stop it! Just stop!
Look, he's good. He's not that good, okay?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Scares me. 8-4 though. It's if it was any other team, I'd say, hey, let's start talking about bind. But this is still Fnatic, and we have seen these turnarounds in the last couple of games, right? They've been able to close in this.
This is also where things get a little interesting, because Miniboo's on the Neon, which means going for the sprints, going for the slides, going into the deadlock. So is that going to change how kind of things work around? Or are you going to get stunned in the middle of like running out somewhere and then get punished for it? Second stun on Leo. It means that Team Heretics, a team that we know to be grouped up 4 or 5-man hits all the time. If they go through one lane, does that one stun from Leo completely disrupt their entire attack? He's not normally. Check his PC.
At 7-11, not yet. We'll see. See if those stats up a little bit. I want to see the impact of this deadlock. I'm really genuinely interested. And I feel like this is one of those where it could just be, you know, a little flash in the pan, but an opportunity to show it off. Show us a little variety here. That is the spice of life. But those shots took a little moment, but they get there for Riens. Good start towards Poster. Alpha's still around, and they forgot about him. And you can't forget about him. Gonna find a quick back-to-back kill. Keep this competitive. Riens still just throwing damage down. Massive work on Durka. Oh my God, he's got Chrom. What is he up to? 10 HP, and he's still just like, yeah, why not? Durka's lower anyway, but he's still breathing. Boot on the trade, and a 1v2. 6 HP. Oh, it's got to be clean or he's dead. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. Oh, you should be fine, right?
Should be.
Should be. Right? Oh god.
He has enough to survive the headshot as well. I think this is all she wrote.
Yeah, it is. Okay, boom. Gonna make it. Pick back up. Start, you know, pushing forward. First round in the second half. Fnatic held on 4.
Yesterday, I think we saw Fnatic force buy in round 2. Don't think we're gonna see it here.
Probably not. And again, a reminder, if you're just tuning in, best of 5. Long series in front of us between these two, hopefully. As it stands though, Heretics big advantage coming into this with Veto to pick what they wanted first and foremost. And early utility.
Info.
Indeed, and it's caused a massive reaction already. I mean, you gotta make, yeah, you gotta try and gamble stack almost in this, right?
Big mid fight's about to go down. But just classics for half of Fnatic. Maybe more.
Yeah, Boo should have heard some of that. He seems very aware of the possibility. Heretics taking their time. They've still got utility to play with, so they don't have to be in too much of a hurry, but it's all about timing when we talk about this middle. It's just been flooded by Fnatic. There's going to be a problem in the backline eventually. That could be Chronicle, depends on the timing. Looking at the site, though, especially that Sheriff with Alpha. And a little bit of hesitation here from Heretics, maybe feeling the stack, but Chronicle sees the entirety of them, does do a little bit of damage, but it's only 47. Benji's still fine. More audio cues, yes. But it just looks like deathmatch in middle. We are down to mostly classics here, so very hard for Fnatic to make any sort of impact. Alpha's though in the right place. 30 seconds and a Sheriff, and they are running into this. He's going to let 1 pass. He's going to let 2 pass, and he's going to look for a 3rd! No! Heartbreak for him, he made it. Almost looked doable, and now in a 3v3, it gets a little bit more dangerous, a little more dicey. Boaster doing what he can, but Rien's the turret himself. And Durka, what you got? You got a classic and a 1v2. They're not in perfect health, but he needs a freebie. Oh my god!
Imagine.
Imagine. I saw it. I'm getting flashbacks. But it's double digits now for Heretics. All of these close rounds, they look fantastic. They look exciting. But it's still 10 for Heretics. They've done everything they needed to get a huge advantage now coming in to the next sort of round, right? When these rifles start coming out. It's a little bit of a wake-up call to check your corners. If there's ever a chance. Alpha just slipping the net a little bit, but the bonus certainly looking a little ropey for Heretics.
10-4, huge lead. Their map pick, their strongest map as well. Fnatic, they want a chance to bring it back. It needs to be here on this round. But still the first map of the BO5.
Yeah, it's going to be a potentially long day if Alpha... I thought he could have had the second there. He's Chronicle backing him up. Gets this one going. Kron tries to be controlled, but he can't quite connect it towards Miniboo. And now, not going to get the free clear towards the site. It's Leo holding the line. And now Spike left towards Elbow. This is difficult. Benji, we said it before. The kid's clutch. Can he do it now? Gonna be spotted early. Looking for a fight. Those two with a quick punish. Nice. So 3 standing. That's the rifles. That's good progress. And good to stem the bleed, right? You're not going to just suddenly lose out. If they convert that bonus, it can spiral from you.
Still the Hunter's Fury up for Rien's, though. Team Heretics, if they want to be able to close this out easily, without like threat of like, oh, is Fnatic going to do a comeback? This happened to them the last time they met, right? You know, Fnatic came back and on Lotus, and then they took it all the way to 12 rounds. Good job, boys. Ended up going overtime, but Team Heretics probably want to close it out before it gets to another situation like that. Hunter's Fury probably going to be invested here. They don't want to hang on to this one for too long.
We want to see them kind of keep that utility economy in mind, and also kind of that ult economy in mind. I want to see how they want to try and build through this, because on the other side, Dirk has just got his ready. An aggressive start towards B main, taking all of that space. Here. And Heretics just kind of playing through on middle. They've given up some of these extremities, and hearing, I don't know if they will hear this Aldrome, but they might be aware of it eventually. It's cleared quite deep. This is highly indicative of middle, or of course that A site.
All the space stolen from B, but he might get caught here. Boaster.
Oh, he's playing a dangerous game. Gotta
Gets
show
the info.
caution now.
Nowhere to run!
And actually, Hunter's Fury his way! And Heretics was so close. Is now on Durka. He's managed to keep his life and go undetected thus far, but he's got a whole army marching towards him. The Paranoia this time going to be a bit of a hindrance. Still here, still tucked in the corner, going to hear those steps and find a body to put on the ground. Leo falls though, so he's still on Durka here. How much more can he stay around on this? He's finally gotten out of there, but oh dear. Okay, he got caught in the end. Alpha going to catch him before it was any sort of problem towards it. Late round, Durka makes his reappearance, does the damage, and we're in a 2v2.
left.
Chronicle towards Market, Durka towards site itself. The Paranoia played into Chronicle on the look back, but it's still Benji. The timing here. Durka surely. Oh my god. Oh my god, Benji! Beautiful work from the man. Punishing Durka, trying to play to the timing of the ult.
Wow. This guy is so good.
He's actually nuts.
Standing.
That, by the way, is my technical analysis for the round, is that
Yeah,
this
thanks,
guy
Al.
is so good.
I mean, I think it summed it up pretty well.
I think one of the things that makes him so good in these types of situations is, like, obviously he has really good awareness of where people are, but he is so good at just locking down with the first 2 bullets, just getting a headshot with his Vandal especially, so it's at any range that he can do it. Really good first bullet accuracy.
This time, keeping a larger focus towards maybe catching that B main control. They've respected Fnatic enough. They've let them kind of allow that, you know, that space to be taken. And now they're going to retake the space behind them. Quietly too. Not utilizing utility to clear in this.
They don't need to care about A for another, about probably 10 seconds or so. That's when the barrier is going to go down. We're going to see a re-clear from Fnatic. Getting a little bit curious for information. I think Team Heretics is waiting out that timing.
And it's going to add that level of paranoia if they start pressuring at this point. But look at this mid-pressure. Look at what Durka's up to.
I think they might go into B, try to like fake the plant, and then Boo's going to collect the spike and go back to A potentially, but not anymore.
Big shot there. Do they back away? No. They're going to continue on this pathing. Miniboo trying to creep in quietly, but they've been spotted. Durka seemingly very aware of what they wanted to achieve, but that Stinger ain't going to do the job. But Miniboo is clears towards back of sight and wants to go further. Doesn't consider Leo, though. Maybe hoping that they'd over-rotated off the back of contact, but no. Fnatic holding their ground. 20 seconds now, and you got Benji and Rienz looking for opportunity. Oh my god. Thankfully, Alpha's pull away Benji. So you've got Rienz left in a 1v4 and very few options with 10 seconds here. Fnatic getting a bit of a, I guess a little bit of a read into this, starting to work that timing out, starting to get that mid-pressure working in their favor.
I think Team Heretics also has a pretty good understanding of how this deadlock's working, and we're not seeing basically Miniboo running around, sprinting out into choke points because he knows that there's a chance that Deadlock could be there and destroy him. They're taking their time. They're making sure they're shock darting all the areas where Deadlock could be placing the sonic sensors, and they're understanding where everyone is on the map. Oh, Deadlock started towards A. Use the barrier there. Okay, the barrier's gone. They think that we might go re-clear it. Now is our time to go B. But Fnatic doing a really good job. Once they see that the barrier is going to go down, they start getting curious, look around the map. Durka is able to catch Boo in the back. No smokes. Jig is up.
Dunzo. I'm surprised Fnatic are running this on this round, but it's very well crafted. But these are recoverable rifles that could be gathered if they fall, right? And Lowe's just got a back here. Does catch Benji, but still, Durka going down means that's a rifle in hand.
I got spike.
Repositioning, getting that spike. It's not an unlosable round for Team Heretics still. It's getting a bit closer, picking up that Vandal off of Durka. They have the Guardian. Boo not with much, but if Miniboo and Boo trade weapons and then Miniboo pops the ult, goes in with the gas hands, could be really dangerous.
Okay, this is going to fall on Alpha's shoulders. The utility's still in place, but not for long. They're going to commit behind this. The one-way smoke does go up, but still. He's just trying to buy time. Yeah, 40 seconds. The rotates are getting closer, but he is still on his own. They're going to pivot towards elbow, pop flash in, and just ahead of the timing on the Paranoia. The pressure point just not quite timed right. He gets a fair fight on the second. They can't deal with this guy as Chronicle closes the account. Gets Fnatic one step closer again.
And now, Team Heretics might start to get a little nervous because, you know, Fnatic's closing the gap. Yeah, it was an eco round, granted. Maybe it's time for a timeout. Make sure that we have a good plan to close this game out because this is our best map. This is, you know, the first map of a best of 5, our map pick, enemy's team permaban. Like, we need to get this game. Like, we can't let this get close. We can't let this slip.
No, you're absolutely right, and there's a lot of pressure on this because, as generally, if you have a very heavy-weighted map, you put it at almost a pivot point, right? You put it at maybe 3rd or even 4th if you need it. Ideally 3rd, because that can be the one you could even close on potentially. It can really put you back on, but leaving it in 1st, it's a little dangerous, so you want to close it, right? And that sounds almost silly, but if you're going to put it here, you don't want to be going into them bind and then potentially being 0-2 down, and then maybe you look at Lotus and you think, oh, it's a coin flip, right? That's the order. That's when best of 5s get more interesting, is the order of how the maps hit. And Fnatic coming in with a game plan, something unique, something that's going to put Heretics back under pressure is perfect. That's what we wanted. So what does Heretics have now up their sleeve? They've been stalled out a little bit, and obviously if Heretics haven't been watching the show, I'd be surprised, but I'm sure they have been watching these games. We know that Fnatic can claw back games. It has been everything they've been doing for the last couple of days. You watch the one yesterday, you start going, it's probably gonna be a quick day. No, it wasn't a quick day. You see the first scores on the half, you're like, not a problem. And then suddenly they remember they're Fnatic. So I don't know how they're doing it, but they seem to be. But still, this should be wake-up time for Heretics. Held at 11 for now. 2 rounds back-to-back for Fnatic. They're building back in, but a pacey change here. And a little bit of adjustment from Fnatic too. Right down middle. Durka looking to try and reinforce the other side. Enough has happened that they're going to have to respect this. And this could be a fake. I want to see what they're trying to do here. What they're trying to pull onto which side.
Cover going out.
Boo can get to the other side with his ultimate, so that's not really an issue at the moment. As things settle down for the next probably 10 seconds or so, that's when we're going to see Dar back online.
Oh, diligent clear in middle. This could cost Boaster his life. Let's see if he gets... Oh, the timing. The timing of that. Trying to position himself to not get caught by the Aldrun, and a great timing from Boot then to swing out and catch that. And now Fnatic have to re-scramble, they have to reset, but where do they put themselves? They don't have a favorable fight now. Re-clearing over towards A, sure. They're going to take that space back. Can't fully go on a flank, but they can at least kind of clear through and allow for a little bit more confidence in this duo between Chronicle and, of course, Leo. Site now under control by Heretics. I like this adjustment from them. Already going to hear the ult coming in, though. Durka trying to do what he can. Can he tee up Leo? Maybe then for someone else to try and close down. Oh dear, Durka.
Stun.
Anything? He was just left to run. Where was the help? Where was the support? I guess Alpha got there eventually, but he goes down. Good impact eventually on the side from Leo towards Miniboo, but this is getting a little bit dangerous to my eye. Rienz still has the 2 shock darts as well. This is not good for Fnatic, but they clear Boo. Hold on. Shock dart there. Keep your ear to the ground.
Fade in 3.
This is going to be halfway, though. They're going to be sat towards this one. They're going to play ahead of it. Sprays, prays, and he gets his prayers answered here. That's 12 for Heretics. And Josh, talk me through that adjustment there, because they started very differently for Heretics. They tested that A side and then pivoted back.
I think one of the things we're seeing a lot from Team Heretics here is slow starts and just making sure that they understand exactly what is going on, where Alpha's playing, where all this utility is. And this isn't the first time Boaster's been caught out of position as well. If you remember a few rounds back, he was actually pushed all the way through B main, and as Heretics is coming back towards B, they actually spot him. They didn't get the kill immediately, but they did invest the 100 Sturi and end up catching him. And this is the second time that they caught Fnatic out in the open in the mid-round trying to get information, because they don't have reliable information with Fnatic. You can shift walk past their trips. There's no cameras, there's no turrets, no other alarm bots.
But with all the info found early for Fnatic, they can stack this other side of the map, so we are just gonna... Oh my good lord! Oh, Benji on the punish! Chronicle on the backside, though, looking for the fall, but he's gonna get it. Boaster denies Benji too! It's a 2v3! Look at the positioning, catch up on this one! And Leo still has his ult, still could do key damage, key impact. Durka shouldering this, limited information following. Spike not to hand, and time not on their side, and Rien's only with a Guardian. Surely this doesn't work out. Oh my... No! Not like that! Heretics just break the backs of Fnatic, leaving them in ruins on the site, and that's map 1 done. I thought Fnatic had the read on that, Josh, but Apparently not.
I thought for sure we were going to see a Rolling Thunder and Fnatic clawing it back round by round, 12-8, maybe Eco 12-9, and, suddenly Heretics starts to sweat a little bit, but no, Heretics close out, and they're able to take their map pick going into Bind for the next map pick.
You're absolutely right. Bind coming up next. Do not go away.
Supported by the generosity of my Patreon and YouTube members. Members get early ad-free access to videos, usually the Monday or Tuesday before it's released on the main channel. You can also get other perks depending on the pledge, including your name at the end of the video. Right, well thanks for listening to me talk. Back to the normal scheduled dose of, well, me talking. So for the past few months I've been building up to this subject in my previous videos, and this is about the worryingly long list of concrete construction failures in the state of Florida. I believe all I've covered so far failed before actually was complete, but today's video is an outlier, as it had been completed and occupied for quite a long time. The Champlain Tower's failure also marks a dramatic increase in the number of victims and financial costs. It is also the most recent entry in Florida's building blunders. My name is John, and welcome to Plainly Difficult. Today, we're looking at the Surfside condominium collapse. A place to escape the cold. Surfside in the early 1970s was a retreat for Canadian holiday goers. It was considerably cheaper than Miami and offered a no-frills, quiet place to get away. One of these Canadians was Nathan Reber. The lawyer come real estate developer from Ontario set about pushing a proposal to Surfside for some new luxury apartments. This was in August 1979, but there was a slight snag at the city. Their sewage system wasn't up to snuff. This had placed a moratorium on new residential developments, but a mere hurdle Reber must have thought, as his development offered $200,000 to the city for the required water upgrade. This was roughly half the total bill the city needed to cough up. The developers wined and dined officials in an effort to speed permits through. In November 1979, the initial proposal for an overall development at Surfside was approved by the city. The original buildings were to be named Champlain North and Champlain South, and the southern tower was placed at 8777 Collins Avenue, Surfside, Florida, with the north a block away. There was also an Art Deco building already standing in between them. This was the site originally of a hotel, which had been bought up by Canadian investors for $475,000 in 1970, and was the site of an earlier failed attempt, which would be taken up in the late 70s by Reber. The project ran into issues in May 1980 when their lead contractor resigned. A new one was brought in, but there was a lot more trouble ahead. The south building by mid-1980 was well underway, but one of its site cranes collapsed, and by the end of the summer, it was discovered that over $10,000 worth of timber had been stolen. At the end of the summer season, a new contractor was hired, Arnold Nickman. The original towers were to be 12 stories high, but in August the developers applied to increase this with the addition of a penthouse level. Architect William Friedman didn't object, nor did structural engineer Sergio Breiterman. Interestingly, both men had slightly dodgy pasts, with Friedman having his license suspended in the late 1960s for a dangerous sign structure that had collapsed. Breiterman had also got into hot water in the mid-1970s for signing off a car park without steel reinforcements. In November, the penthouse was apparently approved, but in just the same month the permit was revoked. The town manager who revoked the licence got into hot water himself, being accused of being a peeping Tom. He resigned and the penthouses were finally allowed once more. The original issue was that Champlain Towers would exceed height restrictions. They had been brought in to try and stop Surfside turning into a mini Miami with its towering seaside buildings. The town kind of had its hand forced by allowing the extra height, as the developers had already started building them. Meaning, if they were stopped and pulled down, the city would have had to deal with a hefty lawsuit. The South Tower was completed in 1981, followed by the North a few months later in 1982. Reba would see several lawsuits brought against him for failing to pay for works completed, and even part of the construction consortium that owned the towers also ended up in court with him. Reba did get a pretty good payday, however, with the sale of the apartments, some $22.5 million, making him one of the largest developers in Florida. So what was the design of the Champlain Towers? Most notably the south one. The design. As we know, during its turbulent construction, the South Tower underwent several changes, and this is reflected in the changes to the building's plans between 1979 and 1980. Some were rather worrying, where support beams were removed in the building's final iteration. The tower was, when looking down into it, in the shape of an L and had 12 stories with penthouses on top. It had a total of 136 apartments, varying in size from 1 to 4 bedrooms. The eastern side of the building had lovely views of the Atlantic Ocean. The building was constructed of steel reinforced concrete. It made use of a standard column and two-way slab design. Slabs were between 9.5 and 8 inches thick. The slabs were reinforced with rebar, and at the point that the column connected with the horizontal floor with rebar, went through the column's rebar cage. The columns in the building ranged in size, but for the purpose of this video, I'll only talk about 3 types, named A, C and N. Type A columns were largely around the southeast side of the building and were 24 inches square. Type C were predominantly located at the north perimeter and central areas and were 16 inches square. Type N were 8 by 16 inches and were placed on the southeastern perimeter underneath the pool deck and on the western perimeter. Oh yeah, did I mention the complex had a pool deck? This area was on the first floor and housed the heated pool and a number of planters, creating a nice outside area without the need to venture onto the beach. However, the planters, the very heavy planters, were not actually originally spec'd out in the plans. This caused extra stress over the smallest columns, which rather worryingly was where some of the beams had been removed in the plans. The waterproofing for the pool deck was placed on a flat surface instead of with a slope. This would prove troublesome as the building aged, not allowing water to properly run off. The building's columns were supported by piles that had been driven into the ground. This acted as an anchor holding the building in place. Above the pilings was the lowest accessible section of the building, the car park. It had the rough footprint of the building above and was accessed via a ramp. Issues. So not only did the project see issues with the city in getting permits and the like, but problems arose with the plans right from the start. The columns in some places were too narrow on the plans, which meant the contractor would have to make a choice. Use the narrow columns and overcrowd the rebar, increasing the risk of corrosion, or remove some rebar, which weakened the structure. Of course, there was the option of refusing to build it, but we all know that wouldn't have happened. Clearly, parts of the building were not up to code. However, this didn't stop construction, and as we know, the building was actually completed in 1981. But that wasn't the end of the issues. Almost right from the start, after the first residents started moving in, cracks started appearing in the car park level concrete. Seawater was known to seep through the foundations at high tide, causing the car park to be constantly damp. And, in particularly bad days, could be up to 2 feet deep. Pumps were employed to combat this. but it was a persistent problem on site. But it wasn't just the car park that had standing water and seepage. The roof also had constant complaints of leaks. Over the years, the building fell into disrepair, and to hinder any repairs, the condo association was mired in arguments, stalemates and cost cutting. You see, the condo board was a volunteer organisation, usually made up of people who are owners and residents themselves. As such, this often means they aren't the most professional property managers. Because of this, professionals are brought in and are paid from a reserve fund that the board collects. In the UK, this is what a sinking fund is. Do you call that the same thing in the US as well? Anyway, the board, by the time the apartments were approaching their 40th year, was very low on money. This meant that when repairs were required, the board had to go directly to the residents for the money. Rather than being spread out over months and years of ownership, you might get hit with a massive bill. As such, residents and the board's relationship broke down. Board meetings would erupt into arguments and votes would be blocked, all while the tower deteriorated. Many of the exterior railings of the tower were rusting away. Constant lakes in the car park and cracking columns were a concern to many. Eventually, the board managed to get an assessment done on the building's deteriorating condition, and no surprises, it wasn't good news. Morabito Consultants issued a report on the building in 2018, noting major construction errors on the pool deck, cracking and spalling in the car park, facades cracking, soffits rotting, window seals failing, improper flashing on doors and windows causing leaks, and serious cracks on the columns revealing rebar were all major points. They even said that parts of the building, especially around the pool deck, were beyond their useful life. So none of that was good, and the bill for repairs wouldn't be any better. This would result, again, in arguments and frustration with the condo board. And in 2019, 6 of the 7 board members resigned. A new round of board members took over in 2020 and managed to secure a $15 million loan for the repairs, which, nearly 2 years after the report, had grown in need and cost. In a presentation from the board members to residents, the point was bluntly put across. But how would this multi-million-dollar loan be paid off? Well, the residents would have to bear the cost in what's called a special assessment. This put condo owners on the hook for between $80,000 and $200,000 depending on the apartment size, paid up front or monthly for 15 years. But although falling apart and with expensive repairs due, the Champlain Tower's location and views still made it an attractive investment opportunity for prospective buyers. Several properties sold over the next year, including one of the penthouses for close to $3 million. In April 2021, the special assessment bills were sent out to residents. But for the residents, it wasn't just a financial disaster on the horizon. The collapse. It is the early hours of the 24th of June 2021, and passers-by near the Champlain Towers, south, hear noises from the building that sounds like a car crash. A tourist films through the gate to the garage, where rubble and water can be seen pouring onto the ground. Residents inside the building are awoken by cracking, as one person would describe as construction-like sound. This is around 1:14 in the morning, and the noises were increasing. At roughly 1:21 in the morning, the ground floor deck gave way, followed by the central portion of the northern side of the building. Shortly after, the eastern section also plunged into the darkness. The dramatic collapse happened in just 12 seconds. The western section of the building surprisingly remained precariously in place. Within minutes, the first responders arrived on the scene, and in one of the gruesome modern wonders, the disaster's aftermath was recorded with body cameras. The air in the immediate aftermath was thick with dust, obscuring street lighting in the night sky. Over 80 emergency response units would race to the scene immediately and begin frantically trying to recover any survivors. Within hours, hundreds of police officers and firefighters from agencies across Miami-Dade were in attendance. Survivors were carried from the standing portion of the building and severely damaged sections in stretchers and even on the first responders' backs. A cherry picker was employed in an effort to reach people trapped on the higher sections of the remaining structure. Evacuations took place in the hotel next door. Luckily, due to the building being flanked by the beach on the east side, no one else was at risk within the immediate vicinity. As the hours dragged on, more specialist rescue units began scouring the wreckage, but it wasn't looking good. Rescue dogs sniffed over the rubble. 35 people were rescued in the first few hours. An on-site triage was set up, and various levels of wounded were treated on-site and sent off to hospitals across the Miami-Dade area. A state of emergency declaration was signed by the Miami-Dade County Mayor at 4:33 p.m. By the evening, the missing list was increasing in length. A fire had broken out within the depths of the rubble and was spreading horizontally. By the 26th of June, 127 people had been accounted for. 5 were confirmed dead and 156 missing. Champlain Towers North was voluntarily evacuated due to it being built around the same time, with the same developer. This also happened alongside the evacuation of Champlain East, which was built in the 1990s. The still standing portion of Champlain South was announced to be demolished on the 4th of July, and this would be using explosives. It was planned for the structure to fall into its footprint and into Collins Avenue, to try to not disturb the recovery efforts on the east part of the site. For the best part of a month, rescue workers would continue scouring the site for survivors. However, it was more a case of body recovery. On some days just one body, and on others as many as 15 would be retrieved. By the 17th of July, 97 bodies had been pulled from the rubble, with all but 2 being identified. On the 23rd of July, the Miami-Dade Fire Department stopped the rescue effort and left the area. By now, all 98 were identified. Vital evidence in the form of important structural debris was removed and stored off-site for investigation. Some of the damaged cars and personal property from the tower was transported to a field 10 miles away. Surprisingly, in 2022, the site was sold off for redevelopment for $120 million to Dubai-based developer Damac. But what was the cause of the collapse? The investigation. Now, this might actually be the first subject I've covered on this channel, but the investigation hasn't actually been complete. It has fallen on the feet of the NIST, but although there isn't an official verdict yet, we can go into the most likely causes. As investigators and the media dug into the past of the building, unsurprisingly, the building's tumultuous history came to light. The 2018 report was made public information, but although it highlighted many serious issues, not all could have caused the initial spark that caused the collapse. Luckily, there was some footage of the building pre-disaster, the collapse beginning at the base of the building. This was because, as you can see, the upper floors stayed intact as they fell, meaning their supports had gone closer to the bottom of the building. This, coupled with the footage of rubble in the car park pre-collapse, showed that the initiator was likely around here. The second part of the collapse, as seen on the video, shows us that the middle section removed the support for the eastern section. The western section didn't collapse. This also gives us a hint, but it was built slightly differently with stronger columns of their Type A variety at 24 inches square. The shear walls on each side of the central section were different, with the western wall being thicker than its eastern counterpart. Post-collapse photos also hinted at a cause of the overpopulated concrete with rebar, most notably in the narrower columns. This meant that the concrete didn't fill the gaps in between the rebar, allowing air pockets to form, potentially creating areas that said rebar could corrode. They also found on the concrete floor slabs that some had delaminated from their rebar. That is, the rebar had pulled away from within the concrete floor slabs. But we already knew the building wasn't very well built. But it did last 40 years. Well, this is where poor maintenance comes into play. With not addressing the gradually appearing issues over the 4 decades, the built-in flaws would only make themselves worse. For example, not painting the concrete at regular intervals to protect it from the corrosive seaside air. Anything neglected will eventually fail. The building during its lifetime had rather a lot of construction projects undertaken around it. The aforementioned Champlain Towers East was thrown up in the 1990s. Also next door there was the 2016 87 Park, which began construction, and in 2019 a beach replenishment project was undertaken, which would involve large heavy trucks of sand being brought along the 88th Street, which was along the building's northern perimeter, exactly near where the collapse had begun. It was also found that during the 90s Champlain Towers South was experiencing subsidence of just under 1mm per year. Although leading up to the disaster, this had seemed to have stopped. There had been reports of the pool deck having issues with, in the 1990s, the concrete underneath the pool needing repair from the car park side. This involved removing the damaged concrete and rust-proofing the rebar, then sealing it in with mortar. Spooling had to be repaired in 1997, again around the underside of the pool deck, and waterproofing was also looked at. Personally, I think the issue was inadequate concrete and rebar specifications, which allowed to weaken beyond the point of holding itself up due to woeful maintenance in an area which loves to rust things away, i.e. by the sea. But hey, what do I know? I'm just an idiot on the internet. The official cause we will still have to await from the NIST. So now I need to look at the aftermath. A lawsuit was filed against Champlain Towers South Condominium Association on the 24th of June 2021, initially for $5 million, and this would be joined over the months by many more residents. It will result on June 23, 2022, with a $1.02 billion settlement for victims of the collapse. It was estimated that the collapse also caused around $1 billion in property damage, making it one very expensive disaster. The disaster has put the focus on condo boards and how strict rules would help associations keep on top of maintenance and holding enough funds in for repairs. So I'm going to call this disaster an absolute dumpster fire. And unfortunately, due to the event being so recent, I'm not going to give it a legacy scale just yet. This is a Plainly Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution. So before we start, I'd like to announce that I've got a new EP out on my Bandcamp. It's kind of a mixture between some easy listening, jazz, vaporwavy, mall softy type music. It's also out on cassette tape, and I think there might be a couple left in stock. So I'd really appreciate it if you checked it out. And as always, thank you for checking it out and for your financial support. Right, without any further ado, let's get on to the video. It is the morning of the 30th of July 2016, and a hot air balloon is being prepared for a passenger sightseeing flight in Texas, USA. The morning hopes to yield stunning views aboard the check-made envelope and basket. Little did the 15 passengers and pilot know that the morning would end in tragedy. Today we're looking at the heart of Texas hot air balloon disaster. My name is John, and welcome to Plainly Difficult. I've always liked hot air balloons, but my fear of heights has precluded me from going aboard one, and that's probably a good thing. Many years ago, in my early 20s, I used to live in Guildford, and being not the most interesting place in the world to live, me and my uni housemates used to walk along the canal out to the countryside. One day we came across a balloon launching. It was really fascinating seeing it rise up into the sky, but I always wondered how they avoided telephone and power lines. Well, today's story shows the risk of flying near such hazards. Background. Our story's background is rather small today, as the company behind the disaster, the Heart of Texas, was a one-man operation, namely the pilot on the fateful flight. Not particularly bizarre, as many tour and experience companies' work is sporadic and seasonal. However, although being run by one person and not a large corporation, corner cutting in our story will still rear its ugly head. The company was operated by Alfred Nichols, who began his hot air balloon pilot's career in 1992, with his issuance of his student pilot's license in February. By October 1993, he had passed all the requirements to gain a commercial hot air balloon pilot's license. Interestingly, the FAA doesn't require commercial balloon pilots to have a medical certificate, at least in the 1990s, but they were expected to follow the rough rule of only be a pilot if you're fit enough to do so. Officially written, as I quote from the NTSB report, Title 14 CFR 61.53 states that, for operations not requiring a medical certificate, a person shall not act as a pilot in command, or in any other capacity as a pilot flight crew member, while that person knows or has reason to know of any medical condition that would make the person unable to operate the aircraft in a safe manner. Additionally, no person may act or attempt to act as a crew member of a civil aircraft while using any drug that affects the person's faculties in any way contrary to safety. So remember this, as it may explain the disaster later on. Throughout Nichols' adult life, he experienced a number of run-ins with law enforcement, and this was mainly for drink driving. In addition, he suffered from a number of medical conditions, which, if he was a commercial fixed-wing or helicopter pilot, would have disallowed his holding of a commercial pilot's license. Over his time operating balloons, Nichols gained a reputation for, shall we say, less than optimal decisions, often flying above cloud level, descending through cloud cover, and in weather which gave a below 1 mile of visibility. All of which basically means flying with Nichols was a bit of a gamble. But this is because hot air balloons are usually flown using visual flight rules, and don't generally have radar, essentially making you blind in the clouds, blind to potentially deadly ground-mounted obstacles. Nichols' hot air balloon envelope and basket was made in the Czech Republic in 2014. It had 3 burners connected to 4 propane fuel cylinders. The basket had a total capacity of 18 persons, including space for crew. It is meant to get a yearly checkup, having received its last certificate in May 2015, but by the time of our disaster, the balloon was 2 months overdue. Again, keep a mental note of this, as the whole Heart of Texas business operation was a little bit of a dumpster fire. Well, we will come back to the shortfalls of the company in a bit, but in the meantime, shall we get on to the disaster? And I should also say it's time for our bingo card. The disaster. It is the 30th of July 2016, and 15 passengers are meeting in a car park in San Marcos, Texas. They are greeted by the ground crew and pilot, and after signing the relevant releases, are transported to the launch site. It is just before 6 o'clock in the morning. The flight is set to depart from the Furnace Air Park. As the ground crew, pilot and passengers arrive, the air balloon is then inflated. The decision to launch is solely the responsibility of the pilot, and he thinks is a good day today. You see, many of the passengers have had previous flights cancelled due to poor weather or visibility. It's not uncommon for multiple reschedulings, but not for today. The pilot had a method of telling if the visibility was good. This was by seeing if he could see some utility poles near the airfield. He could, so the launch was set to go. The passengers clambered aboard the basket and prepared for some stunning morning views. The time is 6:50. 8 minutes later, all 16 souls aboard begin their ascent. Due to it being 2016, many passengers had smartphones, so were able to take photographs and videos during the flight. Within minutes of launch, photos show that visibility was reduced. Clouds and fog could be seen rolling in towards the balloon. As the flight continued, the fog eased in. By around 7:05 in the morning, the ground was still visible, but only just. This became intermittent as the balloon continued its journey. At roughly just before 7:30 in the morning, the pilot sent his position to the ground crew. This was via a navigation application he had on his tablet computer. The ground crew chief, tried to send messages back to the pilot, but for whatever reason they were unsuccessful. As the flight continued, the visibility continued to drop. Minutes ticked by as the pilot began to execute the balloon's descent. At about 7:42 in the morning, the balloon descended. It struck a power line, arcing ensued, and the basket caught alight. The support cables that held the basket to the envelope received severe electrical damage, and all but 14 of the 28 support cables failed. The envelope, now detached, travelled around a half a mile in the breeze. The basket plunged into the ground. All aboard would be killed during the fire, crash, and eventual 100-foot fall to impact with the Earth. The balloon had travelled in total from launch to crash about 8 miles. As emergency teams were called out to the crash site, the first responders were greeted to a burning basket, which ultimately ended with very little remaining. The crash cause was apparent, i.e. the power lines. But how did the balloon end up impacting them? Well, this is where a long-term friend of the channel, the NTSB, would come into play. The aftermath. The NTSB were informed of the accident on the same day, and an investigator was dispatched to the crash scene. The following investigation would look at the meteorological conditions on the day, the aircraft's condition, and the pilot's ability to fly. Pretty much all of these lines of investigation would bring blame to the feet of the pilot. Clearly the cloud cover and fog on the day were not safe to fly in, and although the balloon was overdue, its annual inspection was found to have no pre-crash defects. Weather reports for the day were showing a high likelihood of reduced visibility. These reports were not obtained by the pilot. If he had, as he should have, then flight for the day should have been cancelled. The disaster was looking like the pilot had very questionable decision-making abilities. The decision to fly and descent through clouds were not the actions of the most conscientious pilot. But why? Well, the NTSB looked into Nicole's medical history, and it was discovered that he had in his bloodstream both prescription and over-the-counter medications. This is not always the end of the world, but some of those medications would be considered as impairing, such as bupropion, an antidepressant, cyclobenzaprine, a sedative, diazepam, also a sedative, methylphenidate, a stimulant used to help with those with ADHD, and oxycodone, a painkiller. This mixture, with addition of some cold and allergy medications, were determined by the NTSB to affect the pilot's decision-making skills. The pilot also missed multiple opportunities to land as the visibility reduced. Instead, he went above the clouds, making him essentially blind. The NTSB also criticised the FAA's exemption for balloon pilots' requirements to hold a medical certificate. The NTSB would give their probable cause in their report into the disaster. The National Transportation Safety Board determines that the probable cause of this accident was the pilot's pattern of poor decision-making that led to the initial launch, continued flight in fog and above clouds, and descent near or through clouds that decreased the pilot's ability to see and avoid obstacles. Contributing to the accident were the pilot's impairing medical conditions and medications, and the Federal Aviation Administration's policy to not require a medical certificate for commercial balloon pilots. Now, some rules would change. The FAA would update the exemption on pilots. In 2022, as noted in a news post on the FAA website, the Federal Aviation Administration adopted a final rule today requiring commercial hot air balloon pilots to hold a medical certificate when flying paying passengers. The rule mandates a second-class medical certificate, the same required for other commercial pilots, which is good, as it did seem like a bit of a silly exemption. So it's now scale time. It's going to be a free, and this is what I've got for my bingo card. Do you agree? This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos produced by me, John, in the currently. So before we start, I'd like to
at Long B, and maybe that's why they're afraid of moving into showers. We've still not really seen them go showers. The only time that we've seen them really do it this game was when they had that combo with the mosh pit in the back, and then the opening up of the sky.
It just feels, this is the first time I've seen Fnatic look really uncomfortable here, or at least off kilter. Something doesn't seem to be sitting right. They're still doing well. I mean, look at the rounds. If you saw some of them, you probably wouldn't believe the scoreline's tied a piece, but it has been a bit of a weird game thus far. Credit to Heretics to be able to keep this within touching distance. No one feels like they're breaking ahead just yet. As it stands, much more presence towards the extremities, and Voot with a perfect beginning towards Chronicle. He's going to get that back away, and they've won that early pressure point.
This isn't the first time Team Heretics was able to win that fight. They put up a one-way smoke. They have the advantage being on the high ground, looking down at the feet of Chronicle there. And Chronicle just, I can understand a raise, like Durka wants to peek out with a satchel and get the speed on it, but just straight up like that.
Okay, here's the trade out. So shower control is still in the hands of Heretics. Sight control a little bit better for Fnatic. We're going to see the ult as a response. And Fnatic pause.
We have Showstopper and a Boombot, but we don't have Dog or Flashes to clear that out and get the info.
And is there almost a retake here from Heretics?
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, Benji's going to be teed up for that. Durka gets punished. Lovely little combination work. I mean, Boaster's on the other side of the map here, wondering if maybe they pivot away. But there's still players here. There's still presence. It's not an all-in stack. And with this extended pause, they might start getting curious if you're Heretics. You've got 35 seconds.
Not again. They learned their lesson last time.
Yeah. So they're going to sit there, hold this down, but was maybe one of them rotating, already Dog going to come through, clear, because they're getting curious. They see nothing behind that wall, so there it is. There's a go signal. There's no presence behind it. This could be a late re-pump through showers, but we're down to 17 seconds. And if Boo's good for one, he's going to hear this presence. They're calling in support. Smokes come in, Dizzy goes up. Boo unaffected, still going to swing it. Lovely flash, but good work from Boaster. Leo as well. 6 seconds. The spike! The spike needs to go down. Is that too late? It's denied. It doesn't matter. We're here again. We are here again.
Oh, man. Just keeps getting worse and worse for Fnatic. And, I mean, Fnatic... Yeah, Team Heretics picked defense to start, but it's an attack-sided map. You guys got to get some rounds going. You have the Showstopper, again, holding on to ults and onto rounds where it's like, okay, well, we can't really afford a good buy here. So you're forced to use it on like a weird investment. And that's not high EV for Fnatic. They need to be able to use these ultis a little bit better and create a better game plan moving forwards.
And now they're, you said it, they're on that weird buy. They're in a weird spot here. You do have the Showstopper with Durka, so that could be something they're looking for. Benji playing close to this. Actually gonna dip inside and play on the other side of this wall. Information being looked for, and Fnatic playing at a much closer pace. They're already towards the site. It's going to draw the eyes of Miniboo. Good work from him. Looking for maybe a counter swing. No one else can put life on the line. They're going to sit back, allow them to take a little bit more of this space here. First time we've really seen Showers control gather too. They've got a lot going for them here. But the purchase is still not perfect. The Paranoia gets posted, and Boaster's going to eat that. Has to fall away. Heretics going to take the space back. Alpha's going to find Rience. Flashes on either side. Ult going to come down. We're going to start seeing the damage building up here. But Fnatic still have to hold this. The two rifles, a molly in play as well. Mosh going to hinder progress from Heretics. Slow this down slightly. Dizzy's still in hand. Gets cleared. 2 players. Leozine to over-deliver. He can't do it. Miniboo clears house. And now Alpha back to the wall. 45 HP. Still doing Alpha things. And now the numbers sit with Fnatic. And he's still there. Alpha, the Wonder Kid himself. I'll be trying to save Fnatic. There's Benji. What can you do in a 1v2? You ain't got the time and you ain't got the ability to get past him in form. Alpha individually winning that out for Fnatic.
That was a huge round from Alpha, obviously. The ace. Showstopper still in hand. Didn't have to use it there. So good with his movement, just moving in between the bursts and making sure that he's hitting his first shot, and the way that he moves causes his opponents to miss as well. Stand up.
Very nice. Judges there. Good rating.
Showstopper, Mosh Pit.
This is the same shower take,
Dr.
right?
Showers, yep.
Now, they've actually made pretty quick work of taking Showers control, so they've won that early. I'm kind of waiting to see what Heretics do as a reply. Do they try and stick on site, or do they back away?
Heretics took long B control off of this, and now they're going to clear through the teleporter with the dog, and maybe do a crunch even. They're going to TP crunch.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're on the way. Durka, how much can you do? You're surrounded, he's still going to get one. Benji goes down. But now this is going to spur on Fnatic. They have to take space back elsewhere. Miniboo looking to try and do some serious work here. Spots a great deal of information. Waiting for this. How does he want to try and levy this out. Already the ult going to come down as well, so that's going to secure a little bit towards CT, but they're surrounded elsewhere. A very topsy-turvy round. Spike is with Leo, so he is yet to commit this. Oh my god. Even the observers are playing with you guys. Miniboo has no idea. Just right, and then next to each other. And they're just pausing. They're pausing. They're waiting. They have no clue.
30
I think
seconds
Fnatic
left.
might try to fake plant the spike backside just to bait something out.
And the timing of this,
There's
Boo
Alpha.
just turned around and Alpha finds Miniboo. And Alphon's going to come down. The timing's just right for Fnatic. Letting them sweat, letting them stew in all that pressure. Rienz and Wu, no flashes. Oh,
No, Alpha. He just gets an ace and he does that.
He didn't need to do that. That suddenly opened up a chance. It's not a big chance, but it is a chance. Chronicle looking to keep this safe. With 3 of them alive and the clock on their side. Rienz, yeah, that Molly's not going to make things any easier. If anything, that buys him just enough time to, force him to hit that save. It's time to back away from this. There's nothing more he can do. And Fnatic playing with that timing now. And I thought Alpha might have given them a chance. Fortunately, Chronicle's not letting any more rounds slip.
Yeah, that could have been really disgusting in the back way. Like a 4-on-2, I mean, that's how Fnatic won though, in a 2-on-4 situation, right? With one person getting a little bit too curious, a little bit too greedy. But here we go, Fnatic in the lead. They did get the pistol round and round 2, so that's kind of how we're seeing a little bit of a lead from them. But still, Fnatic's map pick, they need this. They need to close out this last round as well.
Actually, Heretic's going to be going for timeout now. Another interesting choice, but maybe looking to keep that scoreline as tight as possible.
It's so good now. Let's go. Focus.
All right.
True.
Alpha's still in this. Focused up. Heretic's deciding it's time to check in. Some very, very strange pacing to this, but maybe enough that they need to try and keep everyone focused on what's in front of them. Maybe having a hard time to pin down Fnatic's game plan, because even we have all the answers, we have everything to be seen. It's still a very unorthodox game.
To be fair, Team Heretics has been doing a really good job and had a pretty decent handle, and Miniboo's been, like, I want to see the stats. He's only got 9 kills, but I feel like at least 4, maybe even 5 of them have been first bloods. And then on top of it, it's like, yeah, okay, take out the pistol round and then the first eco for Fnatic. Team Heretics, in terms of gun rounds, is up, what, 5-4? Yeah. But then on top of that, they also kind of, you know, gave away, let's say, for lack of a better phrase, a 2 versus 4, like a 4 versus 2, I guess, in Team Heretics' favor. So we could be easily looking at 6 gun rounds to 3. So Team Heretics, I don't think they have to really change that much. What might change here is the fact that they don't have a full purchase. Boo's on the judge. Maybe that changes things a little bit, but they've had a pretty good, you know, overall hold or understanding of what's been going on for Fnatic.
What do we see from Fnatic this time? Obviously, on the attacking side, they get the chance to paint this how they want. Heretics not going for too much aggression nor space. Durkin noting the presence in Shower. Is he dizzy over towards B long? Actually, that puts Rienz on red alert. Already pressured towards Octagon. Gonna back away a little bit, play a little bit safer, and look at the exploration on the other side here. All players starting to walk down. Is this gonna be a trap for them? Alpha and Durka on the other side. No idea how close they got to each other. Judge now noted. That should be put in the notebook. Just testing each other here.
Here comes the exploration through Showers. I think the second or third time this game they've used this position. Spotted Miniboo on the jump spot.
Boot is the one to draw blood. He's gonna find Alpha. How much do they read into this? They still have all of that information towards B long. They're shouldering that. There's the follow-up info. And they've still got Benji and Miniboo both watching this, and a gap. Does Dizzy make that corner? It gets dealt with. So Miniboo gets potentially played in here. Wingman even going in. Leo's throwing everything at this one. Again dealt with by Benji. So they don't quite know who's in the corner here. They should clear it. Still, they don't. So it gives freedom for Miniboo to do that. Good response from Fnatic, though. But there's layers to this. Heretics had the players in the right place, and it puts Durka in a 1v3 scenario. 16 seconds, and he goes on the run. Trying to get a quick plant here.
10 seconds
EP
left.
comes in. He's holding his breath.
Boy.
Paranoia. It's landed, and he's been caught. Boo catches him in the heels. He tries to run away. And we're going to have a tied affair here. 6 apiece. A close game. And with the bigger picture in mind, when we talk about this, this isn't a map that we often see Heretics leaning towards if it's their choice. This is far more favorable towards Fnatic. This is a relatively respectable scoreline considering all of that.
I do wonder who's kind of in charge of making all of the mid-round decisions, because it doesn't look like we're moving away from what was called at the start of the round. It looks like...
Let's go, baby! Woo! Nice entry! Bro.
Yeah. Nice entry. It looks like Fnatic just call a game plan at the start of the round. They say, okay, this is how we're going to end. And nothing that they see kind of changes that throughout the round. It's like, hey, if we see like this variable or that variable. They saw the teleport from Miniboo. It was the clone, because I spot the real Miniboo backtrack in a site. But still, they have the information. Okay, Sky's here, Miniboo's here, blah, blah, blah. Like, maybe we can cancel. Maybe we can hit the TP at short A and go B. Maybe we can do, like, hit the TP and then come back to A, because we still have showers control. Like, we're not seeing any of these things. It's just a straight-up play, like a headbutting or something.
Speaking of straight-up play, it looks like a 3-2 split towards that B side. Yeah, straight on in, no messing around, and Leo's been cleared, and so's Alpha. Heretics go, you guys took way too long on your attack, so we're going to speed things up here. We got stuff to do later. We're busy. So that's a free plant, that's a free site. And you've got, at least Chronicle's still got Dog and Flash, you've still got the Paint Show with Durka, and a couple of smokes with Boaster, so they've got some kit to play back in with, but what are you meant to do with this? Clear's close. Yeah, they're on the site. Can't really punish off the back. Maybe you have to get something towards Boo. Yeah, okay, force him to swing. Good, that's the first step. Need some more though, need a lot more. I say a little bit, I mean a lot. Boot already gonna find Bow Step. And the time's just gonna be against them so severely. Chronicle tries to take that next step forward. Re-ends, greets him with a smile. And yeah, that is sharp work from Heretics now, taking the lead and possibly even gathering a couple more rounds off the back if they keep going at that sort of pace.
Tied up for pistols. It's a little bit easier for Team Heretics to be able to go out. They have so much utility. They've got the double initiator, so they're getting so much info. They've got so many flashes between Sky, Yoru, and then they also have the paranoia for the whole lane. Yoru able to break the crossfires by getting teleported across the position off the info from the scan.
Well played, guys. Classic. Heretics Classic is better.
All right, Miniboo versus Yedu. Who's, or was it? Is it Yedu or is it Frax? The nice. No, but
it's got to be, I like Miniboos.
You like Miniboos? Nice?
Yeah. The other Jays is it's a bit too terrifying. It scares me.
It scares you?
Yeah.
This one's a little bit more softer?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a lot. Oh, there you go. No, you're not allowed to come over here.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone fancy their chances? Let's play. Oh! Aim training. And again, and again. There we are. Boo, lovely. Clean work. This is against Classics though. This is what we mean by this can open up chances, but it's clean. Josh, it is an Andalusia flawless, which is again, tick in the box. You are happy if you're Heretics with this, because it sets you up for a very diligent bonus. And this puts Fnatic really under pressure for that first buy.
Arguably an attack-sided map as well, so having that round lead, that little bit of a buffer, having a bonus round here that you can potentially convert as well, could be the lead that you need to steal Fnatic's map pick away from them, their best map as well. And Team Heretics getting closer to lifting that trophy, and Benji getting his first.
Oh yeah, that is... There's something beautiful about it. Heretics actually pull this off. There is something there, quite magical. But we're not there yet. Again, best of 5. We have to talk about this. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It changes things. But if they do it on Fnatic's best, that's certainly a statement to be made. And it's all heading towards 8. Fnatic do have bodies here. We can see the paranoia, the dizzy, everything invested to try and slow this down. There's Boo with 1, and the trade's there. It's a 2-for-1, and Heretics start getting that control. Chronicle with a quick TP, though, can get his body towards this. And Boaster's still around. It's not all over. But it's looking kind of likely unless Chronicle gives him a bailout. This man's done it before, but he's been noted, he's been spotted, and Heretics still doing damage. This is huge from them. This is a bonus. They got all the upgrades, they got the players alive, and it's Alpha in a 1v3.
It was a bit disgusting from Boo there at the start. Blind in the showers. Getting that opening pick. Fnatic trying to push in with the flash, and Benji closing out the round on Alpha, 9-6.
This is huge from Heretics. That is the first nail in the coffin, right? You could may argue it's the pistols or having that close first half. This is the first one they're placing on Fnatic's coffin here. The fact that they got the bonus, the fact that they now get to put Fnatic in the bin financially, and they're up to 9-6. And I love seeing the investment from Boo as well in this. I'm sure you guys will catch it in a second. That Outlaw up against the team that made this half buy almost famous. Oh, bless him. He's looking so down and now it hurts. But still, seeing the Outlaw come out, up against Fnatic. Stingers trying to do what they can. They've got to try and turn the tides here, Josh. This is looking like a disaster in the making.
There's a push.
Oh.
Ill-timed.
Ah, this doesn't help things. This does not help.
Call the pallbearers. We need someone to carry these guys.
Yep. Oh, and Heretics starting to feel out the
Self-injury.
game. This is all starting to feel too good. And this is only against Stingers. I know it's not meant to be one of those rounds you're clinging onto. But for Heretics, any round's good. It's the one that gets them to 10. It's the one that gets double digits on the board. It's the one that keeps Fnatic's confidence lower down, questioning themselves, not having a good performance, not looking synergized. Oh. Just
Last
looking
player
to
standing.
double dip on that. Every time just to call this one what it is. Wraps. 10-6 now. Heretics, another Andalusia flawless for them. That's 10 on the board. Massive impact. Fnatic's cornerstone, their safety, their haven here. And right now, they need to stop the rot. This round coming back, they have no ults to depend upon, Josh. This is the one that matters.
They'll be in a little bit of a bind. Minibu with the ult ready. Scout out the situation.
Heretics breezing through this.
Fnatic's fans' hearts split in half.
Oh, so good. The laughter is just like deadpan serious. Here we go. If you're a Fnatic fan, you're paying attention. You're praying this is the one that they do the damage and we get some of those throwbacks. If you're a Heretics fan, you know they're on the cusp of something huge. They got ults to depend on. They could break Fnatic in half here.
Did Boo just run in there to pick that up? Am I making that up?
I'm not sure.
They now have Yoru ult and Omen ult for this
Which
round.
one did they get? I think it was Boo's.
They had mini Boos.
Yeah. Okay. Ult comes in. Having a little look.
He's gonna flank
pulling
B
the
with it,
attention.
and then Boo's gonna
Yep.
pop his as well.
Here we go.
Oh, and he's gonna paranoia the line.
The crunch. Now Boaster's at least gonna get re-ent, but this is the problem. The backline is not safe. Leo trying to save them, and he can only get one. Alpha next in line, but look at his HP. He was down on one. A pawn comes in. And now we're in the post. What do we have here? Wait, they're pushing this. They're pushing this. This is so audacious. Heretics just adding insult to injury. They're pushing Fnatic in their spawn at this point. And now Durka a 1v2. This man has done miracles before, but this is not looking like the day for it. Notes one, but he doesn't know where the other resides. A quick glance towards Elbow, but he's being toyed with. He doesn't know what to do. He can't close down on one of these two kills. They're giving him no room to play. No chances, no opportunities. And Benji's chasing, and he's caught him! Heretics! One step closer on Fnatic's home turf here. 11 now. And what a Fnatic left with. Still able to get a bye here, but it's not going to be perfect. And Josh, this round was just a masterclass.
A true example of I got you, little bro, right there, as Boo is saving a mini Boo in the back on that peak. But yeah, as soon as I mean, you could tell that whole round was planned out so perfectly. They knew, okay, we're gonna take the showers control. We're gonna get the orb on Boo. Boo's gonna have his ulti. We're gonna send Mini Boo through A. He's gonna go around the world through A to backstab B. I'm gonna meet out from Elbow. You guys are gonna run up into Hookah, and we're gonna do the split on the site. And it looked like they planned this and ran it in practice like multiple times. I wonder if that was just something that they just made up on the fly. Just like, hey, you want to do this? Yeah, sure.
Hey, it worked, and it's pushed Fnatic to their limits. That's what we're talking about. That last round was so key, Josh, and now look where it leaves them. There's 5 rounds in a row for Heretics, and it's gonna stun Fnatic here. And they can't even get a full buy. They've got a couple of ults. Well, no, they don't. They've got a couple on the way, but only Thresh is something they can depend on. As with Guardians, Bulldogs, Sheriffs.
It's tough for Fnatic because they need like bodies to defend against the site.
Yeah.
If Team Heretics picks the right site, they go in and then they're able to secure the post plant with Benji's ulti. You know, Viper's Pit either getting into CT spawn at B or like on the spike, lock down lamps. It's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to be able to have a chance. Yes, they have Thrash, but that's it. And they have to combo their utility a lot. And here comes a shower push right off the rip.
That's going to be noted.
Showstopper.
That's big. It's a big ult to get there. You're looking for value from that. And we've already got the rotate coming in. So Fnatic trying to pull the bodies over towards this site, get them over towards B.
Here.
Flash going through. They're starting to really get closer, just on the verge now. Fnatic trying to slow them down a little bit of counter utility coming in. Minibu ahead of this. Chronicle. You saw the temptation for him to check this. There's 4 players here, and away we go. Boot's already out. Dizzy comes in, but as Dirk to do the damage, good work from Chronicle. And there we go, Showstopper as well, but it's not over yet. Rien's still breathing. And he's got the spike. But this is Fnatic doing what they needed. They needed a round like this. They can't let this slip. Alpha is here early doors.
Slipped under the angle.
And Rien's. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. There we go. Upgrades across the board. 3 rifles coming out. Fnatic with a lifeline there.
Still good money. Economy for Heretics. They got Seekers. They've got Viper's Pit still. They're 1 off Hunter's Fury. They have a full buy. And they're so close. Showstopper. I was afraid for a moment there, with the Brim smokes coming down, I thought maybe that would stall out Team Heretics. Hey, let's wait up these smokes. And by that time, Fnatic had already fully rotated over to the B site. If there's any moment of hesitation, like, wait, they're not here yet. Did they go back to A? That could have been really bad for Fnatic, but they pick up the round. 11 to 7.
Back to this. That Showers crunch they want to be doing. But there are only 2 players on the B side this time around.
This is going to get full info though. If they pop the Seekers here, this is going to alert them that it's only 2 on B.
Here we go. That ult's not going to hold them back anymore or hinder them now.
Oh,
but
wow.
Boaster and Chronicle in perfect unison too. They're starting to come alive here.
There's another.
Boot, Benji, what do you got for us? Boot's got a kill, that's Chronicle gone, and maybe there's still something to be said about this. The spike is left on the side, up top, making it very difficult. Boot left in a 1v3, yeah, Boaster's low, and he's just found Durka. He's gonna know Mosh as well. Dizzy doesn't do what's needed. Well, this is feeling a bit possible. 45 seconds. What do you do with this Boot? Smoke, oh my god! No way! Stop it! Oh my word, my heart just skipped a beat. But Fnatic take another step. All right, we're 11 to 8. Getting a little bit closer now. Yeah, it took the ult coming out. We saw a lot of investment, got a little bit dangerous, but credit to Boaster and Chronicle, the front line of holding their back, Josh. They succeeded and then some.
One enemy, last player standing.
This map is getting dangerously close to being ultra sweaty. And once it becomes ultra sweaty, that's like a question mark for who's got the endurance. Fnatic been in these situations, these BO5s before. Heretics, they had a BO5 in kickoff and didn't do well there.
Okay, early ult invested. B-Long, get away. That's Alphas. So what does Heretics do now? Looking at the purchase, I mean, it's going to be a judge there for Boaster, but very, very viable. Look at the ults on the other side too.
With the drone, the tag, and the flash push in, Minibu teleporting back site. This could be really dangerous. Viper's Pit to secure as well. It's still as dangerous as last round could have been. 3 players to defend from Fnatic, but they're all spread apart. 1 in showers, 1 back site.
Kind of 2 backside almost, it feels like. Rien's gonna find Durka, but he's gonna make the oh, what a follow-up! Big shot there. And he just over-delivers. That felt maybe fair for 1, but it's Durka, he's gonna get you 2. For the rest of Heretics, they don't have shower control now. They don't even have a test towards it. Maybe slip a player closer, maybe do some damage on those back lines. We'll see. Pop Flash doesn't find anyone, so we know he's got a little bit more room to step, but this is... Oh, where the hell did that come from? Boo, where was that angle? Starting to look a little bit more dangerous. There's the...
Oh, no.
Oh, what? Oops, just got Durka. We're back to a 3v3 and they've got the ult in place. They've got the plant now as well. Leo gonna counter-invest his ult, try and clear this out. Maybe set up Boaster to walk his way through, and he's done well. He's gotten so close. Oh, it's huge for Boaster! Finding both. And now it's on Boo in a 1v3. Tap on the spike, he's gonna have to pay attention to that soon enough. Oh, he's been spotted. Fnatic getting away with that one. I thought Heretics had just carved out a little bit of space to play with then.
These intra-round swings. Durka getting the first 2, 5-on-3. Oh, Fnatic, they're finding their footing. They're gonna crawl their way back in. Team Heretics responds with 2. Oh, wait, 3-on-3, what's gonna happen? Wow, yeah, wow. This was so ballsy. He knew as well that they were going to come back into the ulti. Brims with judges.
Yep. Why does it always work? Heretics gonna try and stop this now. 3 in a row for Fnatic. We know these guys can pull off these comebacks. And it's caused problems for so many teams in the past. And you were talking about it, and I think it's right to kind of go back to this. We talk about that late kind of game experience coming in. Do they have that wherewithal to keep coming back into some of these rounds? Because I've got to say, Fnatic didn't look great on that first half. A couple of those rounds pretty atrocious for their own caliber. But here they are starting to close in on this. Heretics not quite as experienced in that regard. Still a relatively newer squad in that way. Younger players when it comes to it. The pressure will start to mount here. They have an opportunity to get to 12, to close out map 2, and what a boon that would be. But do you think that pressure is going to be here? This is going to be the pressure moment, right?
It might be. It's really hard to tell. It is like a map where we don't really see Team Heretics playing it unless they have to, unless like another team picks it into them. So right now, I mean, one of the things that I've noticed throughout the entire season is it does look like they have a difficult time creating the adjustments on the fly. And right now, they're not really dealing with Durka at showers or doing that showers crunch in the, through the TP. And it doesn't look like they're adding any like layers of fakes. But here we go. Teleport into the back lines, that's gonna cause something to happen.
But can they deal with this at all? Durka is left on an island. He gets sent home, and Riens has found Chronicle. Yeah, they do make a great deal out of this. Massive from Riens. I thought with that Molly stalling out towards Hookah, that would have been enough, but no, it's Leo on the side, but the trades are there, and now Alpha undetected, unnoted. They have no idea. This guy is a god when he gets in these sort of situations for the 1v1.
He knew Riens was far away because he was doing the Hunter's Fury.
Big read from Alpha. Riens committing to this corner.
Right here.
2 shock darts. He's gonna hear these steps. Riens holding his breath. Alpha got cleared. Riens gets them to 12. You felt like Alpha was right there for that clutch, but no. Heretics post up to 12 rounds. And Josh, talk to me about this though, because this early start from Heretics was incredibly well done. Riens, what a moment for him to find 2 in this.
This strat was so popular back in like 2021 or early Valorant on Bind. We didn't have a lot of new agents, like this is pre-Astra meta, pre-Viper meta. You would have the Omen ultis into elbow to create that seesaw. You go up from the front, you go up long B, you go up hookah, you get the backstab, you have the Hunter's Fury on top of it to pinch them. They're running back to clear the Omen, and the Hunter's Fury is just blasting them. Lovely strat, just, you know, revived it from the dead, like necromancers,
just a little
summoning
vintage
it.
number,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? A nice little vintage. And now, 12 rounds. Okay, right to the knees in the end. Miniboo gonna be handled. The site is under Heretics' control. Alpha still holding towards that top side, but it's a bit of a crunchy. They kind of split this site vertically more than anything. And Voot getting a little bit more interested. Let's get the timing right. Starting to clear back through showers. Alpha gonna correctly check on this. This is very topsy-turvy. A fight on the flank is gonna be Boaster. Put to task, put to challenge. He gets one, but a great trade from Riens. And now 4v3, number still good for Fnatic. Alpha gonna take down Voot. It's on Riens on Boo. Surely not again, surely not another moment. But Boo left in a 1v2, it's Leo to catch him. And time for the defuse. Fnatic holding on for another. Finding 10 for themselves. Close, but no cigar.
Overtime clinch though for Team Heretics already. So they get to use that information going into how they want to manage their buys into these next rounds. We're seeing all sorts of pace changes. It looks like they're getting a lot of space on these fast plays. Fast play towards B with the ults. Fast play towards A here.
Nice, boys. Good job,
They're on the cusp.
Nice.
Leo so calm, always so collected. It feels like this is on a nice edge. A broken purchase here for Heretics. Another chance for Fnatic to get that step closer for themselves. For Heretics, maybe they can make them sweat a little bit here.
Set Durka up in the corner.
Just gonna leave him posted on that for now. Sitting towards the right side of the site, sitting towards Showers. Cross getting the punish. It's Leo with 2, Alpha with a 3rd. And now Miniboo and Riens. Not much to do here, but die. And Fnatic, another step closer. We come down to 1 round now. It's OT or it's GG on this map. One more chance.
Team Heretics managed their buy so that they could afford a full buy this round. I don't even know if, I think they might have over-invested on the Stingers a little bit. I don't know if they're gonna have full shields, but they have the Euro ulti and they have the point secured.
Talk, bro.
They've got the OT secured.
I have ult.
Leo has all.
He does, so does Boaster.
So does Boasty.
Yeah, these are some big ults too. Oh, where do they put them? How do they use them? And what does Heretics come up with? One more chance to close out in regulation. Chronicle getting the early damage towards him. Actually walks away scot-free, just posting a little bit towards Miniboo on the other side. Boo gonna be clearing. Not gonna find too much here. And relatively straightforward on this thus far. It's pulled over the third body.
Just a slow round waiting for cooldowns to reset a little bit. Here comes the Yoru ulti, the drone as well to follow.
Dog towards long, Yoru on the side, that's going to be Miniboo, spotting out these players. Now they know Leo's towards CT, they've got a good bit of information.
Oh!
Insta-caught!
Pre-fired it!
Amazing! Chronicle going to be thanking Leo for that one, and Chronicle's still going to find him a Benji, going to burn alive! And now just down a Boo in a 1v3. It's looking like OT is on the cards! Map 2 is going the distance. Fnatic pulling it back, Heretics held on 12.
Leo is so happy and impressed with himself.
He should
He's
be.
smiling from ear to
He
ear about
should
that.
be.
You see that I just clicked it and he came out and...
It worked so well. Oh, that was
okay,
perfect.
I thought it was a pre-fire. He saw him come out and then used it though.
Oh, that was incredible.
I feel like I've seen Chronicle from Long V just in various different positions. Locking it down for years. That's his spot.
It really is. 12-12 now. Burst to 14.
I want to see you crawl.
The OT Judge purchase.
Filthy. You got something in mind for us with this?
He thinks he's closing the gap, so either he's going into lamps with it, potentially using it to clear hookah, and then does look like it's a little bit of a pump towards B. Hey, we're trying to like contest this a little bit, but then we're gonna go A before you realize, hey, we're not actually B, we're going A. So it's just on 2 people.
Yeah, it's gonna fall on Miniboo and Benji to try and deal with the Fnatic flood coming their way. A little bit of stall, but not enough to really dissuade them. Look at them, they've taken so much of this space here. Third man coming back on over. It's gonna be Rienz. Another flash. Swan, next on the cards. Information, yes, but they still haven't been able to connect here. Very, very close round between everyone. And Chronicle's still alive somehow, but Miniboo just going walkabouts. How much can he achieve from this? Durka holding space. That Judge becomes paramount now, becomes a problem to clear. Difficult to deal with. Flash again. Miniboo actually wrapping the site itself. And Durka was just on a platter, was none the wiser of what was going on. And they've already got this top. They've got to check on this. Leo, Chronicle, all in unison, finally bringing down the hammer. As Benji on the back lines gets found. Fnatic post up first in OT. 13 to their name. In a dangerous round, but a round for them nonetheless.
This is so similar to what happened on Lotus. I think there in the example, Fnatic had a lead 12-10. Team Heretics comes back and wins an OT. Could be wrong about that, but it's feeling so similar in so many different ways to that Lotus in their last head-to-head.
Not so tough.
Fnatic not playing on their own map pick. Team Heretics. I think they have a timeout to invest in this if they need it, but it doesn't look like they want to use it.
Nope, going right on back in. Now Fnatic swings this around to their favor. Do we go again for OT? Can Heretics answer back? Does Fnatic get map 2? Already Alpha trying to assert a little bit more control, re-clear in front of that wall. Doesn't see anything. Plays it safe. Speaking of playing it safe, Spike still sat in between the two here. This is what scares me though, when Alpha does this sort of stuff. He's Miniboo's the one to get that? I thought it was on the cards, but apparently not. So we turn our attention to the other side of the map here.
Drawn the rotation, 2 players coming over because they've pushed Long B, Chronicle all the way down. Does he know though? Is he gonna have the foresight? Here's Boo.
Does he call him back yet?
Oh, the timing! Crushed.
Oh, that's horrific to watch. It was like a car accident in slow motion. But if you're Heretics, you're sitting there going, nice, this has worked out perfectly. Plant 5 standing, post-plant positioning. You've got late positioning as well over towards the other side of the map. You've got ults coming in. You couldn't ask for a better chance here. This is everything. That's it. Found them, boys. No stress. Miniboo, don't overcook this, though. He's committing. Okay, dips around, and oh my god, Vu was the one to be looking for Leo, but he was just drawn in. Boaster and Durka, oh, just surely not here. Lovely from Heretics. They didn't need the timeout. They knew what the plan was. Double OT, 13-13. And it's an answer back in some time. It's been a bit of a drought there for Heretics, couple rounds in succession. We keep going through now.
That timing with Chronicle, he hears Miniboo rotating as well, just doesn't expect to be like remaining. Just tilts his head for a second.
Yeah, they checked me.
Yeah, you see, he jump scared IRL.
And now this is when Heretics call the timeout.
Yep.
This is the time, because I was a little bit worried. You forgot one, use it, but hey, they felt like they had it, and they did. But what do they want to do now? I don't know what they've been able to kind of take away from this. What have they learned from these last couple of rounds? They have like a little pocket play in mind. What do you do in these sort of OTs? Because it always feels like it goes out of normality, right?
The thing is, Team Heretics, their issue wasn't on their defense. Their defense looked rock solid all the way throughout. I mean, they only gave up a few rounds max. It was their attack side that had the issues. So potentially, maybe they're using this to talk about the attack side before it happens. But like, if you're gonna call a timeout, I'd imagine it'd be here. But they've had such a good handle of things because Fnatic hasn't really shown a lot of depth right now. We haven't seen them doing any fakes. Usually we've seen them trying to end an A. They use that wingman to get that spike planted. Maybe there's going to be an adjustment from Team Heretics to stall out that wingman from being able to plant, because if that spike is dropped in the middle of the site, maybe that gives a little bit of space for Team Heretics to get a good rotation off or a good flank off.
Fnatic on the attack. Heretics defending again. 13-13. Really getting a game out of these two.
I couldn't hear it clearly. Were there 2 teleport things? So one was the clone, one was Miniboo, and they showed it so that he could get off immediately? Because if that's the case, then Fnatic's playing real slow for a reason. They know that he's in there, and that's going to buy Team Heretics just 40 seconds off the clock burnt from Fnatic. That, you know, we've seen the clock run down, and Fnatic have to do a 5-man save, a 3-man save. So every second that's burnt off the clock from Team Heretics is working in their favor. Fnatic finally coming to clear showers, though. This is something that we haven't really seen them do all that much throughout the game.
But it's so spread. They still have 2 towards Fountain over on B, so they're going to be re-gathering towards this A side that has 3 players still here. Flash, not going to find anyone, so they know that it's, they're pulling over the extra body. They're going to have 4 here for Heretics. 35 seconds. A little bit of a no-man land position for Miniboo, so got to be careful. Spotting the player towards back side, and away we go. Paranoia comes in, but that won't affect Durka. So he slips on forward. Great flash, going to find Miniboo. Boo now next on the chopping block. Paint shell goes in. Durka pre-fires, but falls. And Boo gets to keep his life. Plants there, and they try and smother him. Try and put bodies behind it. They just have to walk away, trade out for a piece. Benji, though, catching Leo. They've kind of traded positioning here, and Benji waiting for that slow creep from Chronicle. Oh my god. Wait, he's gone back, but Chronicle gets him. And again, 1-for-1, but it's down to just 2. Boaster gonna find Root, and it's down to a 2v1. Boaster with 14 HP on his knees. Heretics taking the lead again. 14 to their name. Fnatic held on 13.
Oh, that was so close for Fnatic as well. They get that opening pick. They know Durka's in, or sorry, they know Boo is in lamps. How many times have we seen Boo just stand there, tank paint shells, get the kill on Durka, and then get out with his life? You can't give this to him. You have the man advantage. You have the site. You have showers in short A. You have the spike plant. Like, why? You don't need it. And I think this is going to kick him. Like, when you're in OT like this, you cannot make these mistakes. You cannot try to bite off more than you can chew.
You can feel that momentum swinging here. 15 rounds is the goal. Heretics now on the attack. And a really early challenge towards showers. We didn't see this too much. Normally it was kind of Durka really posting up in here, being quite comfortable, not being challenged. And Leo looking like he wanted to lean back the other side. Yeah, Durka's got to respect this. A little bit of pressure felt towards short and showers. Leo and Alpha are here by their side, but they've already got presence outside the build here. Durka being forced very deep. Yeah, the wingman and everything, all the utility coming out from Leo was great, but still they are on the site and they're looking for a fight here. Durka still back to the wall, still doing damage, but outdone by Benji. 2v2 now. Dog from Chronicle gonna clear on in, doesn't spot maybe everything he wanted, but gonna know the plant at the very least. Viper's picking a guy out, and oh my god, Rienz drifts into Chronicle, and now it's Boaster in a 1v2. Heretics on the verge of doing something fantastic here. Taking away Bind from Fnatic would be everything. Can Boaster be the hero? Not today! Heretics taking Fnatic's map, putting themselves up on match series point, looking ready to go. Lotus coming up next. This is everything they could have dreamed of here in a final.
Heretics is so close to getting what they've been waiting for so long. Taking that map pick away from Fnatic, and now going into Lotus, one of their top 2 strongest maps.
Strongest map for them coming up next, something they can depend upon, lean upon. Fnatic, how bad do you want this? Because you're about to find out in the next map.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy.
It wouldn't take much for me to avoid flying. Although I naturally have an interest in the aircraft themselves, this is probably due to, as I mentioned before, my father's career in the aerospace industry. As a child, we had all sorts of schematics, bits of test equipment, and regular trips to weapons shows. Even when I was in the air training cadets as a teenager, I loved learning about how aircraft worked, but whenever I had to go up in one, the anxiety began to close in. Oh, and I also loved the fact that a Ministry of Defence sponsored organisation aimed at children also allowed us to handle, field strip and fire Lee Enfield, Martini Henry and SA-80 rifles. Who said us Brits were a gun-shy society? Anyway, today's subject definitely hasn't improved my anxiety when it comes to being more than a couple of 100 feet above ground level. In this episode of Scandal, we're going to peek behind the curtain of one of aviation's newest and arguably worst scandals. That is of the Boeing 737 MAX, its victims and cover-up. Welcome to Scandal, a new Plainly Difficult series. It's March 2019, and billions of dollars worth of aircraft are just sitting around in parking fields around the world. The images could be mistaken for the beginning of the first of the lockdowns to follow a year later. But instead of a pandemic, these groundings are of only one type of aircraft, the Boeing 737 MAX. 346 deaths and 2 strikingly similar aircraft crashes, and a new feature deliberately hidden from the pilots are the reason. These planes are by anyone's standards brand new, and only a few years before, the 737 MAX was promoted to the world as the new and efficient aircraft carriers have been waiting for. Save fuel, save money, it's better for the environment. What's not to like? Also, because it's based on an already existing design, crew training costs should be cheap too. But how, in just a few years, did we go from the fanfare of the first flight in 2016 to the disasters of 2018 and 1919. Background. Boeing's history goes back a long way to during the First World War, when it was called Pacific Aero Products Company. This would be changed after only 1 year of operation to the Boeing Aeroplane Company in 1917. In the early days, the company, under the leadership of William E. Boeing, built planes as well as operating them for customers. In 1929, the company was renamed again to United Aircraft and Transport Corporation. Under this name, the company acquired even more small businesses. Its airlines part of the business was merged to make United Airlines, and in 1934, its operations and manufacturing parts of the business were split up. The manufacturing side continued to expand. It would make a lot of money when the brewing storm clouds of war hit the US in the late 1930s. They've manufactured loads of B-17s and B-29 bombers, making the company 12th among the United States corporations in value of wartime production contracts. But bombers became great test beds for developing the transporting of not deadly weapons, but instead people on business trips and holidays. Okay, I'm going to fast forward to the 1960s with Boeing's development of what will become one of the world's best-selling jetliners, the 737. By this time, Boeing had taken the crown as the leading airliner manufacturer. Although not the first to market, their 707 passenger plane became the de facto face of jet travel. This was because it had a great feature of not exploding in mid-air. And I'm looking at you, the Comet. Right, back to the 737. A very popular product. The concept for a new airliner for the Boeing company came out of a need to offer a product that could supplement its customers' 727 fleets of short-hop, tri-engined planes. The 727 had been developed to cover the smaller local airport market, which the much larger 4-engine 707 would struggle to make financially viable. Consider it like a small local bus compared to a big intercity coach. Well, the 737 was to be similar, as early market research indicated a need for a capacity of around 50 to 60 passengers. As such, the new aircraft would have 2 engines. In an effort to reduce costs, Boeing tried to make use of as many parts out of the bin from the 737 sisters. Similar fuselage from the 707 and similar flight control equipment from the 727. The original designs had rear-mounted engines, but quickly this was changed to wing-mounted pods, aided in passenger capacity. The engines were mounted directly to the wing, allowing for shorter landing gear, which had the useful side effect of making luggage loading and unloading quicker, but could cause issues for any future larger re-engine projects. The standard at the time was hydromechanical flight controls. This is that all movements are transmitted from the pilot's stick via cables to hydraulic servo valves, which then powers the actuators, which in turn move the flaps and other control surfaces on the wings and tail. Well, from paper to air only took 3 years, with the 737's maiden flight on the 9th of April 1967. Not long after several successful test flights, the Federal Aviation Administration issued Type Certificate A16WE, giving a big thumbs up to the 737-100 for commercial flight on the 15th of December 1967. With Lufthansa
those early positions.
Yeah, of course, this was their bonus round that they managed to win back on their attack side. And also, like I said, didn't throw... Well, they lost one anti-eco, but they nearly lost the 5v3. They ended up not losing it. And they also nearly lost another 5v4 as well on their attack side. And they won it in the end, and also another anti-eco. So I feel like that probably is what allowing them to build a nice lead.
You know what, Sue? Something more important. Boaster is fragging on Omen.
I honestly thought Omen was the curse. Yeah, I think he might have heard me. But this is the thing, though. They've all had their moments on this map. I feel like they're all pretty even in terms of performance and, like Kukuga said, going back to the basics.
Yeah, I like it because we see combos is easy. We were seeing it right now on the screen. They're using the C's and using the snake bout on the. It doesn't even have to be on the same side. It's just so whatever you throw utility that is cover, and just a bullet will have a massive effect, and it has a incredible force to just push the players out. And I think that their composition allows them to do so. Again, I'm just thinking, why do they keep deciding to start on the defense on this map?
Yeah, they've done it a couple of times, but the other thing is, can they close this out? Because Tom, it's still 11, they still need 2 more rounds, and in the past, whenever they've reached 11 against Heretics, it's gone to OT.
I would expect them to, in all honesty. I think we've seen them like slowly sort of growing and getting better as the tournament goes on, especially with closing out a lot of the maps. And I think once, like, what's it now, like 9, 10, 11, like they've had so many rounds in a row, it's actually getting a little bit ridiculous. So I think that they're in the zone, in the mode. You're seeing players like Chronicle have, like, when things got dicey, win it in that 4K. So
just like yesterday, actually.
Nice.
Carry on. Carry on. Yeah, so it's a tech pause, Tom. Let me have some fun. Relax. Yeah.
You have some truth or cope.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down for a truth or cope. Yeah. Sorry. Carry on.
I've
what do you think of Dicey anyway? What do you think of Dicey?
Oh,
You a fan?
amazing player. Yeah.
Yeah. Any other Dicey's fans? Yeah. I want to know what Steel thinks about it. I feel like he's the perfect person to ask when it comes to NA
just
players.
ask him about NA players. That will go well. I can think of a few I'd really like to know his
Like
opinion
who?
Oh my god.
One of them that's currently not in Americas.
I like who? Oh, Narrate. Oh, that's a good one.
Yes, I would
That's
like
a
to
really
know
good
his
one.
opinion on Narrate.
What about you, Kukuka?
What about me? What? Do you want to know my
How's life? Yeah.
players?
What, you got plans after this?
Yeah, I am planning to, go home, go to China, spend some time, watch some good Valorant. Yeah, that's gonna be basically it.
Oh, do you reckon? I mean, now we've seen like the Deadlock come out of Fnatic and stuff, a team that doesn't usually change comms. Do you think we're gonna see Clove by the end of this split? By that, I mean, this next map. If we go to the next map, you think we could potentially?
No. What else did we have in the Vingo also? Because I think it would be a good moment to bring it back, because this looks like we're going to go to a 4th map, right? Whenever we get back into the game.
I think it's gonna go to OT. That's what I think.
So you said that you wanted to have some fun in the OT. Let me have some fun too.
I think it's gonna go to OT.
It's gonna go to OT, but this time Fnatic is gonna close it out. I was just wondering, because starting at the start of this map, at the start of Lotus, after Heretics was getting round after round, I was just thinking to myself, honestly, I cannot blame Fnatic for being tired. It's been a very draining season, week even for them, and I'll just be thinking, in less than a week, I have to be flying to China. So I wouldn't blame them for being. Last year, when they didn't manage to win against Liquid, I think it wasn't even close, right? That final was like 3-0 to Liquid,
3-1.
maybe 3-1, right? We were thinking, wow, yeah, but Fnatic, they went to this event and then they did this, and the week has had so many things. Don't get me wrong, all the other teams have their struggles as well, but I cannot blame them for being tired.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from on Post on last night, right, where Boaster and Alpha said that we're probably only going to have 3 days to prep for Masters.
But doesn't winning this mean they skip?
But they also said they don't want to skip.
But if they skip the stage, they get more rest.
Yeah, but
that's how they won
reps,
Tokyo.
Yeah, but you heard it from them.
4 matches.
They didn't even like winning that tournament, which I think is outrageous. They were like,
that's an outrageous lie. That's what I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha was sitting there saying it was so boring. We played 4 games and won. What's the point?
Oh yeah, we had such a bad time in Japan.
It was really difficult.
I never want to go
play
back
that much and still winning a trophy.
I get it though. I kind of see where he's coming from. I mean, especially considering if you're.
He wouldn't have said that if they lost in groups.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is. Has Alpha ever lost in groups before? I feel like that was kind of pre-Alpha days, right? I don't know if he has.
Was there one of the events with stand-ins?
That was with Magnum, I believe, right? Or I might be chatting rubbish. I might be.
You might be
rubbish.
right. You might be.
I might also be talking rubbish because we're in a tech pause, and all thanks to Pansy and Steel. Steel is now to blame as well. I feel like we've just been blaming Pansy, and that's not fair.
I think it's not fair.
Yeah. No, I think Steel should get blamed for more things.
I think he's now suffering because he's alongside Pansy, and that's to do with the tech pause. I had that as well. When I casted with Pansy, there was also a tech pause.
When I casted with Pansy, we also had a tech pause.
I've never cast it with Pansy, so I feel
Do you
really
wanna go?
left out. I feel really left out now. It's like, wait, you guys are getting paid? Yeah, I didn't even get to cast with Pansy. Do we have the bingo? I feel like we should bring the bingo
Yeah.
up. This would be a nice time to look at it. I think there's a couple of things that we definitely cannot check off because Angel never played Clove.
And
was
Aang
knocked
is not
out.
going to wear his sweater.
And he did wear it 2 days in a row, right?
I think
don't
also
think so.
my
I
one
think it was different
cannot
color.
happen either.
What was yours? Do you want to just tell people?
Tomazi gets 25 kills in a map, so
Oh,
that now can't happen because
no.
he's not in the tournament anymore.
Do you know what?
Mine was-
too much
mine
faith
was,
in Casey.
No, mine was Thomas believes in Thomas.
I like that. Do you know what? Now we're revealing your mystery one. I'm just going to spoil it for everybody else. But our last mystery pick, which is from our dear friend Redgar, and his one is an IGL top frag for series. The map does not count; it has to be in an entire series. So either Boo or Mosta have to basically pull their weight for the next.
Any Boo
map.
needs to just like leave.
Yeah. Maybe we need to swap
Because even on
PCs.
this map, he's going crazy. So
The previous
I-
one wasn't so.
I honestly thought Mr. Farland was going to do it.
That
And
was
you know
possible.
what?
Yeah.
He nearly did it. He was 2 kills off. He was 2 kills off top fragging. He was the second. I think Krax was the one that went above him. But yeah, that was a crazy
Damn
day.
it. It's always him. It's always him.
Yeah. If
He is him.
If we don't have the bingo card, I believe we do have a game. I don't know what game it is, but let's play it because I feel like it's more fun. We do have the bingo card, yeah!
Which one is the one from Uli?
Uli was something to do with Spain. I can't remember. I actually can't remember what Uli sent. Oh no, never mind. It was that one.
Oh, the trademark
That's
celebration.
technically
Yeah,
something
yeah,
to do
we
with
have
Spain.
it.
Yep, Tom's was Thomas for Thomas? We got Thomas here? Yeah, Thomas for Tomazi. And then the mystery guest was Redgar. Angel picking Clove is not going to happen. Coach falling off chair. I believe that Neil Zenio fell off his chair. We just didn't see it. I firmly believe that was why.
He did disappear
No,
one of the times.
He did disappear because I think not to
He
call
fell off
anyone
his chair.
out, but I think that he was trying to get a tactical pause, a timeout, and he couldn't. So since he couldn't reach out to anyone, he just stormed out and started screaming, "Help!" That's why he wasn't in the chair.
I think it's more fun that he fell off his chair. And he was
Maybe-
actually, he
maybe
was there,
both of
but
the things happened.
But he just wasn't in shot. He was on the floor. That's what I think happened. What do you think, Tom? You're the
And whoever was acting,
You're
I
the
actually-
tiebreaker.
I
You're
think
the
he went to the
tiebreaker.
bathroom.
Great, that's not fun.
There
is
you
it?
go.
And did he not wear the same sweater 2 days in a row?
No, he didn't. It was a slightly different color. It was like black and
What if
then
he
a
just
dark
has
blue.
loads of exactly the same one?
I think
Then
they
it-
are.
Then it
It's
wouldn't
like
be the
it's like
same
in
one.
cartoon, you know, like
He
Dexter's
opens the
Laboratory
wardrobe,
and
they're
everything.
all just
It's
the
like-
same blue
yeah.
sweater.
I can see that. I can see that. Yes, we do
It's
have
so
a game.
brand as well.
We have a game called Where You At,
Oh dear.
Mate.
What
No,
you
it
doing?
doesn't have the mate. I just added that. You know?
Where you at, mate?
Where you-
I'm
where
wearing
you at,
contacts and not
mate?
glasses.
Oh, they went out a while ago.
Oh, Tom.
Oi.
Oh, Tom. That's not nice.
Oi.
Let's play. You ready to play? You want a game?
Sure.
Are you gamers?
Oh, I've just seen how many clips there are.
Do we have
I'm
any?
not ready anymore.
Do we have any gamers in chat?
There should be a few.
All right, where's this, mate?
Never know where any of these.
Oh, it's Tactabunny. Wait, I didn't realize that's where
It's literally in my
Tactabunny
hands.
is. I know where that is, but I didn't realize he was there. I'm pretty sure I know where that is.
I don't know.
Am I allowed to guess?
Yeah,
Do
you
I get to
Do we have a
guess?
clue?
Yeah, of course. Oh, because I don't usually get to participate. Like Truth
You
or
can
Cove, I don't get to
use that.
participate. Contender or Pretender, I didn't get to participate. I'm just out here.
I don't remember. I don't.
Next split.
I'm the
going
worst
to
person to play
every
this
game for you.
Yeah, but every time you
Shoot
did play the game, I have not been here. I missed
it's
two truth,
true.
one lie. I missed the comp one, which I knew every answer to. I was watch partying that day. I could be absolute chatting out of my butt.
I'm gonna
because
okay, which one do you want to go?
is this split?
I think you have to say where it is.
Split, mate. Is this split? Production, can you just like if it
I'm gonna
isn't?
say sunset. I don't know.
Oh, I wouldn't have got
Oh
that. in
my
a million
goodness.
years.
And
You actually got it.
and you were wrong.
You're unreal. You're always right, I'm always wrong. I mean, Tom is the one that's always wrong, to be fair.
I was gonna say Haven.
Tom didn't, but
I am gonna kid you not. The reason why I went for sunset is because of the lighting.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
I just thought he had the
I
split
haven't
color
studied
scheme.
the lighting on every map.
Yeah, but Tom, you're always wrong. You didn't believe in 10 star. You didn't believe in G2 Ghost.
I didn't
like,
believe in 10
you're
star. Whoa, whoa,
always
whoa, whoa,
wrong.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay.
I'm a
I
big
think that we
claw
need-
fan. What's that about?
One day we should do an episode of giving people lore because there are so many times that we make jokes that you guys at home do not understand. But
Oh,
we'll
Breeze.
fill you in. Yeah, I'll say breeze.
Breeze.
That a tree,
Breeze.
isn't it? Ain't it?
Say Haven again.
If you say it every time, you are.
It still won't be right because it's not
At
in the
one
map
point,
pool.
you'll get it. Breeze? Is it Breeze?
Oh, it is not.
It's not Breeze. Oh, Lotus. Lotus.
Lotus has 3 sites, so does Haven, so I was closest.
And I love this.
You're still wrong.
But I was closest of the wrong.
But you're still wrong.
That's okay.
Yeah.
3 sites. Yours map doesn't have 3, so
Right.
how about now? What was your comeback?
It didn't make a lot of sense. I'm gonna give you
I'm not gonna lie, I think
Hear me
Tom
out.
wins that. What the heck is this?
Does this painting have a name?
This is looking.
I did study art.
This is a sussy painting.
This just makes me realise I don't know where like a lot of stuff
okay.
is on maps.
So it's Sunny.
Oh, Bind. The brick. Is that not the brick on Bind? Am I trolling? Are those not like the bricks that you find on Bind?
Is it?
I might be trolling actually.
Is the new unreleased map?
Oh, leak it.
We are leaking it.
Is Tom looking through his notes to be
Isn't
like?
it?
I was gonna.
Oh,
I'm not
it's
even
insane.
kidding. I was gonna guess a 7. I thought, oh, I've got no.
Right,
I
yeah.
got
I'm
thrown
sure
off
you
by the
were,
bricks.
Tom. Yeah, I'm sure you were.
After I've guessed Haven every other time.
He looked through his notes for that. He was like, what
I'm
was that?
I'm trying to remember the maps. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't like pressure, okay?
Okay, so far, Bea, you're the only person that has a point. I hope
We're
you
really
guys.
good at this.
I hope you guys are having fun with us at home for playing with us. Is this not one of the team deathmatch maps? Oh, am I trolling again? I feel like
Might be losing it.
Is this not District? Whatever that one is called with the wooden floors.
I'm gonna guess Lotus.
Oh, okay. I will say.
I'll just pick a
I'll
map
just go
each time.
Breeze. I don't know.
I will say Haven. Why not? Because Tom was
If
going to
it's
say
on,
Haven.
if it's
If it's on
I'm
Haven.
gonna cry.
Oh,
And I'm always right.
okay.
You're actually always right.
See, I was trying to think. I was like, oh, I don't know where there's grass on Breeze because there was tiny little bits.
There
but
is,
It's
yeah.
bait. I'm being baited every time.
Yeah.
Guys, you're gonna bad at this.
Now you know how.
You are correct. I am.
I was gonna make a terrible joke. Oh, this is Icebox?
Yeah, I was Icebox, right?
Icebox.
Haven.
I just see screens and I think Icebox.
Haven.
It's either Icebox or Fracture.
Haven.
Icebox or Fracture? Hey, let's go. Did you say Haven?
Yeah.
Yes, Tom, we got a point. We got a point.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody says Haven
Just
at least
just in
once.
case, because
Yeah.
if it is Haven and I don't say
Oh,
it,
Split.
yeah,
In
that-
your defense, Haven is a map.
It
so
is.
It is a map.
Yes.
It is a map.
This
Not
is
in the
Split.
pool.
This is Split.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'll just agree with Sue every time.
No, this
Hopefully
is
I get it.
Split. I know my lineups. Yeah, baby.
You know your lineups.
Yeah. Yeah, I know my lineups.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this game is meant like when they play this with the pros, they have to guess the spot on the map, but we're just like maps.
Yeah, but we need to have a map, you know, like to point at.
To be
people,
fair,
because the
I
people
could have
know.
said be Heaven for that one. Let's try and be more
Damn,
specific. Oh, this is Breeze? No,
No.
Is this not Breeze? This is Breeze, a spawn on A.
Going with Sunset.
I'm
Is
going
this-
with.
Is this Breeze spawn on A?
Okay, we've only had maps that are in the.
Oh no, never
Ah.
mind. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I don't know why.
I love this map.
All right, I'm not participating. I'm not
Yeah.
host. All right.
Wait, what?
Bring out the next one.
On your
Let's
level
go.
now.
Yeah, no, but I'm rubbish. It's giving.
you're not.
It's making me feel anxious at how bad I am at this.
Every time I see, yeah, I would say,
Icebox,
I would say Icebox.
Me too. I would say Icebox
Good,
too.
good old Paul. We're gonna be wrong. You know that, right?
We're so
Wait,
bad
change
at
it to
this. We are so bad at this.
Alberto, please
look
just
out
change
there.
it to Icebox.
Yeah,
Is
why,
it that
why
complicated?
didn't we just show Icebox?
I think that
Yeah.
in this kind of situation, we should have just gone to the green screen.
I haven't.
Split?
I haven't got a
Split again?
Dude.
There's like a. We haven't had Bind. We haven't had a Haven,
Can I
Fracture,
use
Pearl.
how do you say
Is-
it? Comodín de la llamada. Can I call Mel?
Dude, we only.
Can I call Mel?
What, Melange? What's Mel? Mel's in
Mel
like
Observer
Prague.
Mel.
I know. I'm taking the mic. But I feel like we've only seen Breeze.
Going a set.
We've only seen Lotus.
No, I think it's
yes, I got a point.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, of
But-
course, it's thinking that. Yeah.
There are other maps, people. We could go
It's
to
so much
Bind.
easier when they zoom out.
We could go to Bind. We could go to Fracture. We could go to Haven. We've only had Breeze, Lotus, and Split. We haven't
could-
had
could
any.
you
We've only had
imagine?
And Icebox.
Could
That's
you
it.
imagine that actually we're just in a tech boss and we leak something about, you know, like the changes
Like
to the
what?
maps, you know, like that kind of thing. Esto es bind.
Bind. I want to say bind too.
Oh, is it the little, like, behind the back of heaven?
Now.
Is it bind?
I'm going Icebox.
Alright, you could be different. It's gonna be Haven, isn't it?
I just hope, I would say bind, but I hope it's Haven.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
What is wrong
Why would
with
we say
us?
bind? They only show us
I would have
Sunset,
never gotten
Lotus,
that one.
Split, and
I would
Icebox.
have
There's
never
no
gotten
other
that one.
maps.
That's true.
There's no other maps. There's only 4 maps.
So I think I got like 7 out of 10.
I think
Wrong.
Bear got 11. I think Bear got about 11 out of 10 correct. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, we'll
She's
go with
winning.
that.
She's winning.
What did I win? Can I take Active Bunny home?
Do you know
win
what?
Dan.
Production's gonna be really mad at me, but yeah, feel free to take them home. Actually, just take them
Dan
home.
the Penguin.
I have a collection.
All right, guys, spam now to vote in chat who you think is gonna win, Heretics or Fnatic. Who would you be spamming if you were in chat?
Heretics.
I will be spamming Slugger Proofs. That will be my first choice.
Okay.
I like
And then
That's
maybe
not one of the options.
maybe Dies a Cringe for Steel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vibe check as well.
Yeah. No, that's what he says that.
Do we have
likes to say
a
he
do we
dies
have a
for
tech
Steel.
pause emote?
Oh.
We should create one, you know?
It would just be Lauren's face. Let's be honest. Yeah.
It's red.
And then a green when it's ready to go. Yeah,
Which-
a green version.
It's not very often.
Wow, chat is really leaning towards the team that's leading 11-7. Who would have thought?
Yeah, but we're
Let's
talking
do
about
the
the
same
map
vote
or the
in
match.
Mixwell's chat. And see
Yeah, I
how
was
it
gonna
goes.
say, so it's a bit biased, isn't it?
Let's do that, but that's not gonna. We're not gonna have time for that because it's time
Oh,
for game.
no.
Over to you, Pansy and Steel. Woo!
Hopefully, I'm still seeing red on the stage. So until I see the red go away, and you know, round start. Hey, nice one. There we go. Loudest the crowd's been all night. Appreciate you guys. So, 11-7. Let's kind of catch back up because it feels like it's been a minute. If you kind of tuned in at the start, pretty back and forth game. Heretics looking pretty solid, picking up those first 2 maps, ready to go. And then Fnatic, remember they're Fnatic. They went, guys, we're Fnatic.
Guys, remember, 9 rounds in a row, we're Fnatic.
Yeah, that's it. That's how we got here. That's the long and short of it. You're super welcome. And we're back underway. Miniboo, though, this was one of the switch-ups that we were looking for. Let's see how this was going to actually play out here. Oh my god, the space this man is taking. And they're ahead of all that util.
And this is an adjustment from Team Heretics. Remember, they've been always having Benji Fishy alone on C site. They haven't been taking that space towards Mound outside of one other time. And full information slinking past the alarm bot with the Omen.
Huge. This is so much info.
And the full Cypher setup on A site still. Breach stun.
Does he see Alpha?
In range.
He has. There it is. Okay, now you're a little worried if you're Fnatic. You got someone in the back, you got players in front, you got players to the left and to the right. Heretics now, holding the line well, 50 seconds. A new puzzle to try and work out.
Camera taken out.
Fnatic kind of being held at the door here. They're like, guys, we did so well, we can't drop the ball now. Root gets noted and gets cleared. Beautifully done by Chronicle. That's a first step in. But they've got bodies here. The read was good from Heretics. They've got to hold on for 30 more seconds here. Shoulder check on Chronicle.
left.
Tension coming in through Tree. Benji feeling the pressure. Paranoia from both teams sent through. Durka trying to speed up a little bit here. Rien's on the spam. They're starting to close the gap. But Heretics holding the line. Ult gonna come back through from Rienz. They want to clear house. They want to make sure this is under wraps. And that's beautiful from Benji. Leaving just Leo alive in a 1v4. 8 seconds ain't much to play with. And Leo's incredible. So this round ain't gonna be his. Heretics answer back after what was a drought, Josh.
Good adjustment from Team Heretics. This is the adjustment that we are kind of anticipating to come in a few rounds ago. Finally adjusting. They get that op up on Miniboo. He gets all the way through, gets the contain here. Surprised that Woot was in a position where he had caught like that. He had Nightfall. They knew everything. It's either all of the Fnatic players have to go through Link into B, or they have to come A. So why are we in a position that we can get caught? But the adjustment was made. The op is still out on Miniboo. And this is going to be the thorn in the sides of Fnatic.
Could be. Now it's their turn to try and, you know, readjust a little bit, try and figure out what made them be so red. Are they going to consider this, you know, positioning coming out, the early mound control? Surely. They carry on. They just kind of double down on this almost. Alpha's still got that lockdown. Fnatic pausing for a moment here. You can see Boaster there. talking through the options maybe. Woot's making no subtlety of his position.
But with the space from Miniboo again, these guys need to know it's going to be an A hit most likely from Fnatic. The Nightfall still in play for Woot, and that could be really good because Fnatic might run into the trip. Odin's there to spam through some of the walls.
There's been the utility. Yeah, I was about to say, Alpha hadn't committed his utility to watching the flanks, but it kind of feels like they're going to pivot towards the B side. He finally commits it. You can see where it is. So this looks like he wants that B side. That's where they're heading right now. There are players nearby, and they are kind of hoping that the flank didn't come in, which, fortunately for them, it hadn't. Durka chomping at the bit, wanted to keep this safe. Plant's going to come down, and Durka leans forward, looking for Rien's the follow-up. Maybe Benji even. He's in a little bit of danger here. Doesn't get closed down on, but they close the gap, and away we go. Heretics need to try and get into this one, but already the lockdown going to come out as well. Benji trying to clear the site. He's done okay on that, but the follow-ups are there. Fnatic looking like they want 12, and Benji can't deny him at this time. 12 now for Fnatic. Getting back, picking up where they left off. 12-8 now. Just a flash in the pan for Heretics. Fnatic showing that depth and capability here.
Team Heretics running the same setup again, knowing, hey, like this worked. They didn't really get to see it fully. They know that we pushed an op up, that's it. But again here, Woot going down has the Nightfall. Can't use it because he's going down first. And I feel like that's such a big mistake to have here. You're on the back foot. You need to crawl your way back in. You have the advantage already. You have the info. But then you give it up.
Well, speaking of info, yeah, an early spot. March deep utility and committed utility to watching this push. Bit of balance so no one can kind of hit the flank. And Fnatic going to be heading back around though, showing a lot of pressure towards A early on, leaving just Boast pushed out by Rubble. Oh, boo, this is sketchy as hell. And he's only got a stinger too, didn't even notice that.
Are they still wet?
When I saw that he was just out in the open the door, oh.
No idea how close we are to this. And that's not gonna
That's
really
actually really
help
good
us.
for Fnatic, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be so happy. The fact they're like, cool, that's gonna keep maybe another player leaning to this side. Now, Miniboo is here. Okay, that's big info. Even just dealing with that boombot that came down. Miniboo's the one with the rifle as well. So you've got to see him play this right. Get that balance perfect. Pain Shell gonna come in.
Hey, buddy.
Boo trying to shoulder this. He's being overwhelmed. Dirk is gonna find Boo. It's Miniboo trade back out with the Pain Shell. Now look at the chip damage. Chronicle down low and they try and pivot back towards B side. This is better from Woot. This is what we wanted. See him use that to greater effect. 18 seconds now. Starting to see the strange show here. Good tag, good chip damage. 14 seconds. Spike in the hands of Chronicle. That's pretty vulnerable, but it looks like it's going to go down without a fight until then. Benji's starting to heat up. The Chronicle's still good for one, but the trade to there. 2v2, make it all.
There you go.
Fnatic taking us further. Not down, not out yet. You thought it was a stronghold. You thought it was the backbone. Well, it just got broken. Fnatic give themselves a chance here to run this one back. This is going to be potentially a long series now. Let's find out, because after the break, we still have going on split.
Man.
It ain't over yet.
They're not colleagues, they're colonizers. Don't like it. I thought you did. Wait, is someone's name Gentle Nails?
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
Like Canadian
Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso.
It's like
Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Lord Nieve.
Yeah, and Andalusia
In spite of
sponsored.
everything, it occurs to you to visit
It's a
Andalusia.
region in Spain.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of
I don't
the
understand why. Yeah.
They just hired a bunch of
I
celebrities
get like,
to
yeah.
visit Andalusia.
But it's like, why not just do all of Spain?
Well, I know there's one team, Liga.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Like you're not allowed, like there's only been like 1 or 2 players that's not from that region that has played for that team over like a 100-year period. Like they only get people fast.
And it's actually kind of cool. They're my favorite team though. Did you think the Steeler way? That's what the Steelers are, man.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is Picasso from Ed?
Who's Spain?
Who's Spain?
What are you? Which man? Paula. Straight up Paula.
You're American.
Gang leader, supreme crane wizard, grand dragon wizard of the Ballas, and Busta gang. Two. You smell like Big Smoke. What? I'm judging before we follow.
The only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way.
I need more medicine.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you to keep with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat.
How many times do I try to fill it up for you? I don't think how many times do I try to fill it for water? Almost 3 cans.
Holy, you do all kinds of weird shit all the time to my stuff.
Come on then, boys. Let's show what we've got, boys.
Let's go, guys.
We're warmed up now, boys.
Nice! Hey! 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 What are you doing?
Nice, boys.
Nice! Let's go.
Nice, boys. Good job.
Bro, I jumped from my chair, bro. Yeah, bro. Don't shoot like this again, bro.
Aim labs, mate.
Oh, they're warmed up indeed. Fnatic, they managed to secure a map in this grand finals against Team Heretics. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Tom. I can't believe it. They managed to win Lotus against Heretics without it going to OT.
Oh, no. The problem is when they get to OT is when they lose, right? So closing it in regulation, especially after a long pause, and as we say, probably a very tiring week for them. You know, it's still not over, but definitely getting one map is the way to start.
Yeah, and I think the fact that, okay, some of the players might have been a little bit missing for Heretics, but Minibu was on all the way through that one, and they still managed to sort of like shut the rest of the players down, come back in some of those weaker openers. I think that we're starting to see the depth to Fnatic that we like, where it is everybody online, everybody performing, everybody getting those clutches.
Yeah, it's a lot cleaner this time around if we take a look at this round, where normally I feel like maybe they would have lost to another eco.
Oh, yeah, exactly, because it happened, right, during that first half. I think that Chronicle was wonderful yesterday, and he had to do it again. So many of these combos with Fade, both of the teams playing her and finding so much success with it. Chronicle was just not having it. He was ready to just regain all that map control and get the round for Fnatic.
Yeah, he was someone that was really effective in a lot of the late rounds. Like, a lot of the time, you'll see, even on maps where he's playing the likes of Cypher, him maybe get caught out a little bit, but in these scenarios, he was making sure his util was available for the late round, and in this scenario, it was basically just, okay, cleaning up the mess that was created along the way.
I mean, this is the thing.
That's risky, though.
Yeah, the last time they played against Heretics, it was when they reached 10 rounds. It was, I think, a 10-7 lead that they managed to lose the eco, and it ended up being 10-8, and the rest is history. But is this going to be enough, you guys think? Does this mean a comeback in the entire series?
It's complicated.
It's
yeah, exactly, because the split is next. Fnatic are having a different approach than the rest of the region. They are the only team in EMEA that is not playing with a double controller. They're just going for the double duelist. You might think that that might give them some edge, but actually they're becoming very, very predictable, and teams are finding always a way to shut them down. Yesterday, you know, it was a different story, but let's see if everything's ready for Shanghai.
Yeah, before we head to split, though, let's take a look at the Boaster stats. I feel like we don't usually get to do that. So Tom, oh, first death, 0%. That's what an occasion.
Not bad,
Good
not
job.
bad. No, he definitely had a good map. And as said, this was one where I think we saw everybody on the team performing up to the level. We saw similarly when he played on Bind yesterday, that he had a very solid map as well. So I think it might just be Fnatic getting a little bit more into the rhythm, where he's not having to maybe micromanage as much or take some of the horrible fights that he would have to take because someone's gone missing. And when everybody's performing, he can focus a little bit more on that individual game.
Exactly. To me, that's the point. Is that it's everybody performing, that everything falls into place. This is the kind of Fnatic, the Fnatic that could manage to close this Lotus. It is the one that scares people, that reminds of what happened in 2023. If they could translate that to the next two maps, yeah, we can, you know, go to the fifth one. Why not?
This is the issue with Split, though, because it feels like when we get to Split is where Boaster have to do those micromanaging and trying to make up for losing a player right off the bat more than ever, on top of anchoring the B site as well.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot, right? And especially with Team Heretics deciding to start on the defense, I think that throughout playoffs, throughout the entire season, today we gave Benjifishy the MVP, and we have many reasons to do so. One of them is his abilities to lock down a side, to not only have very good setups, but actually manage to have very, very good communication with the rest of his teammates and manage very well the space that he gives up.
Well, that's the thing, though. I feel like Chronicle, yesterday at least, had an incredible game. Like, in those clutch scenarios, site anchoring, he did very well. He's not really my worry. My worry is still Durka on that Yoru. I feel like Alpha on Raze, insane. Like, you could do that every single week, I'm going to be happy with it. The problem is I don't think the synergy of the two of them is that great. Like, Alpha going in first, he'll find you kills. Durka has been a little bit lost with that Yoru.
Then he clutches like that against Cena.
A 1v1, right?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I agree with you, but then he does that, and then you're just like, fair enough.
Was that down to Yoru abilities, or was that down to Durka?
Yeah,
there we go.
That's the difference. I think also because we have been treated to such a level of micros when it comes to KC, and when they started playing the Yoru on this map, it looks like Fnatic came a little bit late to the party with the Yoru, and that's probably because it doesn't look as surprising. Also, I still think after today, after yesterday, that it's very hit or miss. Like, it's a hero play. Sometimes he gets a little bit lost in the sauce. Yes, Alpha is someone that you can rely on. Yesterday, he was magnificent. It's so good to have someone that is that flexible. But, you know, if they still want and decide to run this comp, we need to see more comfort on his side.
I wonder if that little fist bomb that Voot was given, that the air fist bomb was to Alpha. I wonder. Yeah.
Maybe he saw Yedajay in the crowd.
that could be more likely, to be fair. But this is the thing, Heretics, they still have another opportunity to close it out right here, which, again, if they manage to do so, Tom, will be huge for these players.
I think going into this map, they're definitely favored. The problem is, Fnatic, when they win, it's not down to maps, it's not down to set plays. A lot of the time, it's not down to strategy. It is down to the players that they have on the server who can win them straight BS rounds. And that's where they have Dregs. They have so many people who can just do unbelievable things, and that's what we saw yesterday. Should they have one split to close out the series? No. But they did.
Yeah.
They did, and that's what we have to look at now. Is it's not reasonable to go into this map as an overview and say they're favorites, but somehow they might just do it.
Man, I hate it because I have to agree with him. It's not a good look, right? It's
Agreeing with Tom. It's not a good look.
Just hate
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's not what I said.
No, it's not a good look, you know.
She's doubled down.
Okay, keep
She's
going.
doubled down on it.
Yeah, we're looking for a hair-raising performance.
Hear me out.
It's because you're always here for those tech pauses. It's actually
Yeah.
your fault.
I think honestly, you know, you could take half and you know.
I've already borrowed Mitch's when he cut it off, so you know.
Was it good?
No.
What are we talking about?
Anyway, sorry.
You sure it's about hair?
We're still in the tech pause mentally.
Yeah, mentally we never left.
But Tom is always at the scene of the crime. It's not Pansy, it's always Tom.
I think the problem
This
is
wasn't
that
a
Tom has been
game-breaking
working
bug.
every single day.
No, but in the past, like historically. Like I hope there's no Killjoy shenanigans. I don't want to do that again. But we are going to see some agent select and see Kukuka if there are any changes.
Yeah, exactly. So there's not going to be changes. We talked about how, of course, this is not like the regular season. Maybe some week-to-week changes that we can expect, but these far into the playoffs with Shanghai being next week, no surprises, no changes. Again, as we're talking about Fnatic, just playing with that solo controller. Boaster was great back there in Lotus with Omen, and he's going to have a lot of tasks starting here on the attack.
Yeah, I think a lot of what Foot were good at yesterday was denying a lot of Fnatic's set plays when it comes to that attack side. Like, especially if you see an ult or two, they love to have those double TPs into the back of the B site. And I think just being disruptive and irritating can be enough to stop a lot of those attacking plays. So I want to see what the plan is for the side of Heretic.
Well, the plan for them is to win this grand finals, and Pansy and Steel, they're going to have one more opportunity to close this out.
You are on the money there. Yeah, it's scary times now, though, because there is something about Fnatic when they get that momentum behind them, they start all lining up. But this is not a bad map for Heretics. Their map pool is very solid, Josh. I feel like they're coming into this with just another opportunity to do well, but have you started to lose faith a little in the Heretics side here? Was that last map enough to maybe bring you on board with the Fnatic squad? Like, where you at?
The last time they went head-to-head, the Lotus got really close. I think Fnatic just dropped the ball at the end. So not super surprising that they were able to close it out here. Split. We've seen Team Heretics on this map a couple times, right? We saw Lotus split on 2 of their playoff games. So seeing them on here again doesn't really surprise me that much. But what does surprise me is that they kind of do the same thing, right? Boo's always going to have that control of B main. Woot's always going to be jump spotting vents. They're going to have, you know, Benji Fishy locking down A site. And it's all in Fnatic. Are they going to come in equipped to deal with this? To punish Boo's jump spots? To punish Woot's jump spots?
No one has to be concerned about that.
To get out of there, but he might get closed down on. Still has the paranoia to kind of pull the
Because
trigger.
I've already eaten them all.
Looking on the other side of the map, no, the players aren't fully adjusting it. They are waiting this out.
They're like $2 at the store. I'll just get more. Thank
Just
you, though.
holding, waiting for a reaction from Team Heretics, but they don't really do those kind of like walking around curiously plays that often. It's very rare to see that. And it looks like they are going to start like trying to re-clear middle a little bit. Is it going to be an A hit? And this is double fake. It's going to be a B ending here. And the timing is going to be perfect for Boaster, but the flash on Rians could shut this all down.
Oh my god, the timing on this is everything. The pop flash, and now they're in the heels of them, but Chronicle turns in time. 2 quick kills, and he's still holding this one back. Boaster picks up the mantle, and it's perfect from Fnatic. Just Benji left here in a 1v4. They played that to perfection. Benji, yeah, not a chance in hell. Suddenly Fnatic finding a bit of form that's been missing from them there. That was a really good approach.
All throughout this entire series, how many times have we seen a fake, let alone a double fake?
Yep.
I think this is the first double fake we've seen, even on a map like Bind. Traditionally, like one of the greatest maps for doing these fakes, for utilizing the teleporters, for using like Seekers on Sky. We don't get to see that often.
Boys, is here.
Yeah, they're feeling a little good right now. But yeah, a double fake on pistol, no less.
Yep.
Usually, like you can't afford to do that because the abilities cost a lot of money, and you want the ghosts, you want the shields.
Okay.
Fnatic, 1-0.
It just feels wild to me that we're seeing Fnatic look
Damn,
better.
that's got some length.
It's just like, it's just getting better the further this series goes on, deeper into this best of 5. Like, and there is logic to it, obviously, but you can still say there's so many strengths with Heretics. But seeing Fnatic start to find a couple of instances where it looks very good. Now that could have been defined by a flash a second earlier or a player waiting a second longer toward vent. So I'm not going to be overly enthused by this until I see that bigger impact. For now, it's a good start for Fnatic. Couple of weapons to come in with. Leo, Alpha, Chronicle, all got theirs and 2 Ghosts. On the other side, Sheriff and Miniboo, the rest on Classics.
One of the last times I saw Team Heretics on a round 2 eco, the Classics really came out. One on the rope. 1-1 burst. Sheriff to follow up. A little bit of a gamble stack as well, but Team Fnatic with a good gamble spread right now, actually. Looks like they do want to lean on B, and there's no way out. There's 30 seconds left. It's not going to give them any time to pivot if they need to.
Oh, this is going to be so dicey. They've seen a lot of this, but it is still just pistols. Yeah, okay, just Miniboo doing a bit of damage, but he's taking a lot back, so it's going to be very hard to make more of this count. Spike should go down uncontested, and they've managed to kind of navigate through the threat. Right, like, you know, a lizard drops its tail, they still get away. A little slippery, all good, no problem. I got a little scared though when they're leaving it that late, walking into a stack. My heart's beating. I'm like, oh no.
It's only scary because we've seen it before, right?
Yeah,
It's not like normally it's like, oh, it's Classics. Why are you getting excited? Oh, silly. But it's like, no, we've seen what Team Heretics can do with the Classic and how strong they can be. Maybe they had the wrong skins equipped. Maybe they had the wrong bundle equipped. You know?
I see. It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
That's 2, and the 3 rifles get carried over. So I'll be happy enough with that.
The 2024 Fnatic buy. It's the after winning pistol, 3 rifles, 2 Ghosts. Bring those in for the next round. And have a really good chance at that bonus round. Team Heretics, defense. First gun round here for them. 4 light shields.
I want to say, I feel like after seeing that last map, how they approached Benji Fishy, I'm wondering if Fnatic have plans now. You know what I mean? If you're looking at this, like maybe you've got plans in mind. I'm really hoping we see that. It'd be lovely. And obviously then it puts the test back to Heretics. This is a really big opportunity though to start that scoreboard looking a little dangerous. If Fnatic do get this, convert that. Look at this. Bonus is nuts. Basically a full buy. You can't be sneering at that, and patience being shown quiet across the map here.
This is something we don't see that often from Benji. He's got a trip for Boo and a trip for Woot. 1 in mid, 1 in B. Normally he plays A, and here comes the B hit.
And Alpha's made it past. Benji has caught him though. That's not bad, but a good trade. Durka gonna be that kind of like second prong to this. That 1-2 punch. Fnatic are in. Now, Spike on the way, that's gonna be planted. Looking for a contest, probably not gonna find it. Maybe the dog, maybe a paint shell at most. Nothing should deny that now. See him creeping a bit closer here. There's that pain shell. Leo's in a little bit of a predicament. Not much to be done about it. Has to give up the Ghost, and now a 3v3. And it's starting to look better for Heretics clearing through the site. Now look at the back line. Boaster turns the flash, and they are down low. Rien's find Chronicle. It's all in his hands. A 1v3, that's the first. Needs more. TP gets away. Oh, another!
You thought.
Ooh, I was a believer. I was a believer in that.
You're just slinking around. It got close though. I mean, considering Fnatic got the first 2 kills on that B entry, Durka getting to the back of the site with his Yoru TP and the double satchel in from the front, catching both. Benji fully blind. Actually, I guess Benji got the first. So ignore that. But got really close in the end.
Gone.
Don't know, man. I was a believer. I was ready.
Nice! Still, good damage. Team Heretics.
That was a bonus.
That was a bonus, and Team
Kinda.
Heretics gets away with 1 alive, which means 4 light shields again. I don't even see, like, no paranoia on Omen. Like, this is gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's a buy from the bargain basement. Not pretty. Flash. Hello, Chronicle. And I want to see how Fnatic look at this game. What's their approach here? Just kind of testing the waters. There's no early.
I think he just narrowly saw Chronicle there.
Should have done. But he definitely has now. But again, I say it is only Chronicle. I mean, it's keeping
Right
2
there.
players on that A site. Smoke goes up towards vents.
Here comes the B exec. We saw this from Fnatic a couple times. I think 2 or 3 times.
So little safety in this, and you can see what it does is there's no safety on the site. Alpha clears Boo, and now they can get the plant down. It's beautifully constructed. Now, does Heretics try and find their way back in? They can prioritize trying to clear Chronicle, but if he just shoulders this at the right time, that's a time buyer. Doesn't need to do too much. He does get held back.
Doesn't even try to stop to take a fight. He's like, I'm out of here.
Yep.
I'm gonna waste your time. That's all he needs to do.
But Heretics are on the site with 4 players. They pop flash towards back of the site. They're looking pretty okay for that, but Alpha's gonna be catching the cross. A little bit of a back and forth. Fnatic are looking rock solid in this. Heretics getting none of what they wanted here. Chronicle's presence finally giving notice as well, just as that kind of safety net. If anything else goes wrong, he's there. It's fine. And he can even catch players trying to back away. Riens opens up safe passage so they can get away with the rifles, and that's all they're going to get away with. Fnatic showing off that side take, Josh. It is so beautifully done.
One of the things I noticed from Fnatic in previous split games is that their B hits are their bread and butter, their set plays are their bread and butter, and then their B splits are the next thing that they have. Their A hits aren't as strong. The only way they can really make those work is if they have specific ults, whether that be Showstopper or Dirk. Even when Dirk has ult, it's a B hit. It's a B split through B heaven. And it's when Leo has his Rolling Thunder, that's also a B hit. So Team Heretics, they cannot leave Leo alone here, and it looks like here they're going to put some manpower, firepower behind this, but they're kind of a solution for all these B hits from Fnatic. That's going to be what Team Heretics needs to diagnose.
Okay, Flash, Paranoia, Paint Shell, and Riens. Oh, it's so dirty to try and play against it. Leo's even got Boo. Oh, that's going to sting.
Can they retrieve that second Vandal? The trip is still up, and they can't even break that without triggering it.
Oh my god. But naturally, well, that's fine. You have that. We're off ski anyway. We'll go win the round. You can maybe get that rifle back.
I've dropped the spike.
I feel like it's more worth for Benji to get the Vandal and save it, and let Miniboo go and try to kill them and die and get the Showstopper for the next round. Remember, one of the rounds, I forget who was playing against Fnatic, they had a judge on the Shroud boxes, but in position,
They've
2
made
players. Woot has the Vandal.
Yeah.
Go big or go home.
I guess that's it, and he's got the first step, but he's got to take some more. Okay, and he knows the Durka was on site. He's got Benji by his side. This is suddenly getting a little more interesting. Tap on the spike. See, he gets... Oh, Wu just gets put in a box.
Okay.
Benji fights back out. Spike now left on the site. Chronicle closing in, and the ult committed. Rolling Thunder comes through, but they still have a player towards CT. That's Miniboo! Oh, but Chronicle! You know he's only good for 2, but it's a 1v2 for Miniboo. Pops the ult 10 seconds.
10 seconds
He got scared, he got a little nervous.
He got real scared there.
Look, he's against the big dog, it's Chronicle. This guy was ice cold, and he's still looking like he is. 7 bullets for Chronicle. Or 4 now. And he's toying with him.
They're both on edge.
Yep. Who blinks first? You can already see Miniboo. A couple of steps forward. He's still towards screens. He's still in CT. He's trying to make him sweat, but Chronicle, this guy's one of the most decorated players there is, and as the time begins to tick, Miniboo needs to make a move, and it's all about timing. Now, Chronicle, he ain't losing these. Perfect work in the end. And another clutch for him.
That still got so close.
Yep.
Team Heretics, 3 Classics, 2 Vandals starting the round off, trying to retake B main from Fnatic, running into the tripwire, getting just absolutely blasted right off the start of the round. You think, oh, for sure, Fnatic's gonna clean this up, no problem. It comes down to a Chronicle 1 versus 1 with 45 health.
Yep.
Woot getting these first 2 picks was massive. If he's able to pick up that 3rd kill on Durka, it's a completely different story. We're seeing Team Heretics, you know.
That shot again, watching that back was just like, ugh. But you're right, that was a round out of nothing that became a 1v1 that was crazy. That was 2 rifles coming in. So you can see the level of impact that can happen. We talk about repeatable success, we talk about stability. And now Heretics need to start making impact here, because Fnatic are comfortable. They are dictating the pace drastically. It's Heretics looking for a new opportunity. Maybe a different look here for themselves. Miniboo in no man's land. Here it is, spots out Durka, and he's on the run.
Here.
Oh, Oh dear. Seekers.
Oh, he's getting chased by the Seekers.
But Alpha was in there. Look at this. The push and the pull so perfect. Dirk is going to find Rian's. He saw everything. This is poetry in motion. And Heretic still not getting a grip on this yet. They need to stop it somehow. It's a good start by taking down Durka, but they need a bit more. And Woot. Oh, okay. Thought Leo had him dead to rights. Now Leo might be dead. Okay. And I mean, drags him to his grave, but it's 3v2. Minibu with a second lease of life, but Alpha closes down what he started with 2 at the end, and Fnatic, round by round, looking scarier.
This has to be a timeout call coming in
Has
real
to be.
soon, because Team Heretics, what they need to do is they need to understand. Fnatic are doing their set plays, right? Every time they have the Euro ulti, they're gonna do either B main or B heaven split. They're gonna do a set play though, and they have the stun line. They have the Euro. Even if the Euro doesn't have ulti, he's throwing the flash over B main into site, right?
Yep.
They have the paranoia. They have the Euro TPing back site, the paint shells. They have all of this. Team Heretics, if they stand around sitting on cameras, doing these like really passive jiggles, they're gonna get caught. They need to do something to stop Fnatic from being able to get off all their utility. They need to catch them as they're pulling out flashes, keeping their arm out to set up the breach stun, pulling out the Omen smokes. They need to catch them in those opportunities. They tried it once when they were on some like 2 Vandals, 3 Classic Eco round, and they got shut down a little bit. Okay, they got baited into it and they got put down. There needs to be something else that they can do with that. Whether it be they get like really curious down mid, maybe they go and start abusing Chronicle a little bit, maybe they set up more passive traps, these crossfires that they set up from hell, from heaven, and they just stop playing on the site and start playing back on the rafters, for example. They've done it before, but B&B heaven a little bit more, and then like counter exec on them maybe, or get in their faces again at B main. Maybe they don't get lucky twice.
Yeah, let's see. What do we have here? Guardian with Woot, 4 Sheriffs. Here we go. And for this round, it'll be Benji holding towards A. A little bit of a switch up here, but they are getting aggressive on the rest of the map. Or at least they took a look towards B main. But I mean, this isn't the round I'm expecting to see masses of results from. This is, a somewhat bought up side. Because now look at Benji, he is all alone. There is no support anywhere nearby, so they're trying to clear back through.
Boom might pop his ulti to position himself in sight with Benji.
God
But
damn.
defensive smokes on sight. Might be seeing that in a second here.
Camera taken out.
Benji, camera gonna get checked. And Alpha is just showing off here. Remember, he's one of the players who used to sit on that Cypher, have that sort of cam in play. He knows how it feels, the pressure that you feel. Boast has fallen. Now keep your eyes on the spike. He's pivoting towards heaven, so that plays in Benji a little. Re-smoke in there, Paranoia gone, not clean enough. Chronicle starts to look composed.
They're making way, they're back towards B. Benji still in position.
He's gonna hear this.
Fire in the hole!
Uh-oh. It's not the sound you wanted to hear, but with 13 seconds, that's gonna get posted right towards you.
10 seconds left.
Takes a wind out of your sails. Ariente's on 8 HP and the wrong side of the map. And to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic right now, you've got to be playing out of your mind. Fnatic looking pretty dangerous here, Josh.
Dangerous indeed. Those rotations from Team Heretics into the vents, they knew that Fnatic was committed basically towards A. They had no escape. But once Team Heretics falls there, it opens up the pathway to B. Now Fnatic are going to be sitting on a 6-2, 4-round lead. Attack side of split. It is slightly attack sided these days. Not like the, you know, good old days of early days Val, where it was like 10 rounds for the defense. So Team Heretics probably not freaking out just yet.
But it's on the horizon. the composure, all the experience. Here. Gonna be tested now.
Kind of came out of nowhere as well. Fnatic. Time to jump. Not a great season, but if they can all turn it around here, that's all that matters.
Here comes a little bit of a pressure towards Tube. You can see Miniboo noted. You can see all of this building up here. Two players with that late presence. Look at them, hurting them, forcing them. They got no idea. Boo is on a platter. Durka puts him in his grave, and Alpha wants in. Gonna get one, actually. Gets traded out here. This is still Benji and Miniboo alive. Now, Miniboo's been spotted, so he's got to be careful about this. Leo, attention turned elsewhere. They're closing the gap towards the site. Look at Benji Fish's position. He's so close by to this. Be careful, because as soon as that drops, real close to catching a glimpse of Boaster there. They're a little ahead of maybe where they expected, but Durka's going to see them. Miniboo's the one step forward, turns the flash. Counter swing from Boaster. It's really on a knife's edge now. Boaster's going to look for that timing. Got to be careful, though. And Leo there, they're all just trying to make him fight for this. They're trying to pull at them from all sides. Fnatic gonna pick up the first pistol here in that second half. My oh my, another step to potentially the first reverse sweep we've seen here in EMEA. As double digits now, just one round away and 10 is theirs.
It's gotta be soul crushing for Team Heretics to be in a position like this. Pressure really just mounting down on you, and this is where, you know, the experience comes in. Hopefully you paced yourself. Hopefully you didn't just like use all the energy on those first 2 games just to win and get 2 maps up. What's left in the tank?
That's it. That is the question now. This is when you see those big players come online if they can, right? Can they summon any more strength? Is there anything they can bring up here? Fire the boys back up, bring that confidence. Where's that same flair and firepower and beauty to Valorant we were seeing before from Heretics? We need a little bit of that. Show us that magic here, because right now, maybe not in this round, but Fnatic are really starting to turn up here. And again, simplistic in approach, really. Walking into the stack, however, could cause problems.
Mainly classics, at least.
Yeah, only 2 of those sheriffs. That's with Miniboo and Woot, so keep your eyes out for KO. Yoru. Woot has found Durka. Okay. Gonna spot out another.
Okay, that's 2.
Hold on, we're getting there now. Do they continue on this? Look at Benji Fishy as well, trying to keep eyes on potentially where Alpha's coming from. Yeah,
3.
That's why you gotta watch out for him. Hold on. Leo now tries to lead a little further forward. Is this where it starts? Do they find the fire they desperately needed to spur them on here? Leo is doing damage. Has a little look to the left. Oh god, he's taking a lot himself though. Down to 14. It ain't happening. Heretics not out of it yet. 5 rounds. They get the upgrades, as many as they can. They get themselves situated moving forward.
Man, you really don't expect that to happen with these classics. Rian's, I think, got 2 with the classic there too. The 1 through with his scan. There's the second one, and Benji getting 1 at mid doors as well. And it's just like, in this game, really, you can never count it out. You always have to just make sure that you're fully aware of everything that's happening, because every gun is viable and every round is winnable, especially when ultimates come online.
This could light a fire under them.
1 more to convert here, just to at least get a little bit of a buffer.
Yep. But Alpha's slipped the net a little bit. Don't know how much by. He's got a Guardian.
Miniboo has an inkling.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
My camera is destroyed.
Okay, so how much does he get from this? Not much now. I was kind of hoping we'd see a little bit of impact from it, but I think now with the time passing, no pressure towards main, you start considering middle, right? There's that internal clock that starts to tick. And Alpha just taking that space middle now. Chronicle behind. Okay, maybe opting for a little bit of a look towards the B side, perhaps. A couple of players here already, though. Be too easy. Can he find anything? A pixel out of place, perhaps? No one's given him an inch. Heretics playing very disciplined.
This round's anything but quick or brief. It's Fnatic. Look to posture towards A. The last final moments of the round. Viper Wall's on B, so they're not going to have it here, but they're splitting through mid door, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, I kind of like this, pulling the fake. Doing almost what we wanted to see from the other side here. Rian is going to catch Chronicle, and Alpha's been handled. So looking for that Guardian again. That's now in the hands of Boaster. Plant is in. Rian still farming up here. This is going to need to be something out of this world, and it's not. Heretics another step Another step closer. They're up out of the chair. They know it's even in rounds like this, up against the Guardian, some bits and pieces. These are the rounds they still need to close in on. Another step in the right direction.
This is the big test here. This gun round coming up, 9-6. Will Team Heretics get their 7th round? Fnatic's going to be probably on Eco. And then it's going to be, you know, you're getting close to your ults. That's when we're going to have a game on our hands. So, Team Heretics, what do you have in store for us in your defense? I love the door being open, setting up that crossfire on A site with the Silva on the back of the site, the Viper in the halls, just being able to keep the elevation, the high-low. Shock darts. Hunter's Fury online for the defense. Durka with his ultimate for the attack. We've seen Fnatic pumping these fakes on Split. We saw them doing it on Lotus a little bit as well. Can we see them doing it here? This is the prime map for the fakes.
Time on this. Mini Boo catching Alpha just as he peeled away. A second in it. And now Fnatic gonna have to work with less. Working with 4. Do they just drift back towards the A site? They've got a little bit of mid control still in the form of Boaster. They've got a pressure towards Tube coming out from Durka, but Heretics can gamble the extra body. They can put players towards this, but Durka's gone pretty far on this now.
Durka has his ulti, so he could get out if he needs to.
Trade, okay. She can't quite even the
Viper
score
roll.
up here yet. We've got 4-3. Chronicle trying to close in, buy them some safety for the plant, which is going down now. Hunter's Fury gonna come in, look for a connection. Leo doing the dance here. You can see it being posted down, but look who's leaning forward. It's Chronicle getting involved and in their faces. Boo and Rienz now have their work cut out for them. Stunning combination as Rienz put to task, put to challenge, and put to bed. Fnatic force it to 10. And Heretics left, held on 6.
It was looking so good for Team Heretics as well. They were in a good winning position there. Booster winning that duel on Benji kind of made everything just fall apart. Heretics, they really didn't have any answers to that. They speed up on the site, and they're getting picked off. Chronicle pushing forwards.
Big round from him. Look at this as well. Oh.
Love a little bit of KO aggression, flashing through the wall.
Alpha's getting pumped up. Still got Durka with that ult.
Guns up for both teams.
Yep. Just kind of like a default, right? Look how deep Fnatic are sitting. They're just like, all right, let's just chill for a second, see what's happening.
They were doing this a lot on Bind. Maybe giving a little bit too much space and respect to Team Heretics there. Mid-fight potential. They could do it with a flash.
The timing on this. It's so close, right? Both of them are looking for these small gaps that they can potentially work with. Ult invested. They're just going to try and pour in on this one. What do you do if you're Benji as well? You're just kind of sat here? How do you keep your life? How do you play it? Valuable enough? Try and maybe slip away, play CT? Is this going to be a full retake potentially? I think it is. Plant going to come in, maybe a pre-take almost? Yeah, they're trying to speed up on this one. Miniboo taking a couple of steps forward and taking down Durka. What is that? Heretics cleaning until then. Alpha still standing, finally falls, and it's on Leo. But this guy can clutch up. But this is a tall challenge.
Knife up.
Taking his time here. Having to accept that, but he's slowly being encroached upon. Still, presence coming his way. 68 HP, he's found a 1v1. The time's ticking, Rienz! Keeping cool, keeping 2 up, keeping 2 alive, and keeping hope alive for Heretics. It's 7 now. The scoreboard feeling a little less daunting, just within touching distance.
With a 3-round buffer that Fnatic has, trading rounds isn't good enough. Team Heretics, if they want this, if they want to stop the reverse sweep, they need to string multiple rounds in a row. 1 by 1 is not good enough. Benji standing up, getting his team pumped.
Yep. He's giving it.
He's giving it.
You can see it in the face, man. He's getting back into this game.
In that show thing, he was talking about how he doesn't, you know, talk to the other team, but he's doing it now.
That looked into it. I mean, we have gone the distance. You're holding off the reverse sweep, as you said. Every right to get pumped up. Now, you got to keep in mind the buy here. Alpha's your danger man. Maybe Leo on the other side. Couple of ults, couple of bits. But again, the economy's not great. Benji's still just on that guard. Ooh, a little bit of damage there for Alpha. Careful now. You're meant to be the one who can do much as possible. It's okay, he's only on 85 here, but looking towards Miniboot, looking towards Wu. Careful in middle, and they play it well. They don't get pressure down too hard, too heavy, actually. Wu's going to give him a follow-up as well. This is nice. Not allowing Fnatic too much damage so far. Wu does go down in the end, but again, we're looking at Alpha and Boaster. Very tricky to gap close on this. Maybe that Vandal in Alpha's hands could open up a chance. Okay, that's sickening. That's sickeningly good. 3 more. Oh my god, why does he look so scary? It's fine. It's all fine. 3 standing. 10-8 now. We're getting there, Josh. We might just have a very close game on our hands.
I like what Team Heretics does there at middle.
Okay.
They accidentally find, you know, Turka or whoever it was at middle.
Yep.
But what are they doing it for? They're doing it for Boaster. They know that, hey, if it's an A hit, you guys, Boaster's gonna come here late. We're gonna deal with him. Boaster likes putting up the wall for A from middle. We're gonna hold for that. If you guys want to go A through A main, cool. We have stairs, we have yellow, we have backside, we have mid doors, we have a crossfire setup.
Yep.
You go B, cool. We're in a position, early, big flank. So I really like the adjustment there from Team Heretics. They didn't get like their primary objective, but they accidentally got, you know, a secondary objective.
Yeah. And it's Fnatic who've called the timeout here. Now, it wasn't completely consecutive, but there have been 4 rounds now gained. Heretics, right? If you're looking at this half, they've really done quite well here to min-max their value out of this. Couple of ults to play with them as well. Fnatic held on 10 for a couple rounds here. Now they have Hunter's Fury, they have the Viper's Pit, they've got a couple of options, they got some very nearby. Chronicles is very close too. So it's time for a check-in. Now, of course, even when Fnatic have called this timeout, Heretics can talk as well. So a good opportunity for them to get themselves prepared, potentially tee up how they want to look at this round. No one built up a fully flash economy. No one's completely comfortable yet. There's still a little bit of volatility in the water here between these two.
Team Heretics have really good retake ults. I'd be shocked to see them not utilize that. I do wonder if Fnatic is going to try to do a fake using the Viper Wall and the Drone Hunter's Fury on one side, and then using the Viper's Pit, the ultimate, on the other side.
My ult's ready.
Looking at this Tube Walk as well, seeing how far they want to explore this. First time we've really seen Miniboot go this far. It wasn't necessarily alone either. He did have, I think it was Rien's keeping him company, at least initially. But he can kind of just sit.
There's a read. This wall from A, this is like, wait, why is this wall here? Why is it like this? Why is it covering Tube? They have, Durka has an idea. He's like, wait, no, I think this happened. And it looks like Fnatic, whether they know it or not, they are just deciding to go B.
The B site, Benji Fishy and Wu. You've heard the ult. That's from Durka. Got to see this find value. Hearing it everywhere now. Ults are coming in. Durka going to be denied a little bit of a step, but he takes one with him. Woot on the trade, but Benji's gone down. And now suddenly it's game back on here. Woot needs to buy a little bit of time here. He's very alone. The rest of the team is not on the way yet. They're looking at the flank. Look on the back lines here. Look at some of these fights. The timing for Miniboot is heartbreaking. Leo's caught him. And now there's problems everywhere. 30 seconds. Rien's and Boo. It's a nightmare come true. And that almost fell apart. But no plant to be seen just yet. There's still a chance, still some timing, but Bosa's not allowing it. It's looking like 11. Boo in a 1v3. His position's going to be noted. And there's very little for him to achieve in this. It's very hard for him to find any sort of impact. And Fnatic making it work when it matters most. Getting that one step closer here, Josh.
I thought for sure Fnatic was going to be in a pickle. As soon as Woot pops his ultimate, that means Boaster's wall goes offline. Rien's in nest. Crossfire potential onto the site. Big backstab from Miniboot. Does not expect, though, Leo to be in the window. Knife out. There's way too many knife out situations. I mean, you're only moving marginally faster than if you have a Classic out or a Vandal. If you have either of those, you have a chance. With a knife, no chance.
And bigger picture here, Leo is playing a very good game. Not just scoreboard-wise, obviously that is a highlight point to this. He is currently 21-9. And again, may have noticed it, may not have. He's one who's not been feeling very well, so you can tell the fact he's putting up this level of performance is an incredible feat from him. So, pause for thought, and potentially an actual pause. Not seeing the clock move. So I'm wondering if it's a Heretics timeout or if it's actual timeout. It is a Heretics one, no fear. I'm talking to myself there. It's me.
I held my breath.
But, no, it's all good. But timeout now to check back in. Fnatic need very little to get across that finishing line. Heretics need a lot, right? If you're looking at it this way, they've had a good couple of rounds here and there, but they couldn't even go on like this and still win out the game. They would still lose if it followed this similar trend, right? So they need something to give them some consistency, and that's so much easier said than done. I don't know how you're going to consistently get the read on this.
I did the quick maths. If they follow this trend, it actually goes to OT, right? Team
Okay,
Heretics
there
gets
you
2,
go,
that's
just
10.
OT.
Fnatic gets 1, that's 12. Team Heretics get the next 2, that's 12-12.
Done. There, hey, so
Quick maths.
you've actually predicted OT. Cool.
My bad. Well, the thing is,
nice one.
by predicting OT, I prevented OT.
Oh, nice.
So it's either 13-11 or Fnatic close out.
What do you think's more likely? Who's winning this?
Fnatic's in the prime position right now.
Don't give me the neutral answer. Who's winning it? Who do you think's winning it? Say it. Say it.
I mean, Fnatic's in the prime position.
What's up, Killa?
That's hurting on that fence.
Give me the odds and I'll give you I'll give you an answer.
Okay.
If it's 50-50 odds, I'm taking Fnatic.
Fair play, fair play. And here we go, Fnatic keeping things simple. Nothing stupid about it. Benji's in a little bit of trouble here, and by a little, I mean a lot. The entirety of Fnatic are on this side of the map, and they are here, and they are deep on this, and they've got a plant. They've already got 2 kills. Benji gonna swing it, but still, so much damage is already done. He's lost out on so much, he needs so much more! Only gets him 2. Maybe a 2v3, but it's not gonna be good enough. Boo now surrounded, Fnatic another step, another round, and now just 1 away from the reverse sweep. Felt impossible and near on improbable. But here we stand on the final map in what could be the final round. The buy is not good for Heretics. Fnatic have everything they need, a couple of ults. I mean, only 1 really online now, that's Boasters, but still, Heretics have got to be on the ropes here.
Nice!
And around the throat. Heretics struggling for breath. Josh, this might be it.
And these B hits for Fnatic are working so well. I don't know if Team Heretics has been able to close out a single one. One of them was on a retake.
What's up, Killa?
Not much to do. They're going on a walkabout at A main, getting that info really early. That means that we're going to see Rian's in a really good position with that Hunter's Fury able to stop something.
But even if you know it, still got to stop it. And that's what scares me.
You run to the house, you don't.
She wants it like that. That's why she likes it.
Boaster gets that info
Trying to make
on
them with
this.
his wishes.
He gets that info. That means that A main's been compromised.
Okay, you're
That
colder
means
than me,
that
but I'm
Team
cold as
Heretics
well.
is probably leaning toward B. Fnatic want to go back into A on that.
I have all my windows.
Well, I had the fan on all week yesterday.
No. There's no way.
Right?
There's no way.
Right?
Anyway, do you want any Mexican
God. I tell you now.
You're like ordering
I don't know if you
DoorDash,
want it.
or?
Okay, it's all good.
Yeah,
We're
like what
carrying on
kind?
in this direction. It's looking like an A end for now. You're right, he's kind of stuck to this, knifed as well. But do they carry on 40 seconds? Where do they
But
go
now it's
here?
Dawn 1.
Wherever they go. There's no
I've
thinking
heard
at
of
this
it.
point. It's like wherever
Let
they're
me see.
showing
I'll look at their
themselves
menu
access to
online.
commit, and Rian's has that Hunter's Fury.
What's it called? Dawn 1.
Slipping up towards Tube though.
30 seconds left.
I think
I'm a
might
good
be reading this
speller.
Heretics, but are they ready for it? 25 seconds. It's go time. Woot's turn, he spotted it. Flash is there, it slowed him down a little bit if he's overwhelmed. Leo's gonna find Woot. It's Miniboo on the trade out, still focused towards main. Took away the TP, but he's still trying to stand his ground. 13 seconds. Spikes on the
Somewhere
site, and there's 3
Elizabeth?
alive for Heretics.
10 seconds
The reverse
left.
sweep becoming a reality at this point. Benji
Oh, it's
Fishy,
just-
Boo, Rienz. You gotta find something here, because Fnatic have this game in their palm.
Benji going for the flank. He's gonna hit this tripwire, but the body is there at A main. He wants to get the hat. Wait, he gets over the trip.
Okay.
The trip is dead. Alpha's
I
dead.
just came
That's
inside.
true.
Call me out on that, please.
It's fine, because look, they still have to get past 4 players who are playing in this pit. The time is running low. They've got to get a move on. Dirk has gotten
Okay, I
down.
look
There's
at
still
the
a
thing. I want
draft
to see the
here.
prices,
But
but I
Boasters, Chronicle,
I
in
want
unison,
Grand
leaving it
Quesadilla and an
all
empanada.
Ryan's hands. Fnatic are your VCT EMEA split 1 winners. The reverse sweep becoming a reality and forcing the Heretics to believe in the old gods. What a performance
This
from them,
Grand
Josh. We don't
Grande
see
Quesadilla.
turnarounds like that reverse sweeps like that almost ever.
Bigger picture, Fnatic, they're expected to do so well at the beginning of the year. Kickoff, drop all the expectations. Coming into this split, 3-3, narrowly make it into the playoffs. They crawl their way through, taking out some of the biggest teams in the region. They get all the way here, start 0-2 down in a BO5, and slowly crawl their way back with the reverse sweep. Are we seeing the resurgence of the old gods?
Maybe. Maybe. And on the other side, Heretics,
Do you
have
think
to
the
say
beef
it,
or the
one
chicken
of my favorite
empanada?
teams to watch during this lead up to this point, showing all that potential early. Some doubters afterwards after Madrid didn't go their way, but they came back in this season, in this run, in this split, and looked good. They look like they fixed some of those issues, but a best of five is a whole different world, and you're facing a team like Fnatic who has experience in these environments.
There's so much that Team Heretics does really well. They need to add a little bit more layer, a little bit more depth, especially to their attack side.
Totally
Maybe
different
introduce a little bit more fakes and stuff like that. But what they really need to do is it's this final hurdle, right? The final obstacle. They're so good at getting 99% of the way. It's that last 1%. Once they figure out a way to get past that hurdle, whether that be experience, whether that be a little bit more depth to their gameplay, whether it be better like adaptations, that's when we're gonna see true champions.
Okay, that's what it says.
It's towards the trophy.
This thing looks good too. Look at this. Tico, Reedy,
Ricky's done before. The reverse sweep, the resurgence of the old gods. Maybe there's life in them yet. The trophies all.
Well, I have good taste. Oh yeah, thank you for thinking of me, Joel. That's very nice. It's not what I know you do. I know you do, but it makes every single time I tell every the girls at work the same thing. Even if I don't get something, just be included. Because like I'll turn you down like 99% of the time, or like 80%. But oh, this is so nice for me to think about me and ask me, even though I always say no.
Two of our favorite people.
Because every once in a while I say yes. But even when I say no, I still appreciate it.
Once was a co-commentator of mine, but actually now has a real job being a product lead for
appreciate
VCTVA.
her, Juliana.
Genuinely,
We're on here as well.
Fnatic back to a level I think some of us were wondering if they could hit again. And where do you think it is from now? Is the only way is up? Is there potential for them?
I'm actually like
still issues though. I think
pretty well rested. I'm ready for work.
Still see there is work to be done for Fnatic.
Really?
You know, personal experience tells me that there's always room to go down, but
no, I'm actually like looking forward to work. I don't know.
The resurgence for the comeback. Think that they have kind of
yeah, no.
is their experience.
Well, sometimes just having just doing like half day at work, like on a Friday, makes such a difference. Makes the weekend feel so much better.
So we never know what version to expect of them. If they come together and work together as a team,
that's why I need it.
They can do really well and go really far. But if they start doing too much individual stuff and start falling apart at the seams, then we see the version that we saw them in the regular season.
You're right. And keep in mind, there is Shanghai on the way, and so much more to be looked at. Fnatic, we don't know quite where we are with them overall, but someone I do know where we are with is Zoe, who's on the stage. We're Boaston. I think they're just getting a microphone. Let's go down there.
Don't forget.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, of course, once more, give it up for Team Fnatic. Now, Chronicle and Boaston with me. Our VCT EMEA Stage 1 champions. And what a series this was. We talked a lot about you guys playing from a deficit for the last few days, games, weeks even. Seems like you make it a habit regardless, even in the final.
Overall, I think it's cool, whatever. And I also don't give a shit if you block celebrities or not, so I don't personally care about this. I do think, however, that, you know, people will most likely end up blocking a shit ton of people. And it will be yelled at. Once it reaches like peak momentum, people will yell at it and call it stupid and silly, which is kind of, you know, just fucking, you know, just pressure your representatives. Use organizations that are already existing long before you started paying attention to Israel or Palestine, and engage in protests.
If you want to put the fan on, help circulate the
not
air
your
more.
celebrity crushes or your
Feels just with the breeze, your hair's blowing the
celebrities,
breeze.
but instead, you know, send emails and phone calls to your representatives and go out and protest.
Good afternoon, folks. We've got a recurring bout of foolishness sweeping the internet, and it is once again all about HAARP, the most overrated conspiracy on Earth. People are saying it caused the auroral display on May 11th, even though it was operating at a fraction of full power from the 8th to the 10th, and its effects disappeared within about 20 or 30 minutes. I have seen them blast that thing at full power, and literally nothing happens. It's operating regularly all the time, has been all year. When it's on, you can see it on radar, ionosons, rheometers, the F2 critical frequency, the total electron content, and more. And it's never anything stronger than the natural variations that occur diurnally, day to night. Nothing special happens. A simple physics analysis of the power usage makes it clear that for ionospheric plasma, it can have some effects, but they are localized, they do not spread, and they disappear very quickly. When it comes to something like the aurora, no, not even close. The most I've seen is a fractional stalling of the high-pressure cell's eastward movement. That's at full power. When it comes to the aurora we had on May 11th, I already knew the answer, but I checked the data anyway. All minuscule effects from May 8th to May 10th were gone before the CME struck. It was tiny, and the amount of power that came into the system from the sun during that event was more than what humanity uses in a whole month. Please do not fall for any of this nonsense about HAARP being involved in the auroral display. Furthermore, and I want you to really listen here and think. HAARP started out pretty secretive, sure, but then in the span of about 90 days, after many failed experiments, we got several books released by different authors, 2 TV shows talking about it, actor, politician Jesse Ventura, no trust issues with those professions, handing you an enemy on a silver platter and telling you to scream about it on the internet. We also had the so-called whistleblowers giving talks about HAARP all over the country, allegedly risking their lives, and yet nothing happened to any of them.
Alright, so I've been out of the loop for a little bit, but now that I'm looking back at it and seeing some of the new stuff, Valorant Mobile is looking insane. I mean, right now what you're watching is MVP animations that happen in the post-game if you're top frag. Like, you can actually get MVP and get shown off. This is low-key the first step to a replay system that PC doesn't even have. Or, if you're in the shop, you don't gotta wait for skins to rotate. Every skin is just available, and you can just scroll through them, select a bundle, and even choose the exact gun you want to purchase. At the moment, there isn't even Valorant points. Use Kingdom points to buy those skins, though I think that will change, but we'll see. There's full-on animations while looking at agents, and they even preview with a full video their abilities. The practice range doesn't even look like what we know. There are walls everywhere and way more tools to practice with, which is insane. Right now what you're watching isn't a game. Look at the settings at the top. It is a full custom mode in which you can set up any map you want with bots around the map so you can practice clearing angles. Are you kidding me? There's more custom modes in mobile than PC. The icons look extra realistic. This one I wouldn't say is better or worse, it's just different, but hey, the ranks look very, very different in my opinion. And on top of that, the entire main menu and theme is a lot darker in the mobile version over what we have on PC. But some things are quite literally just mind-blowing. You can see a lot of options here in the bottom left corner when it comes to buying skins, upgrading it, and you get to see them inside a special different kind of range that is weird. And even as you start up a game, like in Agent Select, it seems like seamless. It's almost like part of the main menu instead of an entirely different screen. And as you highlight agents, that's where you get stuff that look a lot more familiar. It's just kind of insane. And as we slow it down, I must say, all sources are down below. Of course, this is not my footage. This is a ton of people's footage scattered around the internet because it's like some people got early access. It's mainly just in like a Chinese client. Some stuff are leaked. So it's a little bit all over the place. And yeah, so sources down below. Here's some more MVP animations. It's just so weird. The concept of it is so weird. How are there features coming to mobile before PC? And it just makes me wonder, once the mobile releases, will it get like a hefty marketing campaign via PC, and then we'll see some
How's everything going so far? First couple of days, first few practices.
Yeah, it's been really good. I love it out here. It feels like feels normal to me. Feels like home. So it's good.
What is it about it that makes it feel like home?
Probably the coaching. Coach Tomlin, Coach Smith, Coach Z. Just makes me feel like family. Makes me feel comfortable. Coach me really hard, and I just feel like I'm getting better already.
Robert, you had told somebody that you expected to be picked by the Steelers at 51. Did they indicate that to you?
I mean, like through the grapevine, I kind of thought they were, but you know how it played out, it doesn't really affect me anyways.
Nobody said, "Hey, we're looking at you in the second round."
And nobody said that. Yeah, nobody said that.
What's your first impression of Zach, just working him as a receivers coach?
Coach Z?
Yeah.
Great guy, great coach. Giving me a lot of details, helping me with my route details and understanding football. He's just a great guy. Really, I really mess with him.
What's the biggest thing he's challenged you on so far?
Staying low. Yeah, I definitely. Right now, I'm playing a little high, so just getting low.
What's his energy like, Coach Z's energy? What is he kind of like? It seems like he's really been really interactive with you out on the field.
I mean, that's kind of his energy. I wouldn't say there's like a vibe that comes off to him. He's just really serious, but also casual at the same time, and kind of just like takes on bullshit.
We know you tested obviously pretty fast. I think you worked with a speed coach since you were pretty young. When did that start, and how much is natural and how much of it is hard work that you put into to get it?
I'd probably say like 50-50 is natural and 50-50 just working hard. I've been working with a speed coach since like 6th grade. I mean, being fast comes natural, but being like who I am now, it's definitely hard work.
How many receivers end up working?
4.2s at the combine. Why did you think that?
You know, I set my goals pretty high for myself. If I feel like if I got 4.2, then that's great. But if I wanted to run a 4.3 and I ran a 4.4, that's not good for me. So I always set my expectations high.
But you hadn't run a 4.2s under someone else's watch before that.
I mean, I can't say for sure, but you know.
How many receivers or football players are working with a speed coach? I mean, how unusual is it not only for you to still be working with one, but to have started that in 6th grade?
I mean, I don't work with one right now, but I'm pretty sure probably a lot of receivers probably working with a speed coach or some sort of coach like that who helps them like working their feet work or become faster.
How much positional flexibility do you have? How much were you in the slot last year, and how much do you think you might have the potential to bump outside?
Yeah. I mean, I can't say for sure. I play both. That's who I am. I feel comfortable playing both. But I can't really put a number on how much I play both sides.
I know this is just the baby steps for everybody right now, but where they have you lining up so far with all this game stuff?
I'm just playing wherever they tell me. If it's inside, outside, I'm just going there. So it's probably a little bit of everything right now, maybe.
Do you study any of the tape of the offenses of Arthur Smith from Atlanta or Tennessee? What do you kind of take from those that you can see in the very early stages being applied here?
I watched the film in Atlanta and Tennessee. I think it's just as far as the receivers, comes detail, footwork, timing, things like that, just being where you're supposed to be at all times.
Were you the fastest player at Michigan?
Coach Smith? Yeah. He's really cool.
Were you the fastest player at Michigan?
I mean, I was probably one of them, yeah, for sure.
But you can't say for sure.
I mean, we never lined it up in a race, so I don't have the title yet.
Okay. How did you end up in Hawaii when both your parents were Michigan natives?
Yeah, before I was born, my mom was off the teaching job out there, so she moved the family out and then had me. I was raised out there.
So what's the biggest challenge to maybe playing on the outside at this level? Is it getting off the press, physical corners? At this point, what do you think will be the biggest adjustment?
For me, probably just being low, route details, feet work, pumping my arms and cover breaks, separation, things like that.
I know in a couple weeks we're going to see George Pickens and some of the other receivers get out here. What are you looking forward to with working with those guys here at the facility?
Just following them, trying to be like them, trying to be great, learning from them, and just bonding with them for real.
Have you had a chance to talk with them or chat or anything, catch up since the draft?
Not yet. A lot of guys reached out, but it's different when you meet them.
Not a lot of guys in this draft class are people with just potential who didn't play a lot. I mean, all you guys pretty much produced a lot in college, won a lot, national championships.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. We're talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're currently in rookie minicamp, and as that wraps up before OTAs, we're going to discuss some of the headliners. The Steelers rookie class in general looks very good. Troy Fautanu, you got Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson, Peyton Wilson. It even gets a little bit deeper as we go into the later stages of the draft. But we're hearing some really good things about Fautanu. We're hearing some really good things about the Wilson guys, Roman Wilson and Peyton Wilson. We'll start it off because round 3, pick 98, Peyton Wilson, linebacker out of North Carolina State. At NC State, this dude was a freaking beast. Peyton Wilson reportedly is already wowing Steelers. I saw this tweet here from Alan Saunders, and he said this: Peyton Wilson might be the oldest acting rookie I can remember in a while. Already calling the defense on day 1. Super poised in interviews. Referred to not having an ACL as his bum knee. So we know the track record is unbelievable. The only thing that was holding him back in the draft, Peyton Wilson, was his injury history, right? So Wilson was one of the best linebackers last year in college football. 92 total tackles in 2023, including 41 run stops, 3 interceptions, and when he was targeted, he'd only allowed a passer rating of 47.2. Like, this is a literal freaking superstar. And he landed with the Pittsburgh Steelers all the way back in round 3 with their 4th total pick in the draft. According to Alan Saunders, like we just said, of Steelers, now Wilson was calling the defense on day 1 and has a veteran presence about him when speaking to the media. So before we get any further into today's video, if you guys enjoy it, be sure to hit that like button, hit that sub button for daily NFL content. Steelers fans, you continuously support and love this channel. I love you guys so much. Seriously, words cannot describe it. If you could try and get this video to 500 likes, that would seriously mean the absolute world to me. So Peyton Wilson joins a loaded linebacker room. New addition, Patrick Queen, star linebacker from the Baltimore Ravens. You got Landon Roberts coming off a great season. And then you have Cole Holcomb. And now you got Peyton Wilson. You also got Nick Herbig, Alex Highsmith. Like, the linebacker room on paper is literally loaded. But we were saying the same thing last season. So linebacker depth to the Pittsburgh Steelers is extremely important. So back to Peyton Wilson. He was healthy. He was unbelievably productive in the past 2 seasons. Guys, he had 4 interceptions, including a pick 6, 221 total tackles. But once again, the reason he fell all the way to the 3rd round, later in the 3rd round, is because of his extensive injury history. He's a high-risk, high-reward type of player. 2 torn ACLs and a shoulder injury that kept him out in all but 2 games back in 2021. But like we said, the last couple of seasons, he's been healthy and he's been ready to go. So we look at guys like Landon Roberts, and Cole Holcomb had a horrible season-ending injury. There was worry that it was going to be a career-ending injury. This move, Peyton Wilson, he's going to have some type of impact. He's going to have some type of role. The cream always rises to the top. And this linebacker room is going to be great for years to come, folks. You have Patrick Queen and Peyton Wilson. That might be your star linebacker room for the next couple of seasons here. Moving on to the offense side of things, Troy Fautanu is getting a lot of praise because he's been playing right tackle. We saw this coming. Broderick Jones is going to be moving back to left tackle. That's that's his cream of crop right there. Broderick Jones is best at left tackle, and because of Dan Moore, who's definitely not going to be starting next season, I imagine Troy Fautanu is going to be moving to right tackle from day 1. And I imagine Broderick Jones is going to be moving back to left tackle from day 1, like we're seeing in minicamp right now. And we're looking at this offensive line here. You got Fautanu, you got Broderick Jones on your tackle side. That's very important. You got a stud in Zach Frazier in round 2 from West Virginia at your center spot. Isaac Seumalo at left guard and James Daniel at right guard. They're getting back to what they know the best, winning in the freaking trenches. And it's going to correlate to the run game. It's going to correlate to the pass game. And so speaking of the pass game here, I saw an interesting thing. And, in our last Steelers video, we were talking about the offense, right? Because you got guys like DK Metcalf and Brandon Ayuk and Cortland Sutton, all these borderline wide receiver 1/wide receiver 2 trade rumors. And what's looking more realistic is that they're going to walk away with a guy like Darius Slayton from the Giants or a dude like Traylon Burks from the Tennessee Titans. And I read an interesting article. I think it was from Steelers Now. They brought up a good point, and it was kind of what we were talking about in our last video, especially when we're talking in regards to Arthur Smith's offense. So here's like an excerpt I grabbed from it. A top 3 group of Pickens, Slayton, and Wilson or Pickens. It's kind of confusing. Wilson, oh my goodness, we're going to start from the top here. A top 3 group of Pickens, Slayton, and Wilson, or Pickens, Wilson, and Burks wouldn't be a top 5 trio on paper, but look at the Lions model. 2 running backs, a good tight end, a good offensive line, a talented wide receiver who is utilized mostly in the slot. They're talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown, who would be, correlated to George Pickens there. And that's exactly what Pittsburgh has. And so I cover the NFL on this channel. I've made a ton of Detroit Lions videos in the last couple of years here. And my big thing, and keep in mind, Detroit's got a couple of intriguing guys like Jameson Williams. Last year they had Josh Reynolds, but they just lost Josh Reynolds. They did, really hit it out of the ballpark with Sam Laporta. But Pat Freiermuth's coming off such an underwhelming season. We keep talking about Pat Freiermuth on this channel. The dude was so underutilized in Matt Canada's system, like so underutilized. He's walking away with games with, 2 catches for 22 yards, 3 catches for 31 yards. Like he was so underutilized. And you've got the 2 running backs and Najee Harris. We're gonna kibosh the trade rumors. Najee Harris isn't going anywhere this season, folks. I don't care that they declined his 5th year. You got 2 running backs, Jalen Warren, Najee Harris. You got a good tight end in Pat Freiermuth, a good offensive line with new additions of Troy Fautanu and Zach Frazier, even getting a little bit deeper with Mason McCormick, and a talented wide receiver who's utilized mostly in the slot, i.e. George Pickens. So I'm looking at this room, and once again, we talked about this in our last Steelers video. If Roman Wilson, which I fully believe he can, it was a loaded, deep wide receiver draft class. I would assume most other classes with less deep wide receiver rooms, he'd probably be drafted easily in the 2nd round here. So if Roman Wilson can just provide me with somewhere between 600 and 900 receiving yards, he can fill in for Deontay Johnson right here and right now. And then if somebody, i.e. Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller, Quez Watkins, or my man Calvin Austin III, if they can give me like 400, 500 receiving yards, your offense is set. Throwing by Russell Wilson to Roman Wilson. Love that future duo there. I really think Roman Wilson's going to have a great season with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But guys, that's it for today. A little bit of camp news, rookie mini camp news. Thank you guys for watching. Hit that like button, that sub button for more. And
Lawrence looking for one of those Jones. It's Marvin, and it's broken up by Averett.
Well, a lot of hand fighting and separate as well as he used to, but they talk about his ability to make that contested catch, get his hands on the ball there. Averett does a nice job with that left hand, blocking it away.
Carr throwing off the fingertips and intercepted. Crazy turn of events.
This has to be a completion for a touchdown. Willie Snead's wide open. That ball comes fast, and Snead didn't look like he saw.
Mahomes steps up, he fires, and that's incomplete. Coverage is right there on Hill. That's Anthony.
How'd you like to be young Anthony Averett out there one-on-one? Okay, Tyreek, let's see what you got. Here we go. Blanketed, baby. Take that one back to the house. That is some play on the biggest play of the night.
Goff throws near side off the fingertips of Khalif Raymond. Should have been caught, wasn't it? It'll be 2nd and 10.
About the receivers, and it's really not the strong part of their offense. We mentioned Cephas, who had some big catches.
And no turnovers on either side, but a lot of negative plays by Broncos.
Lock, end zone, and it is intercepted. Anthony Averett with his loss of the year. There's now only 2 undefeated teams left in the NFL. Arizona, after a big one.
The pitch for Kelly. Kelly going nowhere. Hit by 3 Ravens at once.
Watch 56 in the middle of the field. First, you get great feel in coming up and forcing the run from Averett. There's nowhere to go, and then Bynes.
Herbert going to go for it all down the sideline. Incomplete.
You hear this cliche all the time, how the rush and the cover has to match up. And that hasn't happened a lot for Baltimore.
The Chargers. 2nd down and 8. Reef the block at the right, tackle it outside. They go for Higgins. The block by Williams and a pass high and incomplete for Higgins.
And this time it looks like they're bringing 7. Actually dropped 6 after getting the press on hop out. And
it's 3rd and 10. Here comes Houston. There goes the pass, and they get it off to Higgins, who could not hold on. Boy, they went for Cincinnati. They're going to punt.
A lot of hand fighting back and forth between the two. Good no call.
1st and goal, 10 seconds, end zone broken up. Preston Williams the target, and now 9 seconds remain.
The play action, Bitonio the block. Time for the quarterback. Intercepted on the play. Picked off here. Avery got it. First interception in the last 6 games, going back to week 7 for the Ravens defense when they played Cincinnati.
Well, we're
midfield, Bitonio a block. And looking inside, and it will be picked off one side.
And not able to come up with it.
Passengers becoming the first people to fly a commercial flight with the new jet on the 10th of February 1968. The aircraft would go on to dominate the market for the next few decades, all while Boeing continued to tweak and improve the design. However, the rather archaic control system remained. The design was not without issues. One such would rear its ugly head in the 1990s. On the 3rd of March 1991, United Airlines 585, a Boeing 737-200, would experience a sudden right-hand nose pitch down whilst attempting to land in Colorado Springs. The resulting crash killed all 25 aboard. What was perplexing to investigators was that the captain of 585 operated a strict and conservative cockpit, strongly adhering to rules and procedures. A second, remarkably similar event happened on the 8th of September 1994. US Air Flight 427, a larger Boeing 737-300. It crashed near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This time, it was a nose-down left turn. The pilots managed to wrestle the plane level only for it to turn a second time. Sadly, the aircraft and all 132 were lost. There was a theory regarding the 1991 crash that an uncommanded rudder movement was the cause, but sadly the wreckage was too mangled to find the defect. The NTSB would finally get a break when a third plane, Eastwind Airlines Flight 517 on the 9th of June 1996, briefly experienced an unexpected rudder command. Thankfully, the plane landed safely. The crew and passengers also survived. The NTSB were able to gather valuable information from the aircraft and crew, resulting in a preliminary conclusion of a faulty rudder PCU and its dual servo valve. This could jam and turn the rudder in the opposite direction of the pilot's input. Needless to say, the event would confuse flight controls with deadly results. Boeing and the NTSB would test multiple units, confirming the fault and ordering Boeing to completely replace all units by 2002. But although this horrendously expensive fault was dealt with, a new aircraft, not from Boeing, but a rival, would start eating up the industry. Airbus. 1987 would see the first flight of the 737's biggest competitor, the A320. Up until the late 1980s, the 737 dominated the market, but after A320 was released, Air carriers now had a solid alternative. With this competition, the two aircraft became intertwined. As such, each company set out to improve upon and develop their popular platforms. Because the A320 was newer, it had a much more modern fly-by-wire control system, where the pilot's controls aren't mechanically coupled to the hydraulic actuators that move the flaps. Instead, the pilot's controls are from a joystick, which transmits electrical signals to the control surfaces. This helps maintenance costs, as there is no complex systems of mechanical linkages and cables to deal with. It was lighter, being made out of composite materials, and boasted a wider cabin at 3.95 outside diameter meters, compared to 3.8 meters the 737. Airbus boasted that the 737-300 burnt 35% more fuel and has 16% higher operating cost per seat than the V2500 powered A320.
Sometimes it's a little too authentic for me, and then I'm like, ew.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I like it when it's $50.
I resent it to you.
Did you? I didn't get
Yeah. We'll check.
All right, I'll look.
Pretty sure, I hope.
I'll look. No, just I'll look.
What? You're welcome.
And fuel and maintenance costs are vital for scraping as much profit out of shorter routes. The new plane essentially made budget airlines a possibility, but the 737 still proved popular, and as such carried on in production even at the new millennium. It was now in its third generation, aptly named Next Generation 737, which was launched in 1997. Next gen development was directly caused by Boeing's old sister company starting to make orders for, you guessed it, the A320. As the early 2000s came along, the 737NG was the standard offering from Boeing. But although better than the second gen classic 737, the design was still showing its age. Why not design and build a brand new aircraft, with the idea of improving efficiency and the like, you may ask? Well, Boeing had thought of that already. During 2006, the company pondered on the idea of a completely new design to be out for 2010. Initial interest from the market looked good, but Airbus was about to put a spanner in the works. In December 2010, a new A320 was announced. This was to be called the Neo, or New Engine Option, and was aimed squarely at efficiency. The new model was essentially a re-engined design with two more fuel-efficient turbofan units, either from CFM International LEAP or the Pratt & Whitney PW1000G. With the addition of wing sharklets, you know, the little bent parts on the wingtips, the A320 Neo boasted 15 to 20% more fuel efficiency than the previous generation 320. Don't forget that the previous generation was already more efficient than the 737. As such, the Neo hit the market strongly. Over 600 commitments were made at the Paris Air Show, and by the end of the year, the total backlog of orders exceeded 1,000. This made the 320 Neo the world record holder for opening orders. This didn't go unnoticed by Boeing, but they were adamant that a new plane was the way to go. But long-term customer American Airlines would sway Boeing to scrap a clean sheet design when it ordered 260 Airbuses, breaking the previous Boeing monopoly at the airline. But it wasn't all terrible. American Airlines also tacked on 100 737 Next Gens, as well as requesting 100 737s re-engined with the CFM LEAP, the same engine offering the A320 Neo came to market with. And here enters the fourth generation 737 MAX. The 737 MAX. Okay, it feels like it's taken a while to get here. We are nearly 1,800 words into the script, and only now we are talking about the subject for the video. But by now you all must know I do love a bit of context. The new re-engined 737 was approved by Boeing's board of directors on the 30th of August 2011. It was hoped that the project would achieve a 4% reduction in fuel burn rate compared to the A320. Great! The new aircraft would also offer airline fleets that already operated the 737 the benefit of not needing significant crew training. To decrease the drag of the 737, it received split wingtips, and the new larger engines, now too big for the original placement, were placed further forward and higher. But this was found in testing to significantly change the aircraft's dynamic properties by causing a nose-up situation. To bring the flight characteristics back to what a pilot should expect from a 737, a system called Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS, was implemented. This would use software to engage the horizontal stabilizers. In the case of the MAX, this would be used to account for a nose-up situation caused by the new engines, and thus bring the nose back down. We'll put a pin in the MCAS system and come back to that in a bit. So because the new plane was already a certified airframe, development time was greatly reduced, along with the reduced red tape that a whole new design would attract. Reportedly, by November 2011, Boeing had amassed 700 commitments. 4 years after the program launched, in August 2015, the first fuselage rolled off the production line. The first flight took place on the 29th of January 2016 at Renton Municipal Airport. Nothing out of the ordinary had been reported, and a year later the aircraft received its FAA license in March, followed soon after by the remaining worldwide licenses. As orders started to stack up, carriers had to prepare their crews in the operation of the new aircraft. Traditionally, for brand new airplanes, several hours of simulator time is needed. This costs money, firstly in actually purchasing a simulator or updating the sims the company already has, and secondly the downtime of taking your pilots out of productive work to put them in said simulator. Well, with the 737 MAX, and due to it sharing its type rating with the 737 Next Gen, because of the MCAS, pilots only needed to undertake a tablet-based training course. Strangely, but deliberately, the MCAS was omitted from the 737 MAX's manual. This was in an effort to minimise the new system's significance from the Federal Aviation Authority, and thus keep down retraining and licensing costs. Okay, I think it's time to talk about how the MCAS system works. MCAS. MCAS was not a new system when it was used in the MAX. Boeing had been installing it into its military tanker variant 767 from 2013. MCAS works to avoid a stall by manipulating the horizontal stabilizers, but is not the same as a stick pusher. It was employed in the Boeing KC-46 Pegasus to help balance the plane during mid-air fueling. But the 737 MAX's sole purpose was to make the plane feel like its predecessor, because the new bigger engines were placed further forward than in previous generations. This system was only active when the MAX was under manual control. It was given, in the software of the plane control system, complete authority to bring the aircraft nose down when it detected a potential stall. The pilot's inputs into the controls would not override the MCAS. In November 2016, two of Boeing's 737's MAX flight technician pilots discovered changes to the MCAS system. Instead of informing the FAA, Boeing, through these two pilots, concealed this information and deceived the FAA, meaning the changes weren't added to the flight manuals, thus limiting the perceived effect of the system on the operation of the aircraft, hiding the severity of MCAS from pilots. This in turn allowed Boeing to advertise the aircraft as not requiring significant retraining. The difference between the 737 and the KC-46 MCAS system was that it was activated when a single angle of attack sensor detected the nose rising too far, even though there were two sensors on board, which meant the system was susceptible to a single point failure. If both sensors disagree, an alert can be given to the pilot on a screen. However, this was an optional paid extra, and not all operators purchased this. The first 737 MAX delivery was made on the 16th of May 2017 to Malindo Air, a subsidiary of the low-cost Indonesian carrier Lion Air. And from there, deliveries continued, with carriers around the world receiving their shiny new 737s. By May of 2018, around 130 MAXes were in service, with 28 airlines, racking up over 40,000 in-service flights. This number would increase as more aircraft were delivered. One such in August 2018 was a 737 MAX 8, registration PK-LQP. This plane would become the first 737 MAX accident, and the worst in the whole lifespan of the 737.
A Lion Air Boeing 737 MAX 8 carrying 189 people crashed into the sea this morning.
Lion Air 610. Now, I know I've mentioned this whole issue of reducing pilot training needs a few times in this video, but this section shows why it is such a bad idea to hide a new system from pilots, even if it saves you a whole load of money. It is the morning of the 29th of October 2018, and 31-year-old Captain Sunija and 41-year-old co-pilot Harvino prepare their 737 MAX for a flight from Jakarta to Pangkal, Penang, Indonesia. Both pilots are very experienced, with the captain having amassed over 5,000 hours in the 737. Their aircraft today is pretty new, having just over 500 hours of operation. The crew arrangement for today's flight was a little bit last minute, with the co-pilot only being informed at around 4 o'clock in the morning. and to add more misery to the morning, the captain is suffering from the flu. With all crew, including a Lion Air engineer and passengers aboard, the co-pilot seeks authority to taxi to the runway from Jakarta, ATC. Captain Sunija is at the controls. Jakarta Tower issues takeoff clearance and the plane departs the runway at 6:20 and 33 seconds in the morning. Just 3 seconds later, the stick shaker begins. The plane thinks it's about to stall. An air traffic controller clears the pilots to climb to 27,000 feet. The altitude being displayed to the pilots wasn't making any sense. The co-pilot asked for confirmation of their altitude from ATC, and it replied 700 feet. The confusion in the cockpit increased as the two men tried to find the correct checklist. They attempted to climb, but the nose keeps on being pushed down. None of the readings are matching up. An excess speed warning sounds as the plane is descending. 11 minutes after takeoff, the voice recorder picks up the automatic warnings, terrain, terrain, followed by sync rate. At 6:33 am, Lion Air Flight 610 loses communication contact with ATC. The plane and all 189 aboard are gone. Indonesia's Transport Ministry ordered emergency inspections of all the 737 MAX 8s in the nation's fleet, but all seemed good. Preliminary investigations hinted at a control issue, stemming from a faulty angle of attack sensor. The airplane's digital flight data recorder recorded a difference between the left and right angle of attack sensors that was present during the entire final flight. It was found that one of the sensors had been replaced 2 days before, and issues with the stick shaker and erratic nose-down situations were experienced. Now, why, you may ask, was the plane still flying? Well, according to Lion Air officials, Boeing maintenance guidance did not state that it was required to take the plane out of service for that particular fault. The previous 4 flights had reported similar issues, hinting that just a single sensor failure could cause a nose-down situation. But bear in mind the MCAS system had not actually been officially announced by Boeing. In November, Boeing released an operations manual bulletin advising airline operators how to address erroneous cockpit readings. All whilst the Lion Air crash was being investigated, 737 MAXs continued to be delivered and hundreds of aircraft flew day in, day out. Even though Boeing were aware of the one sensor failure equals nosedive event and the fact that pilots would more than likely be caught off guard by this. By March 2019, Boeing had delivered 386 of the 737 MAX jets throughout the world. But a worrying case of Groundhog Day would hit the industry on the 10th of March. Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 was a 737 MAX 8, the same as the ill-fated Lion Air 610. It was scheduled to be an international passenger flight from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia to Nairobi, Kenya. The captain of the morning's flight was Yared Getachew, a 29-year-old who had over 8,000 hours under his belt. The first officer, however, was a new graduate, Ahmed Nur Mohammed Nur, aged 25. He only had around 360 flight hours logged. There were a total of 149 passengers and 8 crew on board. At 8:37 and 34 seconds AM local time on the 10th of March, ATC issued takeoff clearance to ET302. Takeoff roll began from the runway and all seemed normal. Values of the left and right angle of attack sensors also matched. At 0838 and 44 seconds AM, shortly after liftoff, the left and right AOA values deviated. Just like with Lion Air a few months before, the stick began to shake, telling the pilots that the plane thought it was going to stall. The MCAS system then activated and pushed the nose down. The pilots wrestled with the 737, managing to just about keep it in the air. The MCAS activated again, dropping the nose. At 8:40 and 35 seconds, the first officer called out, "Stab, trim, cut out." The captain agreed and the trim tab system was then cut out. This also killed the MCAS. but the plane was still trimmed for a nose-down scenario. And with the engine still at takeoff power, the ground was getting ever closer. The pilots attempted to manually crank the stabilisers to a neutral position. At 8:43, the captain requested switching back on the trim tab system in order to regain neutral stabilisation. But this also switched back on the MCAS. With the MCAS back on the plane, it went further into a nose-down position and crashed at 8:44, 6 minutes after takeoff. Flight 302 had hit the ground at roughly 700 miles an hour. Needless to say, there were no survivors. The flight data recorders were found pretty quickly and were sent to France for investigation. Pretty quickly, the similarities with Lion Air 610 were undeniable. On the 4th of April 2019, the ECAA issued its preliminary report. Although not naming MCAS directly, it did state that the automatic trim command occurred without any corresponding motion of the stabiliser. Boeing's Dennis Muhlenberg released a statement which tried to push the blame onto the pilots. Pretty dick move if you ask me. Even other pilots, such as the Hudson River Miracle pilot Sully Sullenberger, stated after attempting the event in a simulator, "It's been obvious since the Lion Air crash that a redesign of the 737 MAX 8 has been urgently needed, yet has still not been done. And announced proposed fixes do not go far enough." He went on to say that a co-pilot with around 200 hours would have insufficient experience to deal with such a stressful situation. Hello, John here. Have you ever wondered who made the racket in the background to this video, or the other Scandal episodes, or even the outro songs on pretty much every recent Plain Difficult episode? Well, wonder no more, as it was made by me, John. Boeing would be hit hard when airlines around the world started grounding their 737 fleets, starting with Ethiopian Airlines on the 10th of March 2019, followed on March 11th the Chinese Aviation Authority, ordering all Chinese operated 737 MAXs, followed by the EU. Only one country still held that the MAX was airworthy, the good old USA, but they couldn't piss into the wind for too long, eventually grounding all of the US MAXs on the 13th of March 2019. Officially, by March 18th 2019, all 387 aircraft in service were grounded. This would mark a financially crippling time for Boeing. Delays after delays would haunt Boeing as it promised software updates to reinstate the plane, but would keep on being delayed. As the delay to the software mounted, the plane came under increasing scrutiny. Production was cut by 1/5 in April 2019, but this wouldn't be the end. 737 MAX customers were doubly hit with useless aircraft and reduced schedules. The A320 at this point probably felt like a better option. During 2019, multiple investigations and committee meetings were held to discuss the MAX, and two of which were quite extreme in the differences in their questioning. A committee meeting in May opened up with a very favourable to Boeing line of accusations from Sam Graves of Missouri, ranking member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. He would state,
"For me, the accident report reaffirms my belief that pilots trained in the United States would have successfully been able to handle this situation. The reports compound my concerns about quality training standards in other countries, and that's why I've asked the DOT Inspector General to look at international pilot training."
This committee meeting was directly quoting from a report paid for by institutional investors with large holdings in Boeing stock. However, even the simulator runs used in the report kind of contradict this. As one instance, the crew was only saved by the pilots undertaking a very old technique called the roller coaster method. This involved letting the yoke go to relieve the forces on the tail, then cranking the wheel, and repeating this several times. This technique has not been in US pilot manuals for decades, and during the simulator session, the pilot lost 8,000 feet of altitude. I should say that in the real life scenario of the Ethiopian Airlines crash, they never even reached 8,000 feet to begin with. In October 2019, Boeing Company President and Chief Executive Officer Dennis Muilenburg testified before the Senate Transportation Committee hearing on aviation safety and the future of Boeing's 737 MAX. He was grilled with questions about internal messages that had raised concerns over the MCAS issue of a single failed sensor. During the Senate committee, it was highlighted that in the contract with Southwest Airlines, the largest 737 MAX operator, that Boeing would be required to pay the airline $1 million per aircraft delivered if pilots needed to undertake simulator training. Clearly something Boeing would not have liked to have done, thus giving reason to downplay the MCAS system from the FAA and the airlines. When asked about the single sensor activation of MCAS, Muilenburg said, "We tried to rely on previous architecture. We learned, and we're moving to a two-sensor architecture." On discovering, accountability rep Daniel Lipinski of Illinois asked, "I'm not sure what accountability means if you received a $15 million bonus after these planes crashed." Questions were also brought to the CEO about self-certified specifications of the plane because it was a derivative of a current type. Muilenburg denied any knowledge of the internal messages and proved to be not a good look. But how did Boeing manage to get this new potentially deadly feature past the FAA? Well, in a December 2018 Boeing slideshow, the company set out how it felt the MCAS didn't need to be individually assessed, as it did not consider it new or novel. Boeing had an Organisation Designation Authorization. This allows certain certifications and safety checks to be delegated away from the FAA to a manufacturer. This helped the FAA not have to be involved in every aspect of the certification of an aircraft, but it was intended for minor non-safety things rather than major control and safety issues. Self-certifying your own products, I can't imagine that ever being abused. If it had individually assessed the MCAS, then the FAA would have needed to have been involved in assessing the new system. The company argued that MCAS wasn't new or novel because a similar system was previously used in the 767 tanker for the Air Force. But the implementation was different, as the 767 used data from both AOA sensors to determine if MCAS would intervene, whereas the 737 MAX only used one. Well, a review of Boeing's Organisation Designation Authorization resulted in November 26, the FAA revoking Boeing's ability to issue airworthiness certificates for individual MAX aeroplanes. The FAA set out 4 required improvements for the MAX before it could be ungrounded. First, installing new flight control computer software. This change is intended to prevent erroneous MCAS activation, among other safeguards. Installing updated cockpit display system software to generate an AOA disagree alert. This will alert pilots that the aeroplane's 2 AOA sensors are disagreeing by a certain amount, indicating a potential AOA sensor failure. Incorporating new and revised operating procedures into aeroplane flight manuals. This change is intended to ensure the flight crew has the means to recognise and respond to erroneous stabiliser movements and the effects of a potential AOA sensor failure. Changing the routing of horizontal stabiliser trim wires. This is intended to bring the aeroplane into full compliance with the FAA's wire separation safety standards. In addition to these 4 design changes, the FAA also will require operators to conduct an AOA sensor system test and perform an operational readiness flight prior to returning each aeroplane to service. But as 2019 was drawing to a close, the company took another nosedive, excuse the pun, when 737 MAX production completely paused on December 17th. Later on in the month, Dennis Muilenburg resigned to be replaced by board chairman David Calhoun. In the September of 2020, a final committee report on the Boeing 737 MAX was released. It put the blame on Boeing and the FAA, saying, "Both Boeing and the FAA share responsibility for the future development and ultimate certification of an aircraft that was unsafe." there was tremendous financial pressure on Boeing and the 737 MAX program to compete with Airbus's new A320neo aircraft. Among other things, this pressure resulted in extensive efforts to cut costs, maintain the 737 program schedule, and avoid slowing the 737 MAX production line. On the 27th of May, Boeing resumed production of the MAX, albeit slowly, and a month later, test flights resumed to achieve recertification. The light was at the end of the tunnel for the MAX, as it would soon return to the skies. The updates had been done, and test flights were underway. In September 2020, FAA Administrator and ex-Delta Airlines Boeing 737 pilot Stephen Dixon conducted a 2-hour test flight. He had previously stated that the MAX could not return to service until he had personally undergone the new training and test flight. This went ahead with no issues, and a month later, on the 18th of November 2020, the FAA issued a continuing airworthiness notification, which essentially revoked the grounding. And over the coming months, gradually, aviation authorities started allowing the MAX back into the skies. However, all throughout the grounding and return to service, a criminal case against Boeing was brewing. The criminal case. I should say that this episode of Scandal makes a hat-trick of companies being responsible for multiple deaths and being able to dodge any prison time. In January, Boeing was charged with a 737 MAX fraud conspiracy, which Boeing agreed to pay a fine. Prosecutors stated Boeing's employees chose the path of profit over candor by concealing material information from the FAA concerning the operation of its 737 MAX aeroplane, and engaging in an effort to cover up their deception. This resolution holds Boeing accountable for its employees' criminal misconduct, addresses the financial impact to Boeing's airlines customers, and hopefully provides some measure of compensation to the crash victims' families and beneficiaries. The misleading statements, half-truths and omissions communicated by Boeing employees to the FAA impeded the government's ability to ensure the safety of the flying public. As well as saying, today's deferred prosecution agreement holds Boeing and its employees accountable for their lack of candor with the FAA regarding MCAS. The company agreed to pay over $2.5 billion. This was made up of a criminal penalty of $243.6 million and $177 billion of damages to airline customers, as well as $500 million to a crash victim fund. In the process, Boeing's stock price tanked, which probably wasn't helped by the worldwide pandemic as well. But the company had begun to turn things around with the new and less crashy 737 MAX, in which customers are still receiving new orders, and to date 840 units have been built. My conclusion? Well, we can say the 737 MAX was doomed from the start. When Boeing promised the new, much too big engines, this left engineers to try and sort out the balancing issues by shoehorning the MCAS system into the aircraft and downplaying its significance from regulators, customers and pilots. This allowed Boeing to dodge any fees for retraining pilots as set out in its order contracts, essentially allowing the company to sell the plane as just a continuation from the previous generation and not a new aircraft. Boeing was allowed to self-certify and cover up the changes to the MAX, all of which should have been disclosed to the FAA. In what seemed like a massive U-turn, and probably to appease the powers that be, Boeing announced in January 2020 that simulator training was recommended for crews returning to the 737 MAX after the fleet's ungrounding. This is a Plainly Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. It wouldn't take much for me I know what you're thinking. This is a Thursday. Why is there a Playing Difficult video out? Well, I found this video on my computer. I actually made it last year and completely forgot about it. So this is why this video won't have a bingo card or disaster scale at the end. Whilst I've got you here, I want to say a very warm thank you to all of you for your likes, comments, subscribes, and the essential hitting the bell icon. We're so close to 1 million subscribers and we can almost taste it. So thank you very much for your support and let's go for it. Let's check out this video I found down the back of the sofa. It is the 17th of May, 1998, and an old, rusty and burnt out ship's hull is sinking below the waves of the Porto di Livorno, Italy. The vessel has been moored up here for nearly 7 years and has acted as a very visual reminder of a deadly tragedy. The wrecked hull will be salvaged and eventually sent to Turkey for breaking up. Although, when she has gone for scrap, the memory of the ship's final working moments has quite literally been burnt into Italian history, as it's one of the worst naval disasters ever since the bloody days of World War II. You probably know the name of the ship, but for those who don't, she is called the Moby Prince, and during a fatal day in April 1991, all aboard but one will be lost. Welcome to Playing Difficult. My name is John.
Perfect play.
Yeah, we mentioned him taking a step back and not wanting to fight against Fallon. That was why.
Jeez.
Understanding his job, his role in that situation.
And just like that, G2 on the back foot once again. Yeah, they had a sick round from Valen, but they're broke. Quick hookah approach. They should be aware someone's backside off that dizzy.
Yeah, but how much info is that really? You haven't cleared anything long. You don't know how many other people are there. What kind of weaponry's there. They got confirmation of something, but it's just a sliver.
And now they're leaning towards that B-long area.
The info
but
that...
bang! I mean, they're going to run into the army once more.
The info that they gathered was not enough, so they have to go on another approach to find more.
Oh my gosh, he's too good, Doug.
He's just destroying G2.
Toxin screen down.
He's so good at anchoring certain positions. And now he has support.
He hasn't needed it before.
Yeah. Off this contact, the Gecko Flash should be coming through for Bang.
So much invested to stop him, and then Boosty strikes right behind him.
Left. Good trades.
But again, they're thrown apart, torn asunder. Trent realizing he can't take a step back, decides to take the fight. And it's ill-advised. With no real option, he will fall.
What great support from EU and Boostio there. Yeah, Bang goes down, but the tether coming out there. And then the Gecko Flash. Yeah, the Gecko Flash gets broken. But everyone's stuck in 1 HP in this moment. It's just over.
One enemy.
And the pressure alleviated on the other side of the map was perfect.
That's 2 rounds in a row now that Leaf has tried to go for that Showers lurk and gotten punished. First by Asuna, second by Cryo. So they are aware of this, right? Honey Thieves are aware of G2's game plan of when they pressure B long, they have somebody in Showers trying to get that lurk.
Asuna is tucked. He's serving as a walking alarm bot in the pit right now. G2 deciding they don't want to reckon with that. A lean towards B, and Boosty's the first there.
In the last couple rounds as well for G2, they have gotten that hookah control pretty uncontested. So maybe this time they won't opt to use utility in it. I say that, and they're just going to go for a B hit, of course. Beautiful.
He has no idea he's there, though. What a snap from Icy!
That's a great entry.
I mean, he did everything they needed him to do. Gets the kills, gets the space. EU deciding to invest it all on this retake attempt.
I'll find you.
He's gotten out by himself. There are 4 pushing him, 3 from the other side. Only 1 found. Asuna and Bang trying to keep this thing up on their own. Nade keeping a distance for now. Jonah P on the swing, spotting both. Wow. See the pings coming out as Bang tries to stay alive.
A lot of pressure on Icy.
Using fancy footwork to do so. Icy will fall. Jonah P, a 1v2. They're weak. They're stacked. The first will fall. Has to swing on the second. Oh, and Bang saves the day again.
Bang is so good, Doug. And he looks stone cold, like he was meant for this.
Youth often folds under this pressure, but he's thriving in it.
Jeez. And the entry from Icy, that was everything. Getting that kill on Cryo.
Enemy remaining.
55 HP.
Just wasn't enough.
You could read Boosty's lips. You are the best.
Vibes are flowing right now. Bringing the utmost confidence in his teammates.
The flow's going to be paused for just a moment as Josh decides to call a timeout.
The last one of the map.
Really feeling like an opportunity's been squandered here. The lead that they had, the momentum G2 had, really up until that EU 1v2 or 1v3 at the end of the half, it's been all 100 Thieves since.
These post plants are killing G2 right now. And it's a team that normally has a really good conversion rate in those scenarios. But 100 Thieves are just getting the better of them in those high pressure moments. When the bomb timer is ticking.
A scattered buy from the attack. Couple of stingers, some light armor.
So many ults. They have to convert this next round. Even though they're on a bad buy, they have to win this.
I think they're hedging their bets in a lot of ways. They're comfortable playing for OT, but obviously if this goes their way, they'd gladly accept that.
Looks like another hookah pop will be the name of the game, but this time, Asuna is sitting on that top side, a little up-down setup with Bang. And this might just be a blender right here. Oh, man.
Can they steady the shots? That was the entry. So they have to think twice about this. They have to go to plan B, but there are no conditions there for them to be able to lean into a confident.
Look at Asuna, he's already here again. He's everywhere.
You just won that first fight.
He's 2 steps ahead.
They're running into a brick wall, man.
Oh my gosh.
With no space to be found.
It's beautiful from 100 Thieves.
Trent inevitably will fall as well.
Wow.
What a comeback.
That was such a sick round from 100 Thieves from the start. The up-down setup on that hookah area. The whole reason why they're doing that is because the last 3 rounds, G2 have used utility to take that space. This time they're predicting that, oh, they understand we haven't been playing in that area. Maybe they're gonna walk in, and they were right.
They will be able to put up a buy here. G2 will. On this attempt, yeah, you take a look at that round once more, it was beautiful.
And the reason why that round was so important for G2 to win is because now they're in this weird position where they have to cycle their ults to make this comeback. If you use too many in one go, what do you have left for round, 11 for the tie?
The backs are against the ropes. Asuna tries to strike, and the flash was his demise.
What a counter flash.
That would have been disastrous.
With that being said, Bang and Valen. Or Cryo, sorry, Cryo and Bang.
They've taken so much space already. They've crept up so far.
Yeah.
And it looked like Icy was considering the possibility of the flank.
It's a full containment right now.
It's a little stagger too, so even if you catch one, are you expecting the second? Sure, he falls, but there was a swing of the second! Bang punishes, and of course, who else? Icy's gonna have to clutch it out if he wants to keep the map alive, and he cannot! Wow. The first map in this best of 5 goes the way of 100 Thieves.
And we were so fixated on the flank, we didn't even realize the blender that they had on the actual site. EU and Boostio going huge.
This map is big for a couple of reasons. Yes, it's a best of 5. These things matter early on. You've got to be able to find momentum. It was their map pick. 100 Thieves were. They're good on it. They've been good on it all year, and they got punched in the mouth at the beginning. For them to come back and pull this off is really impressive.
And to pick a map that a team decimated you on as well. Wow, that is a statement in and of itself.
There's a lot to be excited about for both sides, though. I mean, you know G2 are shooting as well. We saw it. Ice-T continues to step up in big moments. When you've got youth on the other side, courtesy of Bang and Asuna and EU, we're in for a good time. Guys, we're going to throw it to a break. Map 1 down, Breeze on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Look what
the ship. So you might be thinking this is a little bit of deja vu, right? Well, funnily not. Our story is kind of if the MT Haven and the MS Herald of Free Enterprise disasters had a god-awful baby. Our story starts with a ferry built back in Blighty at Birkenhead by Camel Laird and Co Limited in 1967, with her launch in February 1968 under the name of Queen Juliana for the SMZ Company of Holland for use as a passenger and vehicle ferry. She was 131.2 metres long, with a width of 20.48 metres and a weight of 6,682 gross, 3,475 net, or 1,290 deadweight tonnes, and had a capacity of 1,200 passengers at maximum, but usually for normal service no more than 750 were allowed aboard, and this also had on top of that 220 cars. During her fit-out she suffered a fire, which would turn out to be a bit of a bad omen of sorts later on in her history. She was pressed into service for the Harwich and Hook of Holland route, which she worked until 1984. During this time she was branded under British Rail's Sea-Link colours. In 1985 she would be rebranded as the Holland Trade Ship, but her time under the Dutch flag was coming to an end, when in 1985 she was sold off Navigazione Archipelago Maddaleno SPA of Naples, Italy. There she would be run under the Navama Lines brand, with a new name, the Moby Prince, running between Cagliari and Naples, but eventually changing to the Livorno to Albina in Sardinia route. All would be normal for the ship, well, until it wasn't on a fateful day in April 1991. The disaster. So it's the evening of the 10th of April 1991, and the area around Livorno Harbour, Italy, is a little bit foggy. The time is close to 10 PM, and the Moby Prince is about to start her 7-hour journey to Albina in Sardinia. Tonight she is under the command of Captain Hugo Chassa. Aboard is 141 people. As she departs the port, the Moby Prince collides with the Agip Abruzzo, a 330.7 metre long, 51.81 metre wide oil tanker. The ferry's bow struck the area of the number 7 tank, which was full in total of 80,000 tonnes of Iranian light crude oil. The collision sprayed oil onto the deck of the Moby Prince and into the sea surrounding both vessels, which quickly resulted in a raging inferno. Flames spread across the Moby Prince's deck. Captain Superina of the Agip Abruzzo ordered full power in an attempt to separate both ships. It was successful, but in doing so, several tons of oil was sprayed onto the burning ferry, literally adding fuel to the fire. At 25 minutes past 10, the ferry's radio operator broadcast its first Mayday message from a portable VHF transmitter. At 10:36, the Agip Abruzzo also reported the collision, but wrongly thought that they had collided with another small fuel ship. This meant that the presence of the 141 aboard the Moby Prince was not known to rescue workers. The crew aboard the Agip Abruzzo were swiftly rescued as firefighters focused on the burning oil tanker. Aboard the Moby Prince, members of the crew abandoned their posts, leaving the engines running and the air circulation systems in operation, resulting in the smoke being pumped into the interior of the vessel. This made escape almost impossible for many stuck aboard. As the flames spread, the crew took passengers to the fireproof deluxe lounge. This could hold off the flames, but it could be susceptible to the deadly smoke. The crew thought that they would be rescued rather quickly due to the Moby Prince being so close to the harbour. But sadly, the mayday calls fell on deaf ears due to the weak signal of the portable radio. The ship disappeared behind the smoke and fog, leaving her discovery until over an hour after the fire had begun. Rescue workers had been looking for a completely different ship. Due to rescue not arriving, those stuck in the lounge became trapped by the flames. Those aboard the Moby Prince slowly suffocated from the smoke in the lounge and the heat on deck. At 11:35, the Moby Prince was finally found by 2 tugboats. When she was found, only 1 survivor was rescued. In all, 140 people had lost their lives aboard the Moby Prince. At around 3:30 a.m, another tugboat captain was able to board the Moby Prince, and a tow line was attached, with the still burning ship being taken back to Livorno. Later on in the morning, the fire aboard the Moby Prince was extinguished in the port. It was discovered that the air conditioning was still running. Rescue workers who boarded the ship only found bodies. Many were not burned, showing that they had actually been suffocated. A truly horrible demise. Tons of oil had been spilled into the sea, making it one of the worst oil spills in Italian history, but only for a day, and I'll mention that a bit later on in the video. With 140 dead, the cause had to be found, but it would seem the story would be a little bit murky. The investigation. So this part of the video is going to be a little bit open-ended, as there is a little bit of a mystery as to why the 2 ships collided. You see, there's still a lot of speculation as to whether the Moby Prince was off course, the Aegip Abruzzo had dropped anchor in the wrong place, or even the presence of a third unknown ship. In the immediate aftermath, the investigation highlighted several possible courses. Of course, the loss of nearly all aboard the Moby Prince meant that the captain and crew on the bridge couldn't be interviewed. And clearly the night was confusing, as the presence of the ferry wasn't even realised until an hour post-crash. Sadly, if the Moby Prince was discovered earlier, then it was likely more lives could have been saved, but the confusion of the night meant that the search and rescue efforts were terribly hindered. It was discovered that the Moby Prince had her radar switched off, which was a fatal error. However, not the sole cause. It was also thought that the Aegip Abruzzo had been anchored in the exclusion area right at the entrance of the harbour, thus putting it into the way of other ships, which in the fog was a deadly mistake. But again, it's not 100% certain of the ship's location, as her captain made contradictory statements as to where they had dropped anchor. The captain's log mysteriously was lost. This would have likely shown the exact location of the Aegip Abruzzo. There was a lot of speculation of a mystery ship as well, which had caused potentially the collision. The unidentified vessel was thought to be a US military asset. Radio recordings and verbal accounts had been heard during the accident. However, no one came forward to confirm if an unidentified US ship was operating nearby. The disaster yielded some criminal charges for multiple culpable homicide and arson charges against the third officer, Valentino Rolla of the Aegip Abruzzo, the acting commander of the tanker at the time, and Angelino Cedro, deputy commander of the Port Authority, and also guard officer Lorenzo Giacacchi. But all were absolved. In the 1990s, at least responsibility for the disaster was never established. Another investigation went open in July 2021 by the Italian Parliament. Their report, issued on the 15th of September 2022, pointed the finger at a third ship, which had caused the Moby Prince to take evasive action right into the Aegip Abruzzo. In the years leading up to the investigation, more evidence had been found, including material off the harbour seabed. Although now a third ship is likely the initiating cause, the identity is still unknown. The Aegip Abruzzo would be scrapped in 1992, and the Moby Prince would follow after another brief sinking in 1998. Now, I did mention that the disaster was one of Italy's worst oil spills. It was actually its worst, albeit just for one day, because the MV Haven disaster would take that title just a day later, making April 1991 a terrible month for Italian shipping. Luckily for you, I've already covered this story, so please feel free to check it out after this video. This is a Playing Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike license. Money is considered by some as the cause of all evil. This story unfortunately gives credence to this theory. Mike Malloy in any other world would have been an inconsequential footnote in history if it wasn't for money, or more precisely, the greed of money. Not that Mike was the greedy one. Mike's sad and unfortunate life earned himself the nickname Mike the Durable, or my personal favourite, the Unkillable Irishman. The events which make us speak about